sleep. And when you awake, everything you know about the 20th century will be gone from your mind. Tonight is January 21, 1882. There are no such things as automobiles, no planes, computers, television. Nuclear appears in no dictionary. You have never heard the name Richard Nixon. Did illustrator Cy Morley really step out of his 20th century apartment one night right into the winter of 1882? The U.S. government believed it, especially when Cy returned with a portfolio of brand new sketches and tintype photos of a world that no longer existed. Or did it? In shirt sleeves, the way I generally worked, I sat sketching a bar of soap taped to an upper corner of my drawing board. The gold foil wrapper was carefully peeled back so that you could still read most of the brand name printed on it. I'd spoiled the wrappers of half a dozen bars before getting that effect. This was a new idea, the product to be shown ready for what the accompanying copy called fragrant, lathery, lovelier you use, and I had the job of sketching it into half a dozen layouts, the bar of soap at a slightly different angle in each. It was just exactly as boring as it sounds, and I stopped to look out the window beside me, down 12 stories, at 54th Street and the little heads moving along the sidewalk. It was a sunny, sharply clear day in mid-November, and I'd have liked to be out in it, the whole afternoon ahead and nothing to do. Nothing I had to do, that is. Over at the paste-up table, Vince Mandel, our lettering man, thin and dark and probably feeling as caged up today as I was, stood working with the airbrush, a cotton surgical mask over his mouth. He was spraying a flesh-colored film onto a Life magazine photo of a girl in a bathing suit. The effect, when he finished, would be to remove the suit, altering the girl's image except for the ribbon she wore slanted from shoulder to waist, on which was lettered Miss Business Machines. This kind of stunt was Vince's favorite at-work occupation ever since he'd thought of it, and the retouched picture would be added to a collection of others like it on the art department bulletin board, at which Maureen, our 19-year-old paste-up girl and messenger, refused ever to look or even glance, though often urged. Frank Dapp, our art director, a round little package of energy, came trotting toward his partitioned-off office in the northeast corner of the artist's bullpen. As he passed the big metal supply cabinet just inside the room, he hammered violently on its open door, yodeling at full bellow. It was an habitual release of unused energy, like a locomotive jetting steam, a starting eruption of sound. But neither Vince, nor I, nor Carl Jonas at the board ahead of mine glanced up. Neither did anyone in the typist's pool outside, I knew, although strangers waiting in the art department reception room just down the hall had been known to leap to their feet at the sound. It was an ordinary day, a Friday, 20 minutes till lunchtime, 5 hours till quitting time in the weekend, 10 months till vacation, 37 years till retirement. Then the phone rang. "Man here to see you, Cy." It was Vera, at the switchboard. "He has no appointment." "That's okay. He's my connection. I need a fix." "What you need can't be fixed." She clicked off. I got up, wondering who it was. An artist in an advertising agency doesn't usually have too many visitors. The main reception room was on the floor below, and I took the long route through accounting and media, but no new girls had been hired. Frank Dapp called the main reception room Off-Broadway. It was decorated with a genuine Oriental rug, several display cases of antique silver from the collection of the wife of one of the three partners, and with a society matron whose hair was also antique silver, and who relayed visitors' requests to Vera. As I walked toward it, my visitor stood looking at one of the framed ads hung on the walls. Something I don't like admitting, and which I've learned to disguise, is a shyness about meeting people. And now I felt the familiar slight apprehension and momentary confusion as he turned at the sound of my approaching footsteps. He was bald and short, the top of his head reaching only to my eye level, and I'm an inch short of 6 feet. He looked about 35, I thought, walking toward him, and he was remarkably thick-chested. He'd outweigh me without being fat. He wore an olive-green gabardine suit that didn't go with his pink redhead's complexion. I hope he's not a salesman, I thought. Then he smiled as I stepped into the lobby, a real smile, and I liked him instantly and relaxed. No, I told myself, he's not selling anything, and I couldn't have been more wrong about that. "Mr. Morley?" I nodded, smiling back at him. "Mr. Simon Morley?" he said, as though there might be several of us Morleys here at the agency, and he wanted to be certain. "Yes." He still wasn't satisfied. "Just for fun, do you remember your Army serial number?" He took my elbow and began walking me out into the elevator corridor away from the receptionist. I rattled it off. It didn't even occur to me to wonder why I was doing this for a stranger, no questions asked. "Right," he said approvingly, and I felt pleased. We were out in the corridor now, no one else around. "Are you from the Army? If so, I don't want any today." He smiled but didn't answer the question, I noticed. He said, "I'm Reuben Prian," and hesitated momentarily, as though I might recognize the name, then continued. "I should have phoned and made an appointment, but I'm in a hurry, so I took a chance on dropping in." "That's all right. I wasn't doing anything but working. What can I do for you?" He grinned humorously at the difficulty of what he had to say. "I've got to have about an hour of your time. Right now, if you can manage it." He looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry, but if you could just take me on faith for a little while, I'd appreciate it." I was hooked. He had my interest. "All right. It's 10 to 12. Would you like to have lunch? I can leave a little early." "Fine, but let's not talk indoors. We could pick up some sandwiches and eat in the park, okay? It's not too cool." Nodding, I said, "I'll get my coat and meet you here. You interest me strangely." I stood hesitating, looking closely at this pleasant, tough-looking, bald little man, then said it. "As I think you know. Matter of fact, you've been through this whole routine before, haven't you?" Complete with embarrassed look. He grinned and made a little finger-snapping motion. "And I thought I really had it down. Well, it's back to the mirror and more practice. Get your coat, we're losing time." We walked north on Fifth Avenue, past the incredible buildings of glass and steel, glass and enameled metal, glass and marble, and the older ones of more stone than glass. It's a stunning street, and unbelievable. I never get used to it, and I wonder if anyone really does. Is there any other place where an entire cloud bank can be completely reflected in the windows of one wall of only one building, and with room to spare? Today, I especially enjoyed being out on Fifth. The temperature in the high 50s, a nice late fall coolness in the air. It was nearly noon, and beautiful girls came dancing out of every office building we passed, and I thought of how regrettable it was that I'd never know or even speak to most of them. The little bald man beside me said, "I'll tell you what I've come to say to you, then I'll listen to questions. Maybe I'll even answer some. But everything I can really tell you, I will have said before we reach 56th Street. I've done this 30-odd times now and never figured out a good way to say it or even sound very sane while trying, so here goes. There's a project, a U.S. government project, I guess you'd have to call it." Secret, naturally. As what isn't in government these days? In my opinion, and that of a handful of others, it's more important than all the nuclear, space exploration, satellite, and rocket programs put together, though a hell of a lot smaller. I tell you right off that I can't even hint what the project is about, and believe me, you'd never guess. I can and do say that nothing human beings have ever before attempted in the entire nutty history of the race even approaches this in absolute fascination. When I first understood what this project is about, I didn't sleep for 2 nights. And I don't mean that in the usual way. I mean I literally did not sleep. And before I could sleep on the 3rd night, I had to have a shot in the arm. And I'm supposed to be the plodding, unimaginative type. Do I have your attention? Yes, if I understand you, you finally discovered something more interesting than sex. You may find out that you're not exaggerating. I think riding to the moon would be almost dull in comparison to what you may just possibly have a chance to do. It is the greatest possible adventure. I would give anything I own or will ever have just to be in your shoes. I'd give years of my life just for a chance at this. And that's it, friend Morley. I can go on talking, and will, but that's really all I have to say. Except this. Through no virtue or merit of your own, just plain dumb luck, you are invited to join the project, to commit yourself to it, absolutely blind. That's some pig in a poke, all right, but oh my God, what a pig. There's a pretty good delicatessen on 57th Street. What kind of sandwiches you want? Roast pork. What else? We bought our sandwiches and a couple of apples, then walked on towards Central Park, a couple of blocks ahead. Priyan was waiting for some sort of reply, and we walked in silence for half a block. Then I shrugged irritably, wanting to be polite but not knowing how else to answer. What am I supposed to say? Whatever you want. All right, why me? Well, I'm glad you asked, as the politicians say. There is a particular kind of man we need. He has to have a certain set of qualities. A rather special list of qualities, actually, and a long list. Furthermore, he has to have them in a pretty exact kind of balance. We didn't know that at first. We thought most any intelligent, eager young fellow would do. Me, for example. Now we know, or think we do, that he has to be physically right, psychologically right, temperamentally right. He has to have a certain special way of looking at things. He's got to have the ability, and it seems to be fairly rare, to see things as they are and at the same time as they might have been, if that makes any sense to you. It probably does, because it may be that what we mean is the eye of an artist. Those are just some of what he must have or be. There are others I won't tell you about now. Trouble is that on one count or another, that seems to eliminate most of the population. The only practical way we've found to turn up likely candidates is to plow through the tests the Army gave its inductees. You remember them? Vaguely. I don't know how many sets of those tests have been analyzed. That's not my department. Probably millions. They use computers for the early check-throughs, eliminating all those that are comfortably wide of the mark, which is most of them. After that, real live people take over. We don't want to miss even one candidate, because we're finding very few. We've checked I don't know how many millions of service records, including the women's branches. For some reason, women seem to produce more candidates than men. We wish we had more we could check. Anyway, one Simon L. Morley with the fine euphonious serial number looks like a candidate. How come you only made PFC? A lack of talent for idiocies such as close-order drill. I believe the technical term is 2 left feet. Out of fewer than 100 possibilities we've found so far, about 50 have already heard what you're hearing now and turned us down. About 50 more have volunteered, and over 40 of them flunked some further tests. Anyway, after one freaking lot of work, we have 5 men and 2 women who just might be qualified. Most or all of them will fail in the actual attempt. We don't have even one we feel very sure of. We'd like to get about 25 candidates, if we possibly can. We'd like 100, but we don't believe there are that many around. At least we don't know how to find them. But you may be one. Gee whiz. At 59th Street, as we stood waiting for the light, I glanced at Rube's profile and said, "Rube Priyan, yeah, you played football. When was it? About 10 years ago?" He turned to grin up at me. "You remembered. You're a good boy. I wish I'd bought you some thick, gooey dessert, the kind I can't eat anymore. Only it was 15 years ago. I'm not really the young, handsome youth I know I must seem. Where'd you play again? I can't remember." The light clicked green, and we stepped down off the curb. "West Point." "I knew it. You're in the Army." "Yep." I was shaking my head. "Well, I'm sorry, but it'll take more than you. It'll take 5 husky fighting MPs to drag me back in, kicking and screaming all the way. Whatever you're selling, and however fascinating, I don't want any. The lure of sleepless nights in the Army just isn't enough, Priyan. I've already had all I want." On the other side of the street, we stepped up onto the sidewalk, crossed it, then turned onto the curve of a dirt and gravel path of Central Park, and walked along it looking for an empty bench. "What's wrong with the Army?" Rube said with fake injured innocence. "You said this would take an hour. I'd need a week just for the chapter headings." "All right, don't join the Army. Join the Navy. We'll make you anything you like from bosun's mate to lieutenant senior grade. Or join the Department of the Interior. You can be a forester with your very own Smokey the Bear hat." Priyan was enjoying himself. "Sign up with the post office if you want. We'll make you an assistant inspector and give you a badge and the power to arrest for postal fraud. I mean it. Pick almost any branch of the government you like, except state or the diplomatic corps. And pick any title you fancy at no more than around a $12,000 a year salary, and so long as it isn't an elective office." "Because, Cy, all right to call you Cy?" he said with sudden impatience. "Sure.
And call me Rube if you care to. Cy, it doesn't matter what payroll you're technically on. When I say this is secret, I mean it. Our budget is scattered through the books of every sort of department and bureau. Our people listed on every roster but our own. We don't officially exist. And yes, I'm still a member of the U.S. Army. The time counts toward my retirement, and besides, I like the Army, eccentric as I know that sounds. But my uniforms are in storage, I salute nobody these days, and the man I take a lot of my orders from is an historian on leave from Columbia University. Be a little chilly on the benches in the shade. Let's find a place in the sun. We picked a place a dozen yards off the path beside a big outcropping of black rock. We sat down on the sunny side, leaning back against the warm rock, and began opening our sandwiches. To the south, east, and west, the New York buildings rose high, hanging over the park's edges like a gang ready to rush in and cover the greenery with concrete. You must have been in grade school when you read about flying Rube Prian, deer-footed quarterback. I guess so. I'm 28. I bit into my sandwich. It was very good, the meat sliced thin and packed thick, the fat trimmed. Rube said 28 on March 11th. So you know that, do you? Well, goody-goody gumshoes. It's in your Army record, of course.
But we know some things that aren't. We know you were divorced 2 years ago, and why. Would you mind telling me? I never did figure out why. You wouldn't understand. We also know that in about the last 5 months, you've gone out with 9 women, but only 4 of them more than once. That in the last 6 weeks or so, it seems to have narrowed down more and more to 1. Just the same, we don't think you're ready to get married again. You may think you are, but we think you're still afraid to. You have 2 men friends you occasionally have lunch or dinner with. Your parents are dead. You have no brothers or sis. My face had been flushing. I felt it, and took care to keep my voice quiet. I said, Rube, I think I like you personally, but I feel I have to say, who gave you or anyone else the right to poke into my private affairs? Don't get mad, Cy. It isn't worth it. We haven't snooped that much. And nothing embarrassing, nothing illegal. We are not like 1 or 2 government agencies I could name. We don't think we're divinely appointed. There's no wiretapping or illegal searches. We think the Constitution applies even to us. But before I leave, I'll want your permission to search your apartment before you go back tonight. I felt my lips compressing, and I shook my head. Rube smiled and reached out to touch my arm. I'm teasing you a little, but I hope you don't mean that. I'm offering you a crack at the very best experience a human being has ever had. And you can't tell me anything about it? I'm surprised you got 7 people, or even 1. Rube stared down at the grass, thinking about what he could say. Then he looked up at me again. We'd want to know more, he said slowly. We'd want to test you in several other ways. But we think we already know an awful lot about the way you are, the way you think. We own 2 original Simon Morley paintings, for example, from the art director's show last spring, plus a watercolor and some sketches, all bought and paid for. We know something about the kind of man you are, and I've learned some more today. So I think I can tell you this. I can just about guarantee you, I believe I can guarantee you, that if you'll take this on faith and commit yourself for 2 years, assuming you get through some further testing, you will thank me. You'll say I was right. You'll tell me that the very thought that you might have missed out on this gives you the chills. How many human beings have ever lived, Cy? 5 or 6 billions, maybe? Well, if you should test out, you'll become one of maybe a dozen out of all those billions, maybe the only one, who just might have the greatest adventure any human being has ever had. It impressed me. I sat eating an apple, staring ahead, thinking. Suddenly, I turned to him. You haven't said a very thing more than you did in the first place. You noticed, did you? Some don't. Cy, that's all I can say. Well, you're too modest. You've got your sales pitch worked out beautifully. Will you accept a down payment on the Brooklyn Bridge? My God, Rube, what am I supposed to tell you? Sure, I'll join. Where do I sign? He nodded. I know. It's tough. There's just no other way it can be done. That's all. He sat looking at me. Then he said softly, but it's easier for you than most.
You're unmarried, no kids, and you're bored silly with your work. We know that. As why shouldn't you be? It doesn't amount to anything. It's not worth doing. You're bored and dissatisfied with yourself, and time is passing. In 2 years, you'll be 30, and you still don't know what to do with your life. Rube sat back against the warm rock, staring off at the path and the people strolling along it through the sunny fall noon hour, giving me a chance to think. What he just said was true. When I turned to look at him again, Rube was waiting. He said, "So, this is what you have to do. Take a chance. Take a deep breath, close your eyes, grab your nose, and jump in. Or would you rather keep on selling soap, chewing gum, and braziers, or whatever the frick it is you peddle down the street? You're a young man, for Christ's sake." Rube sliced his hands together, dusting off crumbs, and shoved several balls of waxed paper into his lunch sack. Then he stood up quickly and easily, the ex-footballer. "You know what I'm talking about, Cy. The only possible way you can do this is to just go ahead and do it." I stood up too, and we walked to a wire trash basket chained to a tree and dropped our waste paper into it. Turning back toward the path with Rube, I knew that if I took my wrist between thumb and forefinger, my pulse rate would be up. I was scared. With an irritation that surprised me, I said, "I'd be taking a freaking lot on the say-so of an absolute stranger. What if I joined this big mystery and didn't think it was all that fascinating? Impossible. But if I did? Once we're satisfied you're a candidate and tell you what we're doing, we have to know that you'll go through with it. We need your promise in advance. We can't help that. Would I have to go away? In time, with some story for your friends. We couldn't have anyone wondering where or why Cy Morley disappeared. Is this dangerous? We don't think so, but I can't truthfully say we really know." Walking toward the corner of the park at 5th Avenue and 59th Street, I thought about the life I'd made for myself since I'd arrived in New York City 2 years ago looking for a job as an artist, a stranger from Buffalo with a portfolio of samples under my arm. Every now and then, I had dinner with Lenny Hinesmith, an artist I'd worked with in my first New York job. We'd generally see a movie after dinner, or go bowling or something like that. I played tennis fairly often, public courts in the summer, the Armory in the winter, with Matt Flax, a young accountant in my present agency. He'd also brought me into a weekly Monday night bridge game, and we were probably on the way to becoming good friends. Pearl Moschetti was an assistant account executive on a perfume account at the first place I worked. Ever since, I'd seen her now and then, once in a while for an entire weekend, though I hadn't seen her for quite a while now. I thought about Grace Ann Wunderlich, formerly of Seattle, whom I'd picked up almost accidentally in the Longchamps bar at 49th and Madison, when I saw her start crying out of overwhelming loneliness, brought on from sitting at a table by herself, having a drink she didn't want or like when everyone else in the place seemed to have friends. Every time I'd seen her after that, we drank too much, apparently following the pattern of the first time, usually at a place in the village, a bar. Sometimes I stopped in there alone, because I knew the bartenders now and some of the regulars, and it reminded me of a wonderful bar I'd been to a few times on a vacation in Sausalito, California, called the No Name Bar. Mostly I thought about Catherine Mancuso, a girl I'd been seeing more and more often, and the girl I'd begun to suspect I'd eventually be asking to marry me. At first, a lot of my life in New York had been lonely. I'd have left it willingly then. But now, while I still spent 2 or 3 and sometimes more nights a week by myself, reading, seeing a movie I wanted to see that Katie didn't, watching television at home, or just wandering around the city once in a while, I didn't mind. I had friends now, I had Catherine, and I liked a little time to myself. I thought about my work. They liked it at the agency, they liked me, and I made a decent enough salary. The work wasn't precisely what I'd had in mind when I went to art school in Buffalo, but I didn't know either just what I did have in mind then, if anything. So, all in all, there wasn't anything really wrong with my life.
Except that, like most everyone else's I knew about, it had a big gaping hole in it, an enormous emptiness, and I didn't know how to fill it, or even know what belonged there. I said to Rube, "Quit my job, give up my friends, disappear. How do I know you're not a white slaver?" Look in the mirror. We turned out of the park and stopped at the corner. I said, "Well, Rube, this is Friday. Can you let me think about it? Over the weekend, anyway. I don't think I'm interested, but I'll let you know. I don't know what else I can tell you right now. What about that permission? I'd like to make my phone call now, from the nearest booth in fact, at the plaza. He nodded at the old hotel just across 59th Street. And send a man over to search your apartment this afternoon. Once more I felt a flush rise up in my face. Everything in it? He nodded. If there are letters, he'll read them. If anything's hidden, he'll find it. All right, goddammit, go ahead. He sure as frickin' won't find anything interesting. I know, Rube was laughing at me. Because he won't even look. There's no man I'm going to phone. Nobody's going to search your crummy apartment, or ever was. Then what the fricking is this all about? Don't you know? He stood looking at me for a moment, then he grinned. You don't know it, and you won't believe it, but it means you've already decided. Saturday morning, Katie and I drove up into Connecticut for the day. The clear, sunny weather still held, as long a fall as I could remember. It was weather that couldn't last. We didn't want to waste it, and we drove up in Katie's MG. It was the old-style model with running boards and exposed radiator front, and although New York is really no place to own a car, Kate had this because it just exactly fitted into a narrow area way beside her shop if she illegally drove up over the curb. When it was parked, you had to climb in and out over the back end, but it saved garage rent, making it possible for Kate to have it. Katie had a tiny antique shop on 3rd Avenue in the 40s. Her foster parents, she'd been adopted when she was 2, had died 2 years ago, within 6 months of each other. They were elderly, older than her own parents would have been. She'd moved to New York then, from Westchester, worked as a stenographer, didn't like it, and opened the shop a year later with the few $1,000s she'd inherited. It was failing. She'd added greeting cards and a little rental library which hadn't helped, and we both knew she'd have to give up the shop when the lease expired in the spring. I was sorry, both for Kate and because I liked the place. I liked poking around it, discovering something I hadn't seen before. A box of old political campaign buttons under a counter maybe, or something new she'd just bought, such as an admiral's hat I could try on. And whenever there's been time, or when I've had to wait for Kate, as I did this morning, I'd usually sit down with one of the stereoscopes, the viewers she had, and one of several big boxes loaded with old stereoscopic views, mostly of New York City. Because I've always felt a wonder at old photographs, not easy to explain. Maybe I don't need to explain. Maybe you'll recognize what I mean. I mean the sense of wonder, staring at the strange clothes and vanished backgrounds, at knowing that what you're seeing was once real. That light really did reflect into a lens from these lost faces and objects. That these people were really there once, smiling into a camera. You could have walked into the scene then, touched those people and spoken to them. You could actually have gone into that strange, outmoded old building and seen what now you never can, what was just inside the door. The wonder is even stronger with old stereoscopic views. The almost but not quite identical pair of photographs mounted side by side on stiff cardboard, that looked at through the viewer, give a miraculous effect of depth. It's never been a mystery to me why the whole country was once crazy about them. Because the good ones, the really clear, sharp photographs, are so real. Insert a view, slide it into focus, and the old scene leaps out at you, astonishingly three-dimensional. And then, for me, the awe becomes intense, because now you really see the arrested moment. So actual, it seems that if you watch intently, the life caught here must continue. That the raised horse's hoof, so startlingly distinct in the foreground, must move down to the solidness of pavement below it again. Those carriage wheels revolve, the girl walk closer, the man move on out of the scene. The feeling that the tantalizing reality of the vanished moment might somehow be seized, that if you watch long enough you might detect that first, nearly imperceptible movement, is the answer to the question Kate has asked me more than once. How can you sit there so long, you hardly move, staring endlessly at the very same picture? So I liked the shop. It had things like stereoscopic views to stare at. And I liked it because I'd met Katie through it. It's the only time in my life I ever worked up the nerve to do what I did. I'd needed a certain kind of antique table lamp to sketch into an ad I was working on, and I came to Katie's shop and stopped to look into the window just as she was taking something out of it. I looked at her. She's a nice-looking girl, with that kind of thick, dark brown coppery hair that just misses being red.
and the lightly freckled skin and the brown eyes that so often go with it. But it was her face that hooked me. I mean the look of it, the expression. It's the face, you know at first sight, of an extremely nice person. That's all. I liked her instantly, the person as much as the nice-looking girl. And I'm sure that's why, when she glanced up at me, I had the nerve, before I could remember that I didn't have the nerve, to touch my lips with my bunched fingers and toss her a kiss through the glass, at the same time crossing my eyes. She smiled, and before I could lose this new, untypical courage, I walked right on into the shop, trusting that I'd think of something to say, which I did. I said I was looking for another Napoleon hat, that they'd taken my old one away. She smiled again, which shows how kind she was, and we talked. And while she couldn't come out for a cup of coffee with me then, I was back next day, and we went out to dinner. Katie came down now, her apartment is over the shop, in a short brown canvas car coat, a yellow scarf over her hair, which was a great combination, and she gave me the car keys, asking if I'd mind driving. She knew I liked to drive the MG. We had a good time, a nice day, and in the late afternoon I was driving along a little country road I'd found. A dirt road, farmland on each side, occasional stone fences, and a lot of trees, some still with fall foliage. I was going no more than 20, just lazing along, one hand on the wheel, not thinking of anything much. Off and on during the day I'd thought of Rube Pryan, wishing I could talk to Katie about it. I couldn't quite remember whether or not I'd promised I wouldn't mention even the conversation with Pryan, so I didn't say anything. It was still fairly warm, lots of late afternoon sun, and Katie untied her scarf, pulled it off, then tossed her head to shake out that thick, handsome hair, very coppery now in the slanted sunlight, then fluffing it up at the back with one hand, a great combination of feminine gestures. I glanced at her and smiled. She smiled back, sitting there smoothing her scarf flat on her lap. She was wearing a green tweed skirt. Then she looked at me and slid closer, which was pleasant and flattering. She was holding the scarf by the front two corners now, stretching it out tight between her hands. She lifted it to just above windshield level, and the air took it, fluttering it tautly back from the corner she held.
She moved it directly over my head, and then, very quickly, a scurry of motions, he drew the two corners down past my face to below my chin and let go the scarf. The wind instantly plastered it tight to my face, like a pale yellow skin, and I was absolutely blind. I couldn't even breathe very well, or thought I couldn't, and I let out a strangled yelp and was in a panic for a second or so, unable to think. Just try it sometime, driving along a road with a scarf plastered over your eyes. You don't know what to do, whether to hang on to the wheel trying to steer from memory, braking as fast as you can without skidding off the road, or whether to let go and try to snatch off the scarf before piling up. I tried both, one hand still on the wheel and trying to remember exactly what there'd been along the sides of the road here. I grabbed at the scarf with my other hand, but got a handful of hair along with it, and the scarf wouldn't budge. I was braking too hard and felt the rear end swing into a slide, and knew that if the ditches were at all deep along here, the car couldn't help but go into one. I was trying to scoop the scarf off my face, but my fingers only scrabbled over glossy nylon. Then we were stopped, the motor killed, car slewed halfway around in the road, the rear end off it, and when I finally plucked and dragged that scarf from my face, Kate was leaning back against her door, an arm raised limply to point a finger at me, almost helpless with laughter. The instant I could see, I checked the road ahead and behind as fast as I could swivel my head, and of course nothing was in sight in either direction, or Katie wouldn't have done it. And the ditches beside us were so shallow they were almost non-existent and entirely dry. I said, "Marvelous, absolutely great, let's do it again, on the parkway coming home tonight." "Oh, God, you were funny," she said, hardly able to get out the words. "You looked so funny." I grinned at her, very pleased with this nutty girl, and at that moment, and for all that weekend, Rube Pryan's mystery project had no chance at all with me. I'm not going to say everything there is to say about Kate and me. I've read such accounts, completely explicit and detailed, nothing omitted, and when they've been good, I've liked them. Sometimes I've even learned something about people from them, almost like an actual experience, and that's very good indeed. But my nature is different, that's all. I don't like to, and I could not reveal everything about myself. I like to read them, but I wouldn't like to write one. I'm not holding back anything all that unique in any case. So, if now and then you think you can read between the lines, you may be right, or may not. Anyway, everything I might possibly find to say about Kate and me isn't what I'm trying to get down. During that weekend, I didn't believe I was even thinking very much about Rube and his proposal. Yet at 2:30 Monday afternoon, I finished the last of my Lovelier You soap sketches, walked into Frank Dapp's office, laid them on his desk, started to turn and leave, and instead my mouth opened, and I stood listening to myself give notice. I'd saved some money, I told Frank. Now, before it was too late, I was going to take some time and see if I could make it as a serious artist. It was a lie, and yet something I'd often thought of. "You want to paint?" Frank said, leaning back in his chair. "No, painting's pretty much all abstract and non-representational these days." "You anti-abstract or something?" "No, actually, I'm kind of a Mondrian fan, though I think he painted himself into a corner. But my talent, if any, is all representational, so I'm going to draw." Frank nodded, looking wistful. It's what he wanted to do, but he had 2 kids in high school who'd be expecting to go to college. He said if I was in a hurry, I could leave as soon as I got rid of my current work, that he wanted to buy me a good luck drink before I left, and I thanked him, feeling lousy about the lie, and took the elevator to the building lobby and the public phone booths. There, I dialed the number Rube had given me. It took a long time to get him on the line. I had to speak to 2 people, first a woman, then a man, and then wait for what must have been 2 full minutes. The operator came on for more money. Finally, Rube spoke, and I said, "I phoned to say that if I do this, I'll have to tell Catherine what's going on." There was a longish pause. Then he said, "Well, you won't have much of anything to tell until we're sure you're a candidate. If it turns out you aren't, we'll thank you for your trouble, and in that case, I don't think you'll have to tell her anything about it. Can we agree on that?" "Yeah." "If you reach the point of joining the project, knowing what we're doing," he hesitated. "Well, if you have to tell her, I guess you have to. We have 2 guys who are married, and their wives know. We swear them to secrecy and hope, that's all." "Okay. What would happen if she blabbed, Rube, or if I did, just out of curiosity?" "A man in a skin-tight black suit and a mask will come down your chimney and shoot you with a soundless blow dart, paralyzing you. Then we seal you in a big block of clear plastic till the year 2001. Nothing would happen, for Christ's sake. You think the CIA murders you or something? All we can do is pick people we think we can trust. And we've seen Catherine, you know, inquired about her, very discreetly and all that. Of the 2 of you, I trust her the most. I take it you're joining us?" I felt an impulse to hesitate, but didn't bother. "Yeah." "Okay, the first day you can make it, come around about 9 in the morning. Here's the address." And so, 3 days later, on Thursday morning, a little after 9, too tense to sit in a cab, I was walking through the rain, the good weather finally over apparently, looking for the address Rube had given me. I was feeling more and more puzzled. This was the Upper West Side, an area of small factories, machine shops, wholesalers, binderies. Cars were solidly parked on both sides of every street, their off wheels up over the curbs. The walks were littered with wet paper, crushed orange drink cartons, broken glass, and there were no other pedestrians. Checking addresses, I walked west, coming nearer and nearer the river. I passed Buzz Bannister, neon sign manufacturer, in a dirty white stucco building, the windows piled with cardboard cartons. Next door was Fiore Brothers Wholesale Novelties, a padlock on the door and a smashed wine bottle in the doorway. Across the street, silent and deserted in the rain, hundreds of rusting car bodies compacted into cubes were stacked behind a steel mesh fence. I was beginning to wonder if I'd been hoaxed, and Rube what? An actor, possibly, hired to trick me in some elaborate practical joke? It didn't seem likely, yet the number he'd given me, if it existed at all, had to be in the block just ahead, but I could see that the entire block was occupied by just one great building, 6 stories high, of soot-darkened brick, surmounted by a weathered wooden water tower, and in a wide band of faded white paint just below the roofline, I read, "B-Key Brothers, Moving Storage, 555-881, and I could tell by looking at it that that sign had been there for years. The walls were windowless, except at the corner just ahead and across the street from me. There, at street level, 2 plate glass windows were lettered B-Key Brothers in chipped gold leaf. In the tiny office behind the windows, a girl sat at a desk back of a counter operating a billing machine. High up on the wall facing me, a rectangular panel painted on the bricks read, "Local and long distance, storage our specialty,"
agents for Associated Van Lines. On the street, several stories below this, a green van lettered Beakey Brothers, Moving and Storage, stood before a metal slat truck door in the side of the building.
Two men in white coveralls stood tossing stacks of protective blankets into the back of the van. There was nothing to do except walk on toward the building, but I knew the number on its office door wouldn't be the one Rube had given me, and it wasn't. I kept walking. For a full block, I walked through the rain beside the weathered brick wall. Between it and the sidewalk, in a narrow strip of hard-packed dirt, grew a scraggly, uncared-for, foot-high hedge. Cellophane fragments were trapped in its stiff little branches. Dirty words were spray-painted on the walls, and I wondered if I'd have the nerve to ask Frank for my job back. Set in the building wall at the end of the block was an ordinary wood door with a weathered brass knob and key circle. The gray paint was cracked and peeled to the bare wood in places, and the door looked locked. But stenciled on the wet bricks above it in white paint so faded you could barely make it out was the number Rube had given me. I rapped on the door panel, and there was a silence except for the sky-high roar of the Thursday morning city and the sound of the rain on the hoods and tops of the parked cars behind me. I had no belief that my knock would be answered, or that there was anyone on the other side to hear it. But there was. The knob rattled, turned, the door opened, and a black-haired young man in white coveralls looked out. In red stitching over a breast pocket it said Don, and he had a copy of Sports Illustrated in one hand. He said, "Hi, come on in. Boy, what a lousy day," and I walked in past him. As he closed the door, I read, "Beakey Brothers, Movers," in red block letters across his back. We were in a windowless fluorescent-lighted office no more than 10 feet square, furnished with a desk, swivel chair, and a couple of yellow oak straight chairs with most of the varnish worn off. On the wall hung a Beakey Brothers calendar and a lot of framed photographs of smiling crews posed alongside Beakey vans. "Yeah," said the man in coveralls, sitting down behind his desk. "What can we do for you? Moving? Storage?" I said I'd come to see Rube Pryan, half expecting him to look blank, but he asked my name, then dialed a phone, gesturing with his chin toward a couple of hooks on the wall. "Hang up your hat and coat," he said to me, then into the phone, "Mr. Morley to see Mr. Pryan." He listened, said, "Right," and hung up. "Be down in a minute, make yourself at home." He lay back in his swivel chair and began reading his magazine. I sat there trying to wonder what was going to happen now, but there was nothing for my mind to work on, and I found myself examining the framed photographs. One of them, inscribed "The Gang, 1921," in white ink, showed a Beakey van, an old Mack truck with metal spoke wheels and solid rubber tires. Half the crew wore big mustaches. There was a click from a door set flush in the wall at my right. I looked up as it swung open, noticing that there was no knob on this side. Rube stood holding the door open behind him with a foot. He was wearing clean wash pants and a short-sleeved white shirt open at the neck. His forearms were fuzzy with red hair and were as large as my biceps and more muscular. "Well, I see you found us." He put out his hand. "Welcome, Si. Glad to see you." "Thanks. Yeah, I found it, in spite of the disguise." "Oh, we're not really disguised." He beckoned me in, then let the door swing closed behind us. It made a quiet, heavy thunk, and I realized it was painted metal. We were standing in a little concrete-floored hallway, badly lighted by a bare bulb in a wire cage in the ceiling. A pair of green-enameled elevator doors faced us, and Rube reached past me to poke the button. Actually, the building's the way it's been for years, on the outside. Up to 10 months ago, this was a genuine moving and storage business, a family corporation. We bought it, and we still do some moving and a little storage in a walled-off section of the building, enough to maintain the pose. The elevator doors slid open, we stepped in, and Rube pressed 6. The only other visible button said 1. The other buttons were taped over with dirty adhesive. The older employees were pensioned off, the others gradually replaced by our people. I was hired and actually worked as a moving man for a month. Very near killed me. Rube smiled, that nice, genuine smile you couldn't help responding to. Now our estimates tend to be a little high, not much, just a little, and the business generally goes to a competitor. We look busy as ever, though. In fact, we are. We've even added 2 new vans. One hell of a lot of stuff has been moved out of here in our own closed vans, the entire interior of the building, in fact. And I guess we've brought even more stuff in.
The green doors slid open, and we stepped out onto a floor of offices. You could smell the newness, and it looked like a floor in any modern office building. Polished vinyl-tiled corridors under a string of skylights. Beige-painted walls with stenciled black arrows indicating groups of office numbers. Looped fire hoses behind glass, occasional drinking fountains. Numbered flush doors, each with a black and white plastic nameplate fastened to the wall beside it. Far ahead, as we turned toward her, a girl in a white blouse and dark skirt, her face indistinguishable, walked toward us, carrying a stack of papers in one arm. She turned into an office before reaching us. As we passed them, I glanced at the plastic nameplates for some sort of clue, but they were only meaningless names. W. W. O'Neill, V. Zalian, Miss K. Veach. Rube gestured at a door just ahead. The plastic wall sign beside it said, Personnel. We have to get this over first. Withholding forms, Blue Cross, insurance, the works. Even we don't escape this stuff. He opened the door, gesturing me in first, and we stepped into a little anteroom half filled by a desk, at which a girl sat typing. Rose, this is Simon Morley, a new hand. Cy, Rose Maccabee. We said, how do you do? And Rube said, how long will you need, Rose? Half hour? She said about 25 minutes, and Rube said he'd be back for me then, and left. In here, please, Mr. Morley. The girl opened the door and led the way into an ordinary office, windowless and bare-looking, lighted by a large skylight. Will you sit down, please? I walked to the flat-topped desk and sat down in a swivel desk chair. The forms should be in here. She opened a drawer of the desk and brought out a little sheet of 6 or 8 printed forms of different colors and sizes clipped together. She pulled off the clip and spread them under my desk lamp, turning on the lamp with the other hand. They're all here. Just fill in the blanks, Mr. Morley. Do this long one first. Here's a pen. She handed me a ballpoint pen. It shouldn't take long. Call me if you have any questions. She nodded at a small table beside my chair. The top was an intricate pattern of inlaid wood, about a foot square, just large enough for the white phone it held. She smiled and walked out, closing the door. Pen in hand, I sat looking around the room for a moment or so. A green filing cabinet stood on the wall opposite me. A mirror hung on the wall behind me. On the wall to my right, beside the door, was a small framed picture, a watercolor of a covered bridge. Not bad work, but pretty standard. That was all there was to see, and I looked down at the papers spread out under the desk lamp. They were withholding tax forms, hospitalization, and the like. I pulled the long one to me. It was headed Personnel Fact Sheet and began filling it out. In the first blanks I wrote my name, place of birth, Gary, Indiana, date of birth, March 11, 1942, wondering if anyone ever looked at these things. The phone on the little table at my elbow rang, and I swung around in my chair, picked it up, and an actual physical sensation of coldness moved up my spine, because the phone was green.
It had been white, I was certain of that, but now it was green. I said, hello? Mr. Prian is back for you, Mr. Morley. Are you nearly finished? Finished? I just started. There was a moment's pause. Just started? Mr. Morley, you've been at it. There was a pause, as though she might be consulting a watch. Over 20 minutes. I didn't know what to say to her. You've made a mistake, Miss Maccabee. I've barely begun. I could detect the repressed annoyance in her voice. Well, please finish up as quickly as you can, Mr. Morley. Mr. Prian has made an appointment with the director. She clicked off, and I slowly hung up the phone. Could I possibly have drifted off into a daydream 20 minutes long? I turned back to the form I'd been filling out, then actually jumped to my feet in panic, my chair skidding back and banging the wall. There in the blanks under my name, birthplace, and date of birth were written my father's name, Earl Gavin Morley, his birthplace and date of birth, Muncie, Indiana, 1908, my mother's maiden name, Strong, my hobbies, sketching and photography, and my entire history of employment beginning with Neff Carter in Buffalo. All the other forms were filled out too, every one of them, just like this, in my own unmistakable handwriting. It was impossible for me to have done this without knowing it, but there it was. It wasn't possible that 20 minutes had passed, but they must have. And the white phone, I glanced at it again, was still green. The hair on the back of my neck was prickling, trying to stand erect, and the fear in my stomach was like a clenching fist. Then it stopped. I had not filled out these forms, and I knew it. I'd been in this room no more than 3 or 4 minutes at most, and I knew that too. My eyes were narrowed. I stood staring out across the desktop thinking. Then I saw the watercolor on the wall. The covered bridge was gone. Now it was a pine-covered snow-capped mountain. And I laughed aloud, the fear instantly shrinking to nothing. The door opened, and Rube Prian walked in. "All finished? What's the matter?" "Rube, what in the gosh do you think you're doing?" I stood grinning at him as he walked toward the desk. "Why am I supposed to think I've been here 20 minutes?" "But you have." "And that the picture on the wall," I nodded at it, "changed from a bridge to a mountain?" "The picture?" Rube was standing before my desk, and he turned to look back at the watercolor, puzzled. "It's always been a mountain." "And was the phone always green, Rube?" He glanced at it. "Yeah, I guess so, far as I can remember." I was slowly shaking my head, still smiling. "It's no use, Rube. I've been here 5 minutes at the most." I gestured at the papers on the desktop. "And I never filled those out, no matter how much it looks like my writing." Through a moment or so, Rube stood looking across the desk at me, his eyes concerned. Then he said, "Suppose I swear to you, Si, that you did, and that you've been here," he looked at his watch, "just under 25 minutes? You'd be lying. And suppose Rose swears it too." I just shook my head. Suddenly I squatted down beside the little telephone table and looked underneath it. There hung the white phone, held in place and the receiver prevented from falling by a wide U-shaped copper band fastened between 2 sides of the underpart of the table. Near it was fastened a small metal box from which a pair of thin wires ran down the inside of the table leg. I pressed the tabletop near the edge, and a panel within the intricate design revolved, the white phone rolling up into sight, the green phone sliding down onto the copper holding strip. When I looked up at him, Rube was smiling, and he beckoned over his shoulder at the office doorway behind him. A man in shirt sleeves walked in. He was young, dark-haired, with a thin trimmed mustache, and he was looking at me in a pleased way. As he walked toward us, Rube said, "Dr. Oscar Rossoff, Simon Morley." We each said, "How do you do?" and he reached across the desktop while my hand rose to shake his, but instead of taking my hand, he took my wrist between thumb and fingers. After a moment, he said, "Pulse almost normal and slowing rapidly. Good." He let go my wrist, stood smiling at me happily, and said, "How did you know? What tipped you off?" In the doorway, Rose stood watching us, smiling. "Nothing tipped me off, except that it's impossible. I just knew I hadn't filled out those forms, that I hadn't been here 20 minutes. I had to smile again as I nodded toward the picture, and that a few minutes ago, that crazy mountain was a bridge? "Inna-directed," Rossoff was murmuring before I finished. "This is fine," he said to Rube, "a very good reaction." He turned to me again. "To you it may seem unremarkable, but I assure you many people act differently. One man jumped up and ran out through the door. We had to grab him in the hall and explain." Well, fine. Glad I passed. I tried not to look it, but I felt pleased as a kid who'd just won the spell down. "But what's the idea, and how'd you work it?" Rube said, "We already knew the facts. It took an expert forger 4 hours to do those forms in a chemical ink. All but the first 3 blanks of the long form, those we left for you. There's a small infrared tube in the desk lamp. It makes the ink visible a few seconds after it's turned on. Rose watches through the mirror behind you. There's a corridor from her desk. As soon as you fill in the first 3 blanks, she phones you from an extension there and turns on the infrared tube. Time you're off the phone and look back at the papers, hey, presto, all the blanks are filled." "And the picture?" Rube shrugged. "A hole in the wall behind the glass and frame. While the candidate's writing, I just pull out the bridge and shove in the mountain." "Well, it beats the Katzenjammer kids, but what's the point?" Rossoff said, "To see how you react when the impossible is happening. Some people can't take it. They rely on things being what they ought to be, and behaving as they always have.
When suddenly they aren't and don't, their senses actually surrender, can't cope. Right at that desk, they fail. Don, downstairs, was one. We had to give him a pill even after he knew what had happened. But you're guided from within, not from the outside. You know what you know. Come on into my office now and have some coffee. A drink if you want it. You've earned it. Rossoff's office was down the corridor Rube and I had come along, around a corner, then in through a door labeled Infirmary. As Rossoff pushed it open for Rube and me, I was reminded of a hospital, and I realized that the door was wider than most. We walked on through a large room, unlighted except for a skylight. It contained a desk, a row of wicker chairs along a wall, a fluoroscope, an eye chart, and what I took to be a portable X-ray machine. Rube said, "No more tricks from now on, Si, I promise. That was the one and only." I didn't mind. Off to one side as we crossed the big room were the doorways of other, lighted rooms. From one I heard voices in casual conversation. In another I saw a man in a white hospital gown, his foot in a cast, sitting on an examining table reading a Reader's Digest. We walked into a small reception room. A nurse in white uniform stood at a filing cabinet, leafing through folders in the open top drawer. She was holding a pen in her teeth by the barrel, and she smiled as well as she could. Rube pretended he was going to swat her in the rear as we passed through, and she pretended to believe him, swinging out of the way. She was a big, good-looking, good-natured woman in her late 30s with a lot of gray in her hair. In his office, Rossoff said, "Sugar? Cream?" walking toward a low magazine table and a glass jug of coffee on a hot plate. "I hope not, because we haven't got any." "I believe I'll take mine black," Rube said, sitting down in an upholstered chair.
How about you, C? Black sounds good to me. I sat down in a green leather chair, looking around me. It was a large rectangular room, windowless but filled with daylight from two immense skylights. I liked the room and felt comfortable in it. It was carpeted in gray, and the walls were papered in a cheerful red and green pattern. At one end, the doctor's desk was a mess, heaped with stacked books and papers. The other end was floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, and Rossoff, handing me a cup of coffee, saw me looking at them. "Go take a look if you like," he said, and I got up and walked over, tasting my coffee, which wasn't too good. I'd expected the books to be medical texts, and a lot were, but 6 or 8 feet of shelving was history, college textbooks, reference books, biographies, all kinds of books on every period, country, and historical personage you could think of. And there must have been 200 novels, many very old, judging from the bindings, none of their titles familiar to me. On the way back to my chair, sipping the coffee, I took a quick look at the framed diplomas, New York State license, and photographs that nearly covered a wall above the back of a green leather Davenport. Rossoff, I saw, was an MD and a psychologist from Johns Hopkins. He also had a cheerful-looking wife, 2 grade-school-age daughters, and a basset hound. "All mine, the dog especially," he said when he saw me glance at the pictures. We had our coffee, talking idly, filling in a 5-minute pause. Mostly we talked about the San Francisco Giants and a plan of Rossoff's to force them back to New York by kidnapping Willie Mays. Then Rube set his cup on a little table beside him and stood up. He said, "Thanks, Oscar. The coffee was atrocious. See, I'll be back when the doc's finished with you, and we'll go see the director." He left. Rossoff asked if I wanted more coffee, and I said no. "Okay now then," he said. "I have some tests I expect I'll be asking you to take presently, mostly of a kind I'm sure you're familiar with. I may ask you to look at some Rorschach blots and tell me what nasty things they make you think of, that sort of thing. If you do all right, then we may want to find out how good a liar you are. I may ask you to pose, with no advance warning, as something you're not, a lawyer, for example, and withstand the questionings of 3 or 4 people apparently suspicious of the pose. Or you may deny you're an artist, or that you've ever been to New York, sitting in conversation with several strangers, all from the project, who will try to trap you. But all that later. There's something else has to be done first. Incidentally, has it occurred to you that we may all be nuts, and that you've wandered into an immense booby hatch? That's why I joined up. Good. Obviously, you're the type we need." I liked Rossoff. If he was trying to put me at ease, he was succeeding. He said, "Have you ever been hypnotized for any reason?" "No, never." "Do you have any feelings against it?" I hope not, he added quickly. This is most important. We have to be certain, first of all, that you can be hypnotized. Some people can't, as you undoubtedly know. The only way to find out is to try. I hesitated, then shrugged. Well, I suppose if it's someone competent. I'm competent, and I'll do it, if you're willing. Okay, I've come this far. It wouldn't make sense to let that stop me. Rossoff stood up, walked to his desk, and picked up a yellow wooden pencil. He sat down again, hitching his chair closer to mine till we sat only a yard apart, facing each other. Holding the pencil vertically before me, by the point, he said, "We'll use an object. This or most anything else will do. It doesn't have to be shiny. Just stare at it, if you will, please, not particularly intently, and if you want to blink or glance away, do so. The only important thing here is that if you tense up and resist, I won't be able to do it. I need your okay in more than words. You have to agree mentally, within yourself, and completely, all the way. Don't fight it at all. Don't resist. Are you perfectly comfortable? Just nod if you are." I nodded. "Fine. If you sense any resistance in your mind, let it thaw. Just sit and watch it melt, then let it drain away. Relax your muscles, incidentally. I want you really quite comfortable. Relax even your jaw, let your mouth hang open a little, and let your eyes unfocus. I think you're feeling it a little now. You're intelligent and perceptive, and I believe you're accepting this very well, really very well, and it's rather pleasant, isn't it? And nothing to be concerned about. Occasionally, I practice auto-hypnosis, which can be done very easily, and which you will learn too. Just 4 or 5 minutes of self-hypnosis, which actually means nothing more than opening your mind to suggestion, your own suggestion, can be wonderfully refreshing. I can cure a tension headache with it. I never use aspirin. I think you're feeling how relaxing this can be. Isn't it a nice way to rest? Better than a drink, better than a cocktail." He lowered the pencil, saying, "I'll tell you how wonderfully relaxed you are, in fact. Look at your right arm lying there on the arm of your chair. It's so completely relaxed, more than ever before in your life, even when you've been asleep, that you can't lift it. The muscles are too relaxed. They refuse to move. When I count to 3, you'll see for yourself. Try to lift your arm when I say 3. You won't be able to. 1, 2, 3. My arm wouldn't move. I stared at it, leaning closer, my eyes fixed on my coat sleeve, my brain willing it to move. But it lay absolutely motionless. It would no more move at my silent command than the doctor's desk. All right, don't be in any way concerned. You've willingly put yourself under my hypnotic suggestion, and done it very well, too. I'm going to talk to you for just a few minutes now. Your arm, incidentally, is entirely free to move now." I lifted my arm, flexing it, clenching and unclenching the fingers as though it had been asleep. Then I leaned back into the soft leather of the chair, more comfortable and content than I remembered ever having been before. Rossoff said, "In a sense, the mind is compartmented. Various parts of the brain perform various functions. Eliminate a certain part of the brain, by accident, for example, and you lose the ability to talk. You have to learn how all over again, training another part of the mind. We can think of memory in that way too, if it's convenient. Memories can be shut off, closed down as though they had never existed. When it happens extensively, we call it amnesia. Right now, we're going to close off only a small part of your memory. When I tap this pencil against the arm of my chair, you will forget the name of the man who brought you here. For the time being, it will be gone from your mind, as impossible to recall as though you never knew it." He tapped the pencil against the leather arm of his chair. It made only the smallest sound, but I heard it. "You remember the man, don't you, who first talked to you and induced you to come here, and who just had coffee with us? You can picture his face?" "Yes." "How was he dressed, by the way?" "Wash pants, white shirt with short sleeves, brown moccasin loafers." "Could you draw a sketch of his face?" "Sure." "Okay, what is his name?" Nothing came to mind. I thought. I ran over names in my mind. Smith, Jones, names of people I knew or had known, names I had read or heard. None of them meant anything. I simply didn't know his name. You understand why you can't think of it? That you're under hypnotic suggestion? Yes, I know. Well, see if you can break through it. Do your very best. You know his name. You've used it and heard it several times today. Come on now. What is his name?
I closed my eyes, straining. I searched my mind, tried to force out that name, but there was no way to find it.
It was as though he were asking the name of a stranger in the street. When I tap this pencil on the arm of the chair again, you will remember it. He tapped the pencil against the leather and said, "What is his name?" "Reuben Pryan." "All right. When I clap my hands together, you will come out of hypnosis completely. There will be no lingering remainder, no vestige of it. All hypnotic suggestibility will be gone." He clapped his hands together, not loudly, but with a sharp, hollow pop. "Feel all right?" "Yeah, fine." "Let me just test to be sure. When I tap this pencil against the arm of my chair, you will forget my name. You will be completely unable to recall it." He tapped the chair arm with the pencil again. "Now, what is my name?" "Alfred E. Newman." "No, come on now, no kidding around." "Rossoff, Dr. Oscar Rossoff." "Okay, fine, just testing, you're clear." "Well, you did good, a first-rate subject. I have a hunch you'll do. Next time I may have you bark like a seal and eat a live fish." I looked at Rorschach blots then and told Rossoff what thoughts they started. I looked at pictures, interpreted them, and drew a few myself. I did a short true or false test. I filled in words missing from sentences. I talked about myself and answered questions. Wearing a blindfold, I picked up objects and described their sizes and shapes and sometimes their uses. Finally, Rossoff said, "Enough, more than enough. I've generally run tests for several days, sometimes a week, but we're not really so very sure of what we're doing that I can pretend to pinpoint the requirements for performing what is probably an impossibility. I have the strongest kind of hunch about you, and no test is going to make me change my mind. They all confirm it anyway. As well as I'll ever be able to figure it out, you're a candidate." He looked over at the closed door of the office, listening. We could hear the murmur of a man's voice, then a woman's laugh, and Rossoff yelled, "Rube, get your hands off Alice and come on in here." The door opened, and a very tall, thin, elderly man walked in, and Rossoff got quickly to his feet. "It's not Rube," the man said, "and my hands weren't on Alice, I'm sorry to say." "It was the other way around," the nurse said, reaching into the office for the doorknob. She closed the door, smiling. Rossoff introduced us. This was Dr. E. Danziger, director of the project, and we shook hands. His hand, big and hairy and with prominent veins, wrapped right around mine, it was so large, and his eyes stared at me, excited, fascinated, wanting to know all about me in one look. The words spilling out, he said, "How does he test?" And while Rossoff told him, it was my turn to study him. He was a man you'd know again if you saw him just once. He was 65 or 6, I thought. His forehead and cheeks heavily lined. The cheek lines were a series of 3 curved brackets, beginning at the corners of his mouth and extending up to the cheekbones, widening and deepening when he smiled. He was bald and tanned, the top of his head freckled, his side hair still black, or possibly dyed. He must have been 6 feet 5 inches tall, maybe more, and he was thin and lanky, wide-shouldered but stooped. He wore a jaunty polka-dotted blue bow tie, an old-style double-breasted tan suit, the coat hanging open, and a brown button-up sweater under the coat. He was well into his 60s, but he looked strong, he looked masculine and virile. I had a hunch that he might find Alice quite engaging. To Rossoff, speaking slowly, he said, "You say yes?" And when Rossoff nodded, he said, "Then I do too. I've gone over all we have on him, and he sounds right." He turned and stood looking at me soberly and searchingly for some seconds. During this, Rube stepped into the office and very quietly closed the door. I was beginning to feel a little embarrassed by Dr. Danziger's stare when he suddenly grinned. "All right," he said, "and now you'd like to know what you've got yourself into. Well, first Rube will show you, then I'll try to tell you." He gripped his coat lapels in his big freckled fists, his arms hanging loosely, and stood staring at me again, smiling a little, nodding slowly, in approval I felt, and was more pleased than I'd have thought. "I'm in charge of this establishment," Danziger continued then. "I began it, in fact. But just now I envy you. I'm 68 years old, and 2 years ago, when I understood that this project was going to become real, I began taking care of my health for the first time in my life. I quit smoking. I never thought I could and never much wanted to, but I quit." He snapped his fingers. "Like that. I miss it." His hand returned to his lapel. "But I'm not going to start again.
I drink moderately, medicinally, actually, and I once drank a lot on occasion, frequent occasion, because I liked it, but no more now, and I follow a diet besides. Why all this nonsense? He raised a hand, forefinger pointing up. Because I want to live and be with this project just as long as I possibly can. I've had an interesting life. I haven't been cheated. I've been in 2 wars, lived in 5 countries, had 2 wives, a great many friends of both sexes, and once for 4 years I was rich. No children, though. You can't have everything. Again, Dr. Danziger stared at me, eyes friendly and envious, hands hung on his lapels. But if this project should succeed, it will be the most remarkable thing mortal man has ever done, and I'll give up anything. I'd follow a diet of raw turnips and horse manure just to get an extra year or even an extra month of life for it. No matter how carefully a man lives, though, at 68 his remaining years are numbered. While you're what, 28? I nodded. Well, you've got 40 years on me then, and if I could steal them from you, I'd do it, cheerfully and without compunction. I even envy you this day. Have you ever given someone a book you enjoyed enormously with a feeling of envy because they were about to read it for the first time, an experience you could never have again? Yes, sir, Huckleberry Finn. Right. Well, that's how I feel about the day you're going to have now. Take him away, Rube. There's lots to show him, and we're in a hurry now. He raised a wrist to look at his watch. Bring him to the cafeteria at noon. Out in the corridors as I walked along with Rube, people passed us, moving to and from offices. They were men and women, mostly young, and whenever one walked by, speaking or nodding to Rube, he or she would glance at me curiously. Rube was watching me, I saw, smiling a little, and when I looked at him he said, "What do you think you're going to see?" I tried to find an answer but had to shake my head. I haven't a glimmering, Rube. Well, I'm sorry to be so very mysterious, but it's the director who explains this, not me, and you have to see it before he can explain it. We turned a corner, and then another, into a corridor considerably narrower than the others. We turned once more, and now we were walking along a narrow aisle that stretched ahead for a considerable distance. One wall of the aisle was blank. The other was a series of tinted windows through which we could see into what Rube told me were instruction rooms. The first 3 were empty and were fitted out as ordinary classrooms. There were 6 or 8 one-armed wooden chairs in each, the arms widening into writing surfaces. There were blackboards, bookshelves, teachers' desks, and chairs. At the 4th window, 2 men were sitting in the same kind of room, one at the desk, the other in a wooden chair facing him, and we stopped to watch. "We can see in, they can't see out," Rube said. "Everyone knows it. It's just a matter of not disturbing people at work." The man in the student's chair was talking, steadily but with frequent pauses, sometimes rubbing his face in thought.
He was about 40, thin and dark, and wore a navy blue sweater and a white shirt open at the collar. The instructor at the desk was younger and wore a brown tweed sport coat. Beside the window, on a stainless steel wall plate, was a pair of buttons. Rube pushed one, and now we could hear the speaking man's voice from a loudspeaker behind a grill over the window. It was a foreign language, and after a dozen seconds or so, I thought I recognized it and was about to say so, then I stopped. I'd thought it was French, a language I can recognize, but now I wasn't sure. I stood listening carefully. Some of the words were French, I was almost certain, but pronounced not quite correctly. He kept on, fluently enough, the instructor occasionally correcting pronunciation, which the other would repeat a few times before continuing. "Is it French?" From the way Rube smiled, I knew he'd been waiting for the question. "Yep, but medieval French. No one has talked like that in 400 years. He pressed the other button, and the loudspeaker went silent, the man's lips continuing to move, and we walked on. At the next window, Rube jabbed the speaker button. I heard a stifled grunt and the clash of wood on wood. Then I stopped beside him and stood looking into the room. It was completely bare, the walls padded and faced with heavy canvas. In it, 2 men were fighting with bayonet-tipped rifles. One wore the shallow helmet, high-necked khaki blouse, and roll puttees of a First World War American uniform. The other wore the black boots, gray uniform, and deep-flared helmet of the Germans. The bayonets were an odd false-looking silver, and I saw that they were painted rubber. The men's faces were shiny with sweat, their uniforms stained at armpits and back, and as we watched they parried and riposted, heaved and shoved, grunting as the rifles clashed. Suddenly the German stepped back fast, feinted, sidestepped a counterthrust, and drove his rifle straight into the other's stomach, the rubber bayonet bending double against the cocky. "You're dead, pig of an American," he yelled, and the other shouted, "No, I am, that's just a little stomach wound." They both started laughing, jabbing away at each other, and Rube stood glaring in at them, muttering, "Wrong, wrong, the jerks, an absolutely wrong attitude." I glanced at him. He looked mean and dangerous, his lips set, eyes narrowed. For a moment longer he stared in silence, then punched the cutoff button hard with his thumb and swung away from the window. A dozen men sat in the next room. Most of them wore white carpenter's overalls. A few were in blue jeans and work shirts. Beside the desk, a man in khaki wash pants and shirt stood pointing with a ruler at a cardboard model which completely covered the desktop. It was a model of a room, one wall missing like a stage set, and the man was pointing to the miniature ceiling. Rube pushed the button beside the window. Painted beams, but only at the highest ceiling points, where it's dark. The ruler moved to a wall. Down here begin real oak beams, and real plaster, mixed with straw, don't forget that, gosh. Rube poked the cutoff button, and once more we walked on. The next room was empty of people, but an immense aerial photograph of a town covered 3 walls from floor to ceiling, and we stopped and looked at it. It had been labeled with a black marking pen, Winfield, Vermont, Restoration in Progress, View 9 of 11, Series 14. I looked at Rube, and he knew I was looking, but he offered no explanation, simply continuing to stare at the big photo, and I silently refused to offer a question. The next 2 rooms were empty. In the following room, the chairs had been shoved back to the walls, and a good-looking girl was dancing the Charleston to music from a portable wind-up phonograph on the desk. A middle-aged woman stood watching her, beating time with a forefinger. The swaying hem of the girl's tan dress came to just above her flying knees, and the waist of her dress wasn't much higher. Her hair was cut in what I knew was once called a shingle bob, and she was chewing gum. The older woman was dressed in pretty much the same way, though her skirt was longer. Rube pushed the speaker button, and we heard the fast rhythmical shuffle of the girl's feet and the thin, ghostly sound of a long-ago orchestra. The music stopped suddenly with an old-fashioned fillip, and the girl stood breathing audibly, smiling at the older woman, who nodded approvingly and said, "Good, that was the aunt's ankles." And on that neat exit line, Rube pushed the speaker button, trying not to smile, and we walked on. There were 3 more rooms, all empty of people, but in the next to last, a dozen dressmakers' dummies stood ranged beside the instructor's desk. On the seat of one of the chairs lay a pile of white cardboard boxes that looked as though they might contain clothes. Again we were walking briskly along skylighted corridors past numbered doors and black and white nameplates. D.W. McElroy, A.N. Burke and Helen Friedman, accounting. N.O. Dempster, file room B. Rube was spoken to by, and he replied to, nearly everyone we passed. The men were more often than not dressed informally, wearing sweaters, sport coats, sports shirts, although some wore suits and ties. The women and girls, some very nice looking, dressed the way they usually do in offices. 2 men in overalls edged past us, pushing a heavy wooden handcart, trundling a motor or piece of machinery of some sort, partly covered by a tarpaulin. Then Rube stopped at a door no different from any of the others, except that it was labeled with only a number, no nameplate. He opened it, gesturing me in first. A man behind a small desk was on his feet before my foot crossed the threshold. It was a bare little anteroom, the desk and chair and nothing else in it. Rube said, "Morning, Fred," and the man said, "Morning, sir." He wore a green nylon zipper jacket, his shirt was open at the neck, and he had no insignia or weapon I could see, but I knew he was a guard. He had the shoulders, chest, neck, and rests of a powerful man, and the only thing he was doing in here was reading a copy of Esquire. Set flush in the wall behind the desk was a steel door. It was knobless, and along one edge were 3 brass keyholes spaced a few inches apart. Rube brought out a key ring, selected a key, then walked around the desk, inserted the key in the topmost lock, and turned it. From his watch pocket he took a single key, pushed it into the middle keyhole, and turned. The guard stood waiting beside him, and now the guard inserted a key in the bottom keyhole, turned it, and pulled the door open with the key. Rube removed his 2 keys and gestured me in through the open door before him. He followed, and the door swung solidly shut behind us. I heard the multiple click of the locks engaging, and we were standing in a space hardly larger than a big closet, dimly lighted by an overhead bulb in a wire cage. Then I saw that we were at the top of a circular metal staircase.
Rube leading the way, we walked down for maybe 10 feet, almost in darkness at first, but descending into light. From the last stair, we stepped onto a metal grill floor. Except for the metal floor, we were in a space very much like the one we had just come from. Along 2 walls ran a narrow unpainted wood shelf. On this lay a dozen pairs of shapeless boots made of inch-thick gray felt. They were awkward-looking things, made to come up over the ankles with buckles like galoshes. Rube said, "They pull over your shoes. Find a pair that fits well enough so they won't drop off." He nodded at a metal door before us. "Once we go in, it has to be quiet, quiet, quiet all the way. No loud or sharp sounds, though we can talk softly. The sound seems to go up." I nodded. My pulse, I knew, wouldn't be normal now.
What in the world were we going to see? We fastened the buckles of our boots. They were clumsy and too warm. Then Rube pushed open the door, a heavy swinging door without knob or lock, and we stepped out, the door swinging shut behind us without a squeak. We were standing on a catwalk, a narrower extension of the metal grill floor on the other side of the door just behind us. Only a waist-high railing of steel rods that seemed too thin to me prevented our falling over the edge. My hand was gripping the top rail far more tightly than necessary, but I couldn't relax it, and I didn't feel like walking on, because the catwalk under our feet was part of a vast spider web of metal grill walks hanging in the air over an enormous block-square 5-story deep well of space. The walks connecting and interconnecting, converging and angling off into the distance. This great lacy web of narrow metal walkways hung from the roof, which was the underside of the office space we'd just left, by finger-thin metal rods. As we stood there, Rube giving me time to accept the necessity of walking out onto the web, I couldn't yet see anything below us except the tops of thick walls which rose up from the floor of the gutted warehouse 5 stories below to within a foot of the underside of the walkways we stood on. These walls, I could see, divided the great block-square space below us into large, irregular-shaped areas. I looked up and saw a mass of air ducts and subduedly humming machinery suspended from the roof. Then I glanced back at Rube. He was smiling at the look of my face. He said, "I know, it's a shock. Just take your time, get used to it. When you're ready, walk on out, anywhere you like." I made myself walk then, maybe 10 feet straight ahead, barely able to resist hanging onto the railings and still unable to look down. For a few feet, the walk led straight out from the door we'd come in through. Then it angled to the right, and I was aware that we passed over the top of a wall that rose from the floor far below, almost to the underside of our walk. As we crossed over this wall, I felt a steady updraft of warmth and heard the hum of exhaust fans overhead. Just below the level of the catwalks, rows of metal piping hung over the wall tops in places. Clamped to them were hundreds of hooded theatrical lights. They seemed to be of every color and shade and of every size. All of them were aimed in groups to converge on specific areas below. I stopped, turned to the side, gripped the railing with both hands, and forced myself to look down. 5 stories below, and on the far side of the area over which we were standing, I saw a small frame house. From this angle, I could see onto the roofed front porch. A man in shirt sleeves sat on the edge of the porch, his feet on the steps. He was smoking a pipe, staring absently out of the brick-paved street before the house. On each side of this house stood portions of 2 other houses. The side walls facing the middle house were complete, including curtains and window shades. So were half of each gable roof and the entire front walls, including porches with worn stair treads. A wicker baby carriage stood on the porch of one of them. But except for the complete house in the middle, these others were only the 2 walls and part of a roof. From here, I could see the pine scaffolding that supported them from behind. In front of all 3 structures were lawns and shade trees. Beyond these were a brick sidewalk and a brick street, iron hitching posts at the curbs. Across the street stood the fronts of half a dozen more houses. On the porch of one lay a battered bicycle. A fringed hammock hung on the porch of another. But these apparent houses were only false fronts, no more than a foot thick. They were built along the area wall behind them, concealing the wall. Leaning on the rail beside me, Rube said, "From where the man on the porch is sitting, and from any window of his house or any place on his lawn, he seems to be in a complete street of small houses.
You can't see it from here, but at the end of the short stretch of actual brick street he is facing now, there is painted and modeled on the area wall, in meticulous dioramic perspective, more of the same street and neighborhood far into the distance. While he was talking, a boy on a bike appeared on the street below us. I didn't see where he'd come from. He wore a white sailor cap, its turned-up brim nearly covered with what looked like colored advertising and campaign buttons, short brown pants that buckled just below the knees, long black stockings, and dirty canvas shoes that came up over the ankles. Hanging from his shoulder by a wide strap was a torn canvas sack filled with folded newspapers. The boy pedaled from one side of the street to the other, steering with one hand, expertly throwing a folded paper up onto each porch. As he approached the complete house, the man on the porch stood up. The boy tossed the paper, the man caught it, and sat down again, unfolding it. The boy threw a paper onto the porch of the false two-walled house next door, which stood on a corner. Then he pedaled around the corner and, out of sight of the man on the porch now, got off his bike and walked it to a door in the area wall, against which the little cross street abruptly ended. He opened the door and wheeled his bike on through it. I couldn't see what lay on the other side of the door, but a man immediately came through it, closing it behind him. Then he walked toward the corner, putting on a hard-top, flat-brimmed straw hat with a black band. His white shirt collar was open, his tie pulled down, and he was carrying his suit coat. From 5 stories above, Rube and I watched him stop just short of the corner, shove his hat to the back of his head, sling his suit coat over one shoulder, and bring a wadded-up handkerchief from his back pocket. Dabbing at his forehead with the handkerchief, he began to walk, and turned the corner to move slowly along the brick sidewalk past the man on the porch, who sat reading his paper. "Listen," said Rube, cupping a hand beside his ear, and I did the same. From far below, but clearly enough, we heard the man on the sidewalk say, "Evening, Mr. McNaughton. Hot enough for you." The man on the porch looked up from his paper. "Oh, hello, Mr. Drexler. Yeah, it's another scorcher. Paper says more the same tomorrow." Still trudging by, a hot, tired man on his way home from work, the man on the sidewalk shook his head ruefully. "Well, it has to end sometime," he said. And the man on the porch nodded, smiling, and said, "Maybe by Christmas." The man on the sidewalk turned, cut across the street at an angle, climbed the steps of one of the false fronts across the street, and opened a screen door. "Edna," he called, "I'm home." The screen door slammed behind him, and we watched him climb down a short ladder, duck under the scaffolding behind, and open a door in the wall. He walked through it, and it swung silently closed behind him. In the false front next to this, a screen door opened, and a woman walked out onto the porch and picked up the folded newspaper. She unfolded it and stood glancing over the front page. She was wearing an unusually long blue-checked house dress, its hem no more than a foot from the ground. At the sound of her opening screen door, the man on the porch across the street had glanced up momentarily, then gone back to his paper. Now, his arms spreading wide, he opened his paper, then folded it back to an inside page. The woman across the street walked back into the false front, carrying her paper. Propped in a curtained window beside her front door was a foot-square blue card printed in block letters, and I leaned forward a little, straining to read it. "It says, 'Ice,'" Rube said. "On each edge is printed 25, 50, 75, or 100.
You set the card in your window so that the number of pounds of ice you want the iceman to deliver when he comes along your street is at the top of the card." I turned to look at Rube's face, but he was watching the scene below, forearms on the guardrail, his hands clasped loosely together. I said, "I don't see a camera, but I assume you're either making or rehearsing some kind of movie down there." I couldn't help sounding a little bit irritated. "No," said Rube. "The man on the porch is actually living in that house. It's complete inside, and a middle-aged woman comes in to cook and clean for him. Groceries are delivered every day in a light horse-drawn wagon labeled Henry Dortmund Fancy Groceries. Twice a day, a mailman in a gray uniform delivers mail, mostly ads. The man is waiting to hear whether he's been hired for any of several jobs he's applied for in the town. Presently, he'll hear that he's been accepted for one of these jobs. At that point, his habits will change. He'll begin going out into the town, to work." Rube glanced at me, then resumed his contemplation of the scene below. Meanwhile, he putters around the house, waters his lawn, reads, passes the time of day with neighbors, smokes Lucky Strike cigarettes from green packages. Sometimes he listens to the radio, although in this weather there's lots of static. Friends visit him occasionally. Right now, he's reading a freshly printed copy, done an hour ago, of the town newspaper for September 3rd, 1926. He's tired. It's been over 100 down there in the afternoons for the last 3 days, and in the high 80s even at night. A real Indian summer heat wave with no air conditioning. And if he looked up here right now, all he'd see is a hot blue sky. Keeping my voice patient, I said, "You mean they're following some sort of script?" "No, there's no script. He does as he pleases, and the people he sees act and speak according to the circumstances." "Are you telling me that he actually believes he's in a town in—" "No, not that either. He knows where he is, all right. He knows he's in a New York storage warehouse, in a kind of stage setting. He's been careful never to walk around the corner and look, but he knows that the street ends there, out of his sight. He knows that the long stretch of street he sees at the other end is actually a painted perspective. And while no one has told him so, I'm sure he understands that the houses across the street are probably only false fronts." Rube stood upright, turning from the railing to face me. "Cy, all I can tell you right now is that he's doing his very best to feel that he's really and truly sitting there on the porch on a late summer afternoon, reading what Calvin Coolidge had to say this morning, if anything." "Is there actually a town and a street like this?" "Oh yes, a street with houses, trees, and lawns precisely like that, right down to the last blade of grass and the wicker baby carriage on the porch. You've seen an aerial shot of it. It's called Winfield, Vermont." Rube grinned at me. "Don't get mad," he said gently. "You have to see it before you can understand it." We walked on, high up on the spider web under the humming machinery and just above the hundreds and hundreds of lights. We crossed directly over the house with the man on the porch, and it was strange to think that if he should look up here from his paper, he wouldn't see us, but only an apparent sky. He didn't look, though, just continued reading his paper until the eave of his porch roof cut him from view. Angling to the left onto another length of catwalk, we passed over a wall and the area was gone from sight. It was instantly cooler, with a hint of dampness and a feel of rain, and we stopped to stare down. Far below lay a section of prairie, and through it ran a tiny stream. On the other side of the area from where we stood grew a scattering of thin white-trunked birch trees. These were stragglers at the edge of a much thicker woods which stretched up and over the crest of a rise. Most of the woods, I realized now, was painted on a wall, but it looked very real. Almost directly under our feet stood 3 teepees made of hide and daubed with faded circles, jagged lines, and stick-like figures of men and animals. A thin smoke drifted from the open top of each teepee. Before one of them, a puppy lay tethered to a peg. He was worrying something held between his paws. As we stared, some of the lights aimed into the area went off, one by one. We could just hear the clicks, and the triangular shadows of the tents slowly deepened on the grass of the prairie, and now we could see an occasional spark in the trickles of rising smoke. "I love this one," Rube murmured. "Montana, about 60 miles from where Billings now stands. There are 8 people, men and women, in those teepees, all of them full-blooded Crow Indians. Come on." In our felt boots, moving almost soundlessly on the narrow metal grill, we walked on across space, again crossing over a wall. We stopped high above a triangular-shaped area and stood directly over its shortest side, facing ahead toward its farthest point. A white stone building rose from the floor almost to our feet. Again, it wasn't what it seemed from its front and one side. There were only 2 walls supported at their backs by iron pipe scaffolding. Extending outward from the base of these walls lay a rough stone pavement. Between the cracks of the pavement, 4 men in overalls were planting narrow strips of sod and little clumps of weeds which they took from baskets. The rough slab paving ended in a short grassy slope, which led down to what seemed to be an actual river. Water flowed there, brown and sluggish, moving along one side of the triangular area toward its point, off ahead. Something about this pseudo-building of white stone, which ended only a yard or 2 under our feet, was becoming familiar, and I walked on along the catwalk to where I could get a better view of its front. The side wall along which I walked was flying buttresses, and then I saw that the front rose into twin square towers. From the sides of the towers projected carved stone figures. One was nearly close enough to reach down and touch. The figures were winged gargoyles, and the buttressed wall and twin towers were those of a cathedral. This was Notre Dame of Paris. Now I recognized it from movies and photographs. Watching my face, Rube saw that I understood what we were seeing, and now he pointed across the river. I saw winding dirt roads trailing off into the distances of the other side. A few score of low wooden or stone structures. Most of the area was farmland or woods.
Medieval Paris in the spring of 1451, Rube smiled. It will be, that is, if we ever get the very thing finished. His arm lifted, his forefinger pointing again, and now, across the river and far ahead, I saw a man in tan cotton pants and blue work shirt streaked with paint, a giant standing before houses and trees that reached no higher than his knees. A palette lay on his left forearm, and he was carefully painting in an extension of the forest drawn in charcoal on the area wall on the other side of the brown, slow-flowing Seine. "A lot more work to be done here," said Rube. "Every stone of the cathedral to be aged with acid washes and stain. After all, in 1451 it was already several centuries old. In a sense, this is our most ambitious project, but I doubt if even Danziger really thinks it can work. Ready? Let's move on." Without stopping, we walked over an empty area roughly rectangular in shape, one end a little wider than the other. Far below, two men on hands and knees were marking off the area with strips of cloth tape and with colored chalk. "I don't quite remember what's going in here," Rube said, "but I think it will be a field hospital of the AEF near Vimy Ridge, France, 1918. We looked down at a section of a snow-covered North Dakota farm in the dead of winter of 1924.
The air over it was sharply cold. Within half a minute we were shivering. We stood over a Denver street corner of 1901. It included a cobbled street with streetcar tracks and a little grocery store with a tattered awning, into which two overalled men were wheeling supplies. Leaning on the rail beside me, Rube murmured, "Reconstructed from 70-odd photographs and snapshots, including one magnificently clear stereoscope view. Together with Lord knows how many present-day, on-the-site measurements. We're not finished yet. They're stocking the store now. Everything absolutely authentic to the time. When it's done, it'll be the way it was. You can be certain of that." He glanced at his watch. "There are a few others, but it's time to meet Danziger now." We turned to walk back, Rube just behind me. "And our New York site doesn't need to be duplicated. We'll catch that after lunch. You hungry? Confused? Tired and irritable?" I said, "Yeah, and my feet hurt." We ate in a small cafeteria on the 6th floor, a windowless fluorescent-lighted room tiled in pale blue and yellow and not very much larger than a big living room. Danziger was already waiting, seated alone at a table. As we picked up trays, he waved to us. On the table before him stood a piece of apple pie and a bowl of soup covered with a saucer to keep it warm. Rube and I slid our trays along the chromed rails. I took a glass of iced tea and a ham and cheese sandwich from a stack of them already made up and wrapped. Rube had Swiss steak and mixed vegetables, served up by a nice-looking girl. There was no cashier at the end of the rails, no charge, and Rube picked up his tray, said he'd see me later, and walked over to join a man and a woman just starting to eat. I carried my tray to Dr. Danziger's table, looking the place over as I walked. There were only 7 or 8 people besides us, with room for about a dozen more. And as I stood unloading my tray after speaking to Danziger, he guessed what I was thinking and smiled. He said, "Yes, it's a small project, maybe the smallest of any importance in the history of modern government, a pleasing thought. We have only about 50 people who are fully involved. Eventually you'll meet most of them. We can and do occasionally draw on the services and resources of various government branches, but we do it in a way that doesn't suggest what we're up to or arouse questions." He lifted the saucer from his bowl of soup. "No chocolate pie today, very it." He picked up his spoon and sat watching me unwrap the sandwich I didn't really want. I was too tense to feel like eating. I'd have liked to drink. He said, "We maintain secrecy not by stamping things classified and wearing lapel badges, but through inconspicuousness. The president, of course, knows what we're doing, though I'm not sure he thinks we do, or that he even remembers us. Unavoidably, we're known to at least 2 cabinet members, several members of the Senate, the House, the Pentagon. I could wish that somehow even that weren't necessary, but of course they're the people who get us our funds. Actually, I can't complain. I make my reports, they're accepted, and they haven't really bothered us." I made some sort of reply. The couple eating with Rube across the room were the girl I'd seen practicing the Charleston and a young guy about the same age. Danziger saw me looking at them and said, "2 more of the lucky ones, Ursula Donka and Franklin Miller. She was a high school mathematics teacher in Eagle River, Wisconsin. He managed a Safeway store in Bakersfield, California. She's for the North Dakota farm, he's for Vimy Ridge. You probably saw him bayonet practicing this morning.
I'll introduce you next time, but right now, how much do you know about Albert Einstein? Well, he wore a button sweater, had bushy hair, and was terrible at arithmetic. Very good. There are only a few other things to say after that. Did you know that years ago, Einstein theorized that light has weight? Now that's about as silly a notion as a man could have formed. Not another human being in the world thought that or ever had. It contradicts every feeling we have about light. Danziger sat watching me for a moment. I was interested and tried to look it. But there was a way to test that theory. During eclipses of the sun, astronomers began observing that light passing it bent in toward it, pulled by the sun's gravity, you see. Inescapably, that meant that light has weight. Albert Einstein was right, and he was off and running. Danziger stopped for several spoonfuls of soup. My sandwich I'd found was pretty good. Plenty of butter, and the cheese actually had some taste. I was hungry now. Danziger put down his spoon, touched his mouth with his napkin, and said, "Time passed." That astonishing mind continued to work. And Einstein announced that E equals mc squared. And God forgive us, 2 Japanese cities disappeared in the blink of an eye and proved he was right again. I could go on. The list of Einstein's discoveries is a considerable one, but I'll skip to this. Presently he said that our ideas about time are largely mistaken, and I don't doubt for an instant that he was right once more. Because one of his final contributions, not too long before he died, was to prove that all his theories are unified. They're not separate but interconnected, each depending upon and confirming the others. They largely explain how the universe works, and it doesn't work as we'd thought. He began peeling the red cellophane strip from the little package of crackers that came with his soup, looking at me, waiting. I said, "I've read a little on what he said about time, but I can't say I really know what he meant." He meant that we're mistaken in our conception of what the past, present, and future really are. We think the past is gone, the future hasn't yet happened, and that only the present exists, because the present is all we can see. Well, if you pinned me down, I'd have to admit that that's how it seems to me. He smiled. Of course, to me too. It's only natural. As Einstein himself pointed out. He said we're like people in a boat without oars, drifting along a winding river. Around us we see only the present. We can't see the past, back in the bends and curves behind us, but it's there. Did he mean that literally, though, or did he mean... He always meant exactly what he said. When he said light has weight, he meant that the sunlight lying on a field of wheat actually weighs several tons. And now we know it, it's been measured, that it really does. He meant that the tremendous energy theoretically binding atoms together could really be released in one unimaginable burst. As it really can, a fact that has changed the course of the human race. He also meant precisely what he said about time, that the past, back there around the curves and bends, really exists. It is actually there. For maybe a dozen seconds, Danziger was silent, his fingers playing with the little red cellophane strip. Then he looked up and said simply, "I am a theoretical physicist on leave here from Harvard University, and my own tiny extension of Einstein's giant theory is that a man ought somehow to be able to step out of that boat onto the shore and walk back to one of the bends behind us." I was struggling to keep a thought from showing in my eyes that this might be an intelligently, plausibly, mildly deluded old man who'd persuaded a lot of people in New York and Washington to join him in constructing a warehouse full of fantasies. Could it possibly be that I was the only one who'd guessed? Maybe not. This morning Rossoff had made a joke, an uneasy one, about my joining a booby hatch. I nodded thoughtfully. Walk back how? Danziger had a little soup left, and now he finished it, tipping his bowl to get the last of it, and I finished my sandwich.
Then he raised his head, his eyes looked directly into mine, and I looked back into his, and knew that Danziger wasn't crazy. He was eccentric, very possibly mistaken, but he was sane, and I was suddenly glad I was here. He said, "What day is this?" "Thursday." "What date?" "The 26th, isn't it?" "You tell me." "The 26th. What month?" "November." "And year?" I told him. I was smiling a little now. "How do you know?" Waiting for a reply to form itself in my mind, I sat staring across the table at Danziger's intent, bald-headed face. Then I shrugged. "I don't know what you want me to say." "Then I'll answer for you. You know the year, the day, and the month for literally millions of reasons, because the blanket you woke up under this morning may have been at least partly synthetic, because there is probably a box in your apartment with a switch. Turn that switch, and the faces of living human beings will appear on a glass screen in the face of that box and speak nonsense to you. Because red and green lights signaled when you might cross a street on your way here this morning, and because the soles of the shoes you walked in are a synthetic that will outlast leather. Because the fire engine that passed you sounded a hooter, not a siren. Because the teenage children you saw were dressed as they were, and because the Negro you walked by eyed you warily, as you did him, each of you trying to conceal it. Because the front page of the Times looked precisely as it did this morning, and as it never will again or ever has before. And because millions and millions and millions of still other such facts will confront you all day long. Most of them are possible only in this century, many only in the latter half of it. Some are possible only this decade, some only this year, others only this month, and a few only on this particular day. Cy, you are surrounded by literally countless facts that bind you to this century. Year, month, day, and moment, like 10 billion invisible threads. He picked up his fork to cut into his pie, but instead he raised it to touch his forehead with the handle. And in here there are millions more of those invisible threads. Your knowledge, for example, of who is president at this moment of history. That Frank Sinatra could now be a grandfather. That buffalo no longer roam the prairie, and that Kaiser Wilhelm isn't generally considered too much of a threat anymore. That our coins are now made of copper, not silver. That Ernest Hemingway is dead. Everything is turning to plastic, and that things don't go one bit better with Coke. The list is endless, all of it a part of your own consciousness and of the common consciousness. And it binds you as it binds us all to the day and to the very moment when precisely that list and only that list is possible. You never escape it, and I'll show you why. Danziger crushed his paper napkin and set it on the edge of his plate. Finished? Want anything more? No, that was fine, thank you. Pretty frugal lunch, but good for you, so they say. Let's go up on the roof. I'll take my pie along. Outside, at the end of a short corridor, we climbed an enclosed flight of concrete fire stairs to a door that opened onto the roof. The morning rain had stopped, the sky was nearly clear again except for horizon clouds, and several girls and men were sitting out there in canvas chairs, their faces lifted to the sun. At the sound of our feet on the gravel as we stepped out onto the roof, they turned and spoke, and Danziger smiled and flicked his hand in a wave. The rooftop was immense, a city-block square of tar and gravel, ordinary enough except for scores of new skylights set into it, and a forest of stacks and vents. Ducking under rusting guy wires attached to the taller stacks, walking around an occasional puddle, we crossed to a glob of noon shade around the base of the wooden water tower. Danziger cut into his pie, and I stood looking around. Far to the south and east, I could see the outsized bulk of the Pan Am building overshadowing and dwarfing the entire area around Grand Central Station. Beyond it, I saw the dull gray tip of the Chrysler Building, and to the right of that and farther south, the Empire State Building. After that, there was only a nearly solid wall of mist, already stained yellow with industrial smoke. To the west, only a block or so away, lay the Hudson River, looking like the opaque gray sewer that it is. On its other shore rose the cliffs of New Jersey. To the east, I saw a between-building sliver of Central Park. Danziger gestured at the invisible horizons with his fork and said, "There lies what? New York and the world beyond it? Yes, you can say that, of course, the New York and world of the moment. But you can equally well say that there lies November 26th. Out there lies the day you walked through this morning. It is filled with the inescapable facts that make it today. It will be almost identical tomorrow, very likely, but not quite. In some households, things will have worn out, used today for the last time. An old dish will have finally broken, a hair or two come out gray at the roots, the first fleck of a new illness begun. Some people alive today will be dead. Some scattered buildings will be a little closer to completion, or destruction. And what will lie out there then, equally inescapably, will be a little different New York and world, and therefore a little different day. Danziger began walking forward toward an edge of the roof, cutting off a bite of pie as he walked.
Pretty good pie. You should have had some. I made certain we got a very good cook. It was nice up here. As we walked, the sun, deflected up from the rooftop, felt good on the face. We stopped at the edge of the roof and leaned on the waist-high extension of the building, and again Danziger gestured at the city. The degree of change each day is usually too slight to perceive much difference, yet those tiny daily changes have brought us from a time when what you'd have seen down there instead of traffic lights and hooting fire engines was farmland, treetops and streams, cows at pasture, men in tri-cornered hats, and British sailing ships anchored in a clear-running, tree-shaded East River. It was out there once, Si. Can you see it? I tried. I stared out at the uncountable thousands of windows in the sooty sides of hundreds of buildings, and down at the streets nearly solid with car tops. I tried to turn it back into a rural scene, imagining a man down there with buckles on his shoes and wearing a pigtailed white wig, walking along a dusty country road called the Broadway. It was impossible. Can't do it, can you? Of course not. You can see yesterday, most of it is still left. And there's plenty of 1965, 62, 58. There's even a good deal left of 1900. And in spite of all the indistinguishable glass boxes and of monstrosities like the Pan Am building and other crimes against nature and the people, he waggled a hand before his face as though erasing them from sight. There are fragments of still earlier days. Single buildings, sometimes several together, and once you get away from Midtown, there are entire city blocks that have been where they still stand for 50, 70, even 80 and 90 years. There are scattered places a century or more old, and a very few which actually knew the presence of Washington. Rube was up here now, I saw, wearing a felt hat and a light tote coat, deferentially waiting a few token paces out of earshot. Those places are fragments still remaining, Si, Danziger's fork swept the horizon once more, of days which once lay out there as real as the day lying out there now, still surviving fragments of a clear April morning of 1871, a gray winter afternoon of 1840, a rainy dawn of 1793. He glanced at Rube from the corner of his eye, then looked back to me. One of those survivals, in my opinion, is close to being a kind of miracle.
Have you ever seen the Dakota? The what? He nodded. If you'd ever seen it, you'd remember that name. Rube! Rube stepped smartly forward, the alert lieutenant responding to the colonel's call. Show Si the Dakota, will you please? Outside the big warehouse, Rube and I walked east to Central Park. I'd picked up my hat and coat in the little ground-level office. In the park, we turned onto West Drive, which is the street just inside the western boundary of the park. We walked along under the trees. A few still had their leaves, clean and greener now after the morning's rain, and Rube said, looking around us, "This park itself is something of a miracle of survival, too. Right here in the heart of what must be the world's most changeable city are not just acres, but several square miles that have been preserved practically unchanged for decades. Lay a Central Park map of the early 1880s beside a map of today, and there on both maps are all the old names and places. The reservoir, the lake, North Meadow, the green, the pool, Harlem Mere, the obelisk. We've photocopied some of the old maps to precisely the size of a modern one, then superimposed one over the other between glass sheets and shot a good strong light through them. Allowing for small mapmakers' errors, they've coincided, the sizes and shapes of the things in the park unchanged through the years. Si, the very curve of this road and nearly all the roads and even the footpaths are unaltered." I didn't doubt it. Off to our left, the low boundary wall of the park was not quick-poured concrete, but old, carefully mortised cutstone. And the very look of the park, of its bridges and even its trees, is old. Details are changed, of course, Rube was saying. The kinds of benches, trash baskets, and painted signs, the way the paths and roads are surfaced. But the old photographs all show that, except for automobiles on the roadways, there is no difference you can see from, say, 6 or 7 stories up. Rube must have timed what he was saying, or maybe it was past experience at this, because now, as we passed under a final tree beside the walk, rounding the curve that led off the West Drive and onto the 72nd Street exit from the park, he lifted an arm to point ahead. As we walked out from under the branches of the tree, he said, "From an upper apartment of that building, for example," and then I saw it and stopped dead in my tracks. There across the street, just outside the park, stood a tall block-wide structure utterly unlike any I'd ever before seen in all New York. One look and you knew it was what Danziger had said, a magnificent survival of another time. I later came back, it was after a snowfall, as you can see, and took photographs of the building, a whole roll of them, the super even taking me up to the roof. The one at the top of the next page I took from where Rube and I stood. The building you see there is pale yellow brick, handsomely trimmed in chocolate-colored stone, and as one of my later shots shows, each of its 8 stories is just twice as high as the stories of the modern apartment house beside it. It's a wonderful sight, and the roof almost instantly pulled my eyes up. It was like a miniature town up there, of gables, turrets, pyramids, towers, peaks. From roof edge to highest peak, it must have been 40 feet tall. Acres of slanted surfaces shingled in slate, trimmed with age-greened copper, and peppered with uncountable windows, dormer and flush, square, round and rectangular, big and small, wide and as narrow as archer slits. As the shot that I took on the roof shows, at the bottom of the previous page, it rose into flagpoles and ornamental stone spires. It flattened out into promenades rimmed with lacy wrought iron fences, and everywhere it sprouted huge fireplace chimneys. All I could do was turn to Rube, shaking my head and grinning with pleasure. He was grinning too, as proud as though he'd built the place. That's the way they did things in the 80s, Sonny. Some of those apartments have 17 rooms, and I mean big ones. You can actually lose your way in an apartment like that. At least one of them includes a morning room, reception room, several kitchens, I don't know how many bathrooms, and a private ballroom. The walls are 15 niches thick. The place is a fortress. Take your time and look it over. It's worth it. It was. I stood staring up at it, finding more things to be delighted with. Handsome balconies of carved stone under some of the big old windows. A wrought iron balcony running clear around the 7th story. Rounded columns of bay windows rising up the building's side into rooftop cupolas. Rube said, "Plenty of light in those apartments. The building's a hollow square around a courtyard with a couple of spectacular big bronze fountains." Well, it's great, absolutely great. I was laughing, shaking my head helplessly. It was such a fine old place. What is it? How come it's still there? It's the Dakota, built in the early 80s when this was practically out of town. People said it was so far from anything it might as well be in the Dakotas, so that's what it was called. That's the story anyway. I know you won't be astonished to learn that a group of progress-minded citizens was all hot to tear it down a few years ago and replace it with one more nice new monster of far more apartments in the same space, low ceilings, thin walls, no ballrooms or butler's pantries, but plenty of profit you can very well believe for the owners. For once, the tenants had money and could fight back. A good many rich celebrities live there. They got together, bought it, and now the Dakota seems safe, unless it's condemned to make room for a crosstown freeway right through Central Park. Can we get in and look around? We don't have time today. I looked up at the building again. Must get a great view of the park from this side. You sure do. Rube seemed uninterested suddenly, glancing at his watch, and we turned to walk back along West Drive. Presently we walked out of the park. Ahead to the west I could see the immense warehouse again and read the faded lettering just under its roofline. B.E.K.I. Brothers, Moving, Storage, 555-881. If I'd expected Danziger's office, as I think I did, to be luxurious and impressive, I was wrong. Just outside it, the black and white plastic nameplate beside the door merely said, E. E. Danziger. No title. Rube knocked, Danziger yelled to come in, Rube opened the door, gestured me in, and turned away, murmuring that he'd see me later. Seated behind his desk, Danziger was on the phone, and he gestured me to a chair beside the desk. I sat down, I'd left my hat and coat downstairs again, and looked around as well as I could without seeming too curious. It was just an office, smaller than Rosso's, and a lot more bare. It looked unfinished, really. The office of a man who had to have one but wasn't interested in it, and who spent most of his time outside it. The outer wall was simply the old brick of the warehouse,
covered by a long pleated drape which didn't extend quite far enough to cover it completely. There was a standard brand carpet, a small hanging bookshelf on one wall. On another wall, a photograph of a woman with her hair in a style of the 30s. On a third wall, a huge aerial photograph of Winfield, Vermont, this view different from the one I'd seen earlier. Danziger's desk was straight from the stock of an office supply store, and so were the two leather-padded metal chairs for visitors. On the floor in a corner stood a cardboard Does carton filled to overflowing with a stack of mimeographed papers. On a table against the far wall, something bulky lay covered by a rubberized sheet. Danziger finished his phone conversation. It had been something or other about authorizing someone to sign vouchers.
He opened his top desk drawer, took out a cigar, peeled off the cellophane, then cut the cigar exactly in half with a pair of big desk scissors and offered one of the halves to me. I shook my head, and he put it back in the drawer, then put the other half in his mouth, unlighted. "You liked the Dakota," he said. "It wasn't a question, but a statement of fact." I nodded, smiling, and Danziger smiled too. He said, "There are other, essentially unchanged buildings in New York, some of them equally fine and a lot older. Yet the Dakota is unique. You know why?" I shook my head. "Suppose you were to stand at a window of one of the upper apartments you just saw, and look down into the park, say at dawn, when very often no cars are to be seen. All around you is a building unchanged from the day it was built, including the room you stand in, and very possibly even the glass pane you look through. And this is what's unique in New York. Everything you see outside the window is also unchanged." He was leaning over the desktop staring at me, motionless, except for the half cigar which rolled slowly from one side of his mouth to the other. "Listen," he said fiercely. "The real estate firm that first managed the Dakota is still in business, and we've microfilmed their early records. We know exactly when all the apartments facing the park have stood empty and for how long." He sat back. "Picture one of those upper apartments standing empty for 2 months in the summer of 1894, as it did. Picture our arranging, as we are, to sublet that very apartment for those identical months during the coming summer. And now understand me. If Albert Einstein is right once again, as he is, then hard as it may be to comprehend, the summer of 1894 still exists. That silent, empty apartment exists back in that summer precisely as it exists in the summer that is coming. Unaltered and unchanged, identical in each and existing in each. I believe it may be possible this summer, just barely possible, you understand, for a man to walk out of that unchanged apartment and into that other summer." He sat back in his chair, his eyes on mine, the cigar bobbing slightly as he chewed it. After a long moment, I said, "Just like that?" "Oh, no," he shot forward again, leaning across the desk toward me. "Not just like that by a long shot," he said, and suddenly smiled at me. "The uncountable millions of invisible threads that exist in here, Cy," he touched his forehead, "would bind him to this summer, no matter how unaltered the apartment around him." He sat back in his chair, looking at me, still smiling a little. Then he said very softly and matter-of-factly, "But I would say this project began, Cy, on the clay. It occurred to me that just possibly there is a way to dissolve those threads." I understood. I knew the purpose of the project. I'd understood it for some time, of course, but now it had been put into words. For several seconds I sat nodding slowly, Danziger waiting for me to say something. Finally I did. "Why? Why do you want to?" He slouched back in his chair, one long arm hooked over its back, and shrugged a shoulder. "Why did the Wrights want to build an airplane? To create jobs for stewardesses? Or give us a way to bomb Vietnam? No, I think all they really had in mind was to see if they could. I think it's why the Ruski scientists shot the first satellite into orbit, no matter what supposed purposes they advanced. For no other real reason than to see if they could. Like kids blasting a firecracker under a tin can to see if it'll really go up. And I think it was reason enough, for their scientists and ours.
Impressive purposes were invented later to justify the horrible expense of these toys, but the first tries were just for the fun of it, boy, and that's our reason too. It was okay with me. I said, fine, but why Winfield, Vermont in 1926? Or Paris of 1451? Or the Dakota Apartments in 1894? The places aren't important to us. He took the half cigar from his mouth, looked at it distastefully, and put it back. And neither are the times. They're nothing but targets of opportunity. We're not especially interested in the Crow Indians of 1850 or any other time. But, as it happens, there are some thousands of federally owned acres of Montana land still virtually untouched, unchanged from the 1850s. For 4 or 5 days at most, the Department of Agriculture will undertake to close the road through it, no cars or Greyhound buses, and to keep the jets out. They can also provide a herd of approximately 1,000 buffalo. If we could have the area for a month, we wouldn't need the simulation down on the big floor. As it is, our man will get used to it here and, we hope, be ready to make the most of the few days we'll have in the real location. As for Winfield, he nodded toward the wall photograph, it's just a very small town in an area of played-out farmland, virtually abandoned when we got it. For 40 years the town was slowly dying, gradually losing population. For the last 30 of those years, hardly anyone wasted money modernizing and trying to fight the inevitable. It's an old story in parts of New England. The ghost towns aren't all in the West. This one was more isolated than most, so we bought it through another agency simply as a target of opportunity, supposedly to build a dam on its site. Danziger grinned. We've closed off the road into it, and now we're restoring it. Gosh, it's fun. The reverse, for a change, of running a freeway through the heart of a fine old town or replacing a lovely old place with a windowless monstrosity. It would drive the destroyer mentalities insane with frustration, but our people are having a wonderful time. He sat smiling like a sailor talking about his all-time best shore leave. They're ripping out all the neon, they'll tear out every dial phone, unscrew every frosted light bulb. We've carted out most of the electrical appliances already, power lawnmowers and the like. We're removing every scrap of plastic, restoring the buildings, and tearing down the few new ones. We're even removing the paving from certain streets, turning them back into lovely dirt roads. When we're finished, the bakery will be ready with string and white paper to wrap fresh-baked bread in. There'll be little water sprays in Gillardi's store to keep the fresh vegetables cool. The fire engine will be horse-drawn, all automobiles the right kind, and the newspaper will begin turning out daily duplicates of those it published in 1926. We're working from an extensive study and collation of photographs and town records, and when we're finished, I think forgotten little Winfield will once more be the way it was in 1926. Now what do you think of that? I was smiling with him. Sounds impressive. And expensive. Not at all, Danziger shook his head firmly. It will cost, all told, only a little over $3 million, less than the cost of 2 hours of war, and a better buy. All this for the benefit of one man. You saw him this morning out on the big floor. The man on the porch of the little frame house? Yes, it's a duplicate of one in Winfield. In it, as well as he can, John is doing his level best to work himself into the mood of living in Winfield, Vermont in the year 1926. Then, when he's ready, and when we are, for about 10 days, the longest period that is practical, some 200 actors and extras will begin walking the restored streets of Winfield, driving the old cars, sitting out on the porches if it's warm enough. They'll be told it has to do with an experimental movie technique, hidden cameras catching their impromptu but authentic actions, which must be maintained at all times when outdoors. Among the 200, all those having actual dealings with John, will be some 20-odd people from the project.
We hope John will be mentally ready to make the most of those brief 10 days. Chewing his cigar stump, the old man sat staring across his office at the huge photograph on the wall. Then he looked at me again. And that's the purpose of all our constructions down on the big floor. They're preparatory, temporary substitutes for the real sites because they're either not available yet or not available for a long enough time. There aren't many thousand-year-old buildings anywhere, for example, but one of them is Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. The actual site will be given to us for less than 5 hours, between midnight and dawn of one night only. Electricity and gas to be turned off on the Ile de Cité and along the right and left banks within eye range of the cathedral. And we'll be allowed to stage set the immediate area. It's the best we could arrange through the State Department with the French government. They think it's being done for a movie. We even prepared a full shooting script to show them. Realistically bad, which I expect convinced them. No one in the project has a great deal of hope for this particular attempt. There will be only a matter of hours in which to make it, not nearly enough, I'm afraid. And it's reaching a long way back. Could anyone really achieve a sense of what it was like? I must doubt it, but still, I have hope. We do the best we can, that's all, with the sites we discover. Danziger stood, and beckoning me to follow, he walked to the covered table. And now, except for countless details, you know what this project is. I've saved the best for last, your assignment. He pulled the dust cover from the table and exposed a model, three-dimensional and beautifully made. From a body of white-capped green water, a wooded island rose to a peak. Facing the island across a strait, a slanted cliff rose from a boulder-strewn beach. Above the rock face of the cliff grew timber, and among the trees stood a white house with a railed veranda. We're building this down on the big floor. Danziger touched the peak of the wooded island. This is Angel Island in San Francisco Bay. It is state and federally owned. Except for a long-abandoned immigration station and an abandoned Nike site, both hidden by trees, the island looks now as it looked at the turn of the century, when this house, he touched its tiny roof, was new. It was the first house built here, and it took the best view nearest the water. The actual house still exists, and, except from its rear windows, you can't see the newer houses around it. And Angel Island blocks off the bay bridges. So, the site is as it was, except for modern shipping and powerboats passing through the strait. For 2 full days and 3 nights, we can have the strait as it was, including 2 cargo sailing ships and some smaller ones. Danziger smiled at me and put a big, heavy hand on my shoulder. San Francisco has always been a charming place to visit, but they say the city that was lost in the earthquake and fire of 1906 was particularly lovely, nothing like it on Earth anymore. And that, San Francisco in 1901, is your assignment. No one likes anticlimax. There was a kind of innocent drama about this moment that I liked, and I hated to spoil it. But I had to, and I shook my head, frowning. No, if I have a choice, Dr. Danziger, then not San Francisco. I want to be the man who tries in New York. New York? He moved one shoulder in a puzzled shrug. Well, I wouldn't myself, but if you like, you may. I thought I was offering you something exceptional, but... I had to interrupt, embarrassed. I'm sorry, Dr. Danziger, but I don't mean the New York of 1894. He wasn't smiling now. He stood staring intently into my eyes, wondering if he hadn't made a big mistake about me. Oh, he said softly. When? In January, I don't remember the date, but I'll find out, of the year 1882. Before I'd even finished, he was shaking his head no. Why? I felt foolish saying it. To watch a man mail a letter. Just watch? That's all? He said curiously, and I nodded. He turned abruptly, walked to the side of his desk, picked up the phone, dialed 2 digits, and stood waiting. Fran, check our records on the Dakota, they're on film, for Parkside vacancies in January 1882. We waited. I put in the time studying the model on the table, walking around it, stooping to squint across it. Then Danziger picked up a pen, scribbled rapidly on a scratch pad, said, "Thank you, Fran," and hung up. He ripped the sheet from the pad, turned to me, and his voice was disappointed. "I'm sorry to say there are 2 vacancies in January of 1882. One on the 2nd floor, which is no good, but the other is on the 7th floor and runs for the entire month.
from the first of the year on into February. Frankly, I'd hoped there would be none, and that your purpose would therefore be impossible, ending the matter. See, there can be no private purposes in this project. This is a deadly serious venture, and that's not what it's for. So maybe you'd better tell me what you have in mind. I want to, but I don't want to just tell you, sir. I want to show you. In the morning, because if you actually see what I'm talking about, I think you may agree. I don't think so. He was shaking his head again, but once more now his eyes were friendly. By all means show me, though, in the morning if you like. Go on home now, see, it's been quite a day. About 3 months or so after I met Catherine Mancuso, I brought her home one night. I don't remember now where we'd gone. We'd been out in the MG, and I bumped it up over the curb, parked it in its slot between her store and the next building, and we crawled out over the back end. Up in her apartment over the store, Kate put water on for tea. All this was about as usual, yet I think we both knew, even while taking our coats off, that in some mysterious way tonight, mysterious because the evening until now hadn't seemed any different from a lot of others, we'd crossed some sort of invisible line, and that our relationship was no longer tentative, but was headed somewhere. Because Katie began telling me all about herself. She carried in our tea, a full cup on its saucer in each hand. I knew she'd added sugar to mine in the kitchen, handed me mine, sat down beside me on the Chesterfield, and began talking as though we'd both understood she was going to, as I guess we did. Most of what she told me that night is of no importance to this, but after a while she said, "You know I'm an orphan?" I nodded. She'd told me that much long since. When Kate was 2, her parents took a weekend trip, and as usual, left her with Ira and Belle Carmody next door. This was in Westchester. They were much older than the Mancusos, but good friends, childless, crazy about Kate. Her parents were killed driving home. In the days that followed, the Carmodys kept Kate with them, and when it turned out there were no relatives to take her, except a cousin of her mother's in another state who had never seen her, the Carmodys legally adopted Kate, the cousin glad to agree. They raised her, and of course to Katie they were her parents. She didn't remember her own. I nodded. Yes, I knew she was an orphan. And Kate got up, went to her bedroom, and came back with an accordion folder, the kind made out of shiny red cardboard that ties with an attached red cord. She opened it on her lap, found the right compartment, reached in, and, we're all actors by instinct, hams from birth, she didn't withdraw her hand, but sat talking, letting my curiosity build. She said, "Ira's father was Andrew Carmody, a fairly well-known financier and political figure of 19th century New York, though not one of the really famous ones. Later on, he seemed to lose his money-making ability, and whatever fortune he had along with it."
His chief claim to fame was that he was some sort of advisor to President Grover Cleveland during Cleveland's second term in the 90s, which is when Ira was born. I nodded and, just for something to say, said, "What did he advise him about?" Kate smiled. "I don't know. Nothing much, I imagine. As an historical figure, he was pretty minor. Ira used to say that in a very complete history of Cleveland's second administration, his father would probably rate one small footnote. But he was important to Ira, because when Ira was small, I don't know how old, his father killed himself. And for the rest of Ira's life, I don't think his father was ever very far from his mind." Kate brought her hand out from the folder. She was holding a square little black and white snapshot. Andrew Carmody was broke, the last of his money finally gone, and in 1898 he and his wife moved to Montana, a little town called Gillis. Years later, in the 30s, long after Ira was grown and had left Gillis, he drove back there, halfway across the country, just to make sure he was right and that his father's grave was really the way he remembered it as a child. It was exactly. Kate handed me the little photograph. "That's the picture Ira took that summer. That's his father's gravestone. I suppose it's still there. Someday I'd like to go see." I couldn't make out what I was looking at, staring at the glossy little snapshot on my palm. Then I recognized the shape. It was the kind of gravestone cartoonists draw, the old-fashioned straight-sided slab with the top rounded into a perfect half-circle. This one seemed to stand no more than 1.5 feet or so above ground. It was much shorter than most, and was no longer perfectly upright, but canted to the left. It was sharp and clear. He'd taken this when the light was just right. There stood the stone at the head of a sparsely grassed grave, several gone to seed dandelions plainly visible. It was an old grave, the mound shallow, almost level again with the surrounding earth. Then I realized with a small sense of shock that the markings on the stone weren't letters. There was no inscription on the headstone, only a design. And I brought the little snap closer, tilting it toward the lighted lamp at the end of the Chesterfield. The design was a 9-pointed star inside a circle. It was formed of what must have been 90 or 100 or so dots. The engraver had simply tapped it out, one dot after another, the points of the star touching the circle, the design covering almost the entire surface of the tombstone right down to the ground. The photograph was good, each dot a tiny shadow-blackened pit in the flaking stone surface, the weathered round-top shape of the tombstone sharply outlined against the much darker background of hard-packed earth and sparse grass behind it, other neighboring headstones slightly out of focus in the near distance. I have an idea that I sat staring at the little photograph for as much as a full minute, which is a long time. It had the fascination of absolute reality. Somewhere far across the country, outside a small Montana town, this strange stone still stood, very likely, stained and roughened by years of heat, cold, and the alternate wetness and dryness of many seasons. I looked up at Kate finally. "This is what his wife put up at his grave?" Kate nodded. It disturbed Ira all of his life. Her hand was rummaging in the folder again. Then she brought out a paper, a long rectangle of robin's egg blue. It was an envelope, and Kate said, "His father shot himself, one summer afternoon, sitting at his desk in a little frame house, and this is what he left on his desk." I took the envelope. It bore a canceled 3-cent green stamp bearing a profile of Washington in a design I'd never seen before. And the postmark circle read, New York, NY, Main Post Office, January 23, 1882, 6 p.m. Under this, it was hand-addressed in black ink to Andrew W. Carmody, Esquire, 589 Fifth Avenue, City. The lower right corner of the envelope was slightly charred, as though it had been lighted and almost immediately put out. I turned it over, the back was blank, and Kate said, "Look inside." There was a white sheet inside, folded in half and charred at one side as though it had been in the envelope when the envelope was lighted. In black ink above the fold, in the same neat script as the address, was written, "If a discussion of Courthouse Carrara should prove of interest to you, please appear in City Hall Park at 12:30 on Thursday next." In blue ink below the fold, in a large half-illegible scrawl, blot-stained in 4 places, it said, "That the sending of this should cause the destruction by fire of," a word seemed to be missing here at the end of the top line where the paper was burned, "seems well nigh incredible. Yet it is so, and the fault and the guilt," another word missing in the burned area, "mine, and can never be denied or escaped. So, with this wretched souvenir of that event before me, I now end the life which should have ended then." I felt a corner of my mouth move up into a faint smile. This seemed unreal. As I looked down at the charred little sheet, it was hard to understand that once people could actually write a florid, overblown note like this, then pick up a gun and kill themselves. But it was real. However written, this thing in my hand, I glanced down at it again and stopped smiling, was a desperate message from the last moments of a man's existence. I slid it back into its envelope and looked up at Kate. "End of the world?" I said, but she shook her head. No one ever knew what it meant, except, I suppose, Ira's mother. She came running. I've pictured this so often, Cy, though I hate to, I don't like it. And with the sound of the shot still in her ears, the room filled with the smell of gunpowder, she stood beside her husband's body sprawled across the desktop, read this, then set it afire. Suddenly she slapped out the flame instead, and kept it. She didn't call a doctor. He'd shot himself through the heart, she said at the inquest after the funeral. Any fool could see he was dead. Instead, and immediately, she washed and dressed the body for burial. It wasn't unusual at that time and place not to have a body embalmed, but she didn't let an undertaker or anyone else set foot in the place till the body was ready for its coffin. It was a town scandal, as Ira was reminded more than once as a boy.
But she faced it down. She looked him in the eye at the inquest, said she had no idea what the note meant, and that what she'd done was nobody's business but hers. 10 days later, she had the stone you saw erected at the grave, and no one ever heard one word of explanation about that either. It shadowed Ira's life. As long as he lived, he wanted to know why. And so have I. I did too. We talked a lot that night. I told Kate a good deal about myself, mostly about my marriage and divorce, and what I understood and did not understand about it. It wasn't something I'd ever much felt like discussing with anyone before. But even blabbing away about myself to an interested and willing listener, part of my mind was still thinking about Andrew Carmody and wondering why. It may be that the strongest instinct of the human race, stronger even than sex or hunger, is curiosity, the absolute need to know. It can and often does motivate a lifetime. It kills more than cats, and the prospect of satisfying it can be the most exciting of emotions. And so, on Friday morning in Dr. Danziger's office, I sat hardly able to wait till he was ready to give me an answer. He'd listened. He'd looked at the little snapshot and the blue envelope I'd borrowed from Kate. And now he sat regarding me from behind his desk. Today he wore a dark blue double-breasted suit, a white shirt, and a maroon bow tie. I wore the same gray suit I'd worn yesterday. After a moment or so, he picked up the blue envelope again and read aloud. That the sending of this should cause the destruction by fire of the entire world seems well nigh incredible, yet it is so. He grinned suddenly. And you'd like to watch the sending of this, would you? Well, who could blame you? So would I. But what good would it do you, Cy? What would you learn? If anything, only a meaningless fragment more of a mystery that would continue to tantalize you, and which you could not pursue. Because surely you've understood, he leaned across the desk toward me, that there cannot be the least intervention of any kind in events of the past. To alter the past would be to alter the future which derives from it. The consequences of that are unimaginable, and it is an utterly unacceptable risk. Of course, and I understand. But just to watch that letter mail, Dr. Danziger. I wouldn't learn much, I know, nothing probably, but, well, I can't explain. You don't have to, because I understand. Nevertheless, if this should succeed, I'll be watching something. Why not that? In theory, I suppose there's no reason why not. I was afraid you might put it that way. All right, Cy. After you left yesterday, I phoned the board members. We have a bi-monthly meeting scheduled for later this week, and I asked them to move it up to today. I didn't know last night what you had in mind, but I thought it might be something they'd have to decide. I don't have an entirely free hand, you know. I'll present this to them, and they'll say no, too. A little later, Danziger introduced me in the boardroom. It was a fairly large conference room, typical of the kind in many an ad agency. A portable blackboard up front, a good many enlarged photographs and sketches pinned to the corkboard walls, most of them of settings or the plans for settings down on the big floor. A long conference table surrounded by men in shirt sleeves, sweaters, or suit coats. Danziger led me around the table, introducing me. Some I'd met already. Rube was there, wearing a suit today. He just grinned and winked at me. And there was an engineer Rube had introduced me to in the hallways. Now I met a history professor from Columbia, an intelligent-looking, surprisingly young man. A bald, chubby meteorologist from Caltech, a professor of biology from Chicago University who looked like a professor of history from Princeton who looked like a nightclub comedian, a tense, bright-eyed Army colonel named Esterhazy in a civilian suit, a mean-looking U.S. senator, and several others. It was a fairly distinguished gathering, I suppose, but I realized from the way each of them looked at me as we'd speak and shake hands that I was the guest of honor for the moment. Each of them in turn would stand, smiling and speaking, and I'd smile and respond. But as we shook hands, he'd be searching my face. It made me realize that I and a half-dozen others were what this and every other meeting was about. We were the project, and I felt suddenly important walking to the cafeteria where I sat over a cup of coffee waiting for Danziger. He walked in about 20 minutes later, looking pleased and a little surprised. Sitting at my table then, he told me that the board had agreed to my request. It was Rube, the Princeton professor, and Esterhazy who'd carried the ball for me, he said.
They argued that there was no harm, and there might even possibly be some advantages in what I wanted to do, and presently it was so decided. Danziger smiled and said, "So now you present me with a temptation. My mother was 16 years old in 1882. She was born February 6th, and on her birthday, her father, mother, and sister took her to Wallack's Theater, and that was the occasion on which she met my father. It was a family anecdote all their lives. He arrived at the theater, an exuberant young man about town, saw Apple Mary, a character of the day who sold apples outside the theaters, and on impulse handed her a $5 gold piece, saying it was good luck for her and good luck for him. She replied that his evening would be blessed. He walked on into the lobby, and his eye was caught by a green velvet dress, and by the girl who wore it. He knew the people she and her family were talking to, went over, was introduced, and they were married several years later. You can guess the temptation you've presented me with now." I nodded, smiling, and Danziger sat back in his chair. "There are many times when I have no least faith in this project. None. The whole thing seems absurd, hopeless. But if it should succeed, Cy, if you should actually reach the New York of that time, and standing inconspicuously in a corner of the lobby were able to witness that meeting, well, if we're to have one personal purpose, we can have a second. I'd value very, very much, Cy, your sketch, a portrait of them as they were then." He stood up abruptly. "And now we're in a hurry." "They could be ready for me on Monday," he said, "by working over the weekend." And I sat nodding, listening, aware that in the very moment of elation I'd felt at the news Danziger had brought me, the excitement had perversely subsided, and that all belief in this odd old man's project was draining away, as though some sort of plug had been pulled. It was a feeling I was to have again and again, and even get used to, in the time that began on Monday morning. I shaved for the last time on Sunday. On Monday morning, 10 dummies covered by sheets stood in a row across the front of the classroom Danziger had told me to report to. I walked along the row looking them over, wanting to lift one of the sheets and peek. But before I could work up the nerve, a skinny young man of about 26, I thought, came hurrying in and introduced himself. This was Martin Lastvogel, my instructor, and we shook hands and agreed it would be sensible to use first names. I sat down in a one-armed classroom chair and watched him standing behind the desk hunting through a worn-out briefcase. The strops were curled from years of use, and below the lock was the remnant of a round paper sticker that had once read Columbia U. My God, he's homely, I thought. He didn't have quite enough chin to balance his nose, which was big, sharp, and too long. His hair was also too long by about 3 weeks and hadn't been combed for 4. But when he glanced up and smiled, his eyes were friendly, eager with intelligence, and I found out later that he had a marvelous-looking wife who thought he was a wonder, and that Martin was 41 years old. "Okay," he said. He'd found what he was looking for, a packet of file card notes, which he riffled affectionately with a thumb, then set neatly on a corner of the desktop. "I'm not really a teacher, so just speak up whenever I'm not clear or make no sense. I'm a researcher, one of the lucky people who can earn a living doing what they like to do, in my case, historical research. Ask me how streets were lighted, if at all, in 14th century Paris, or what an 18th century peruke was made of, or how they wrapped lard in a New England butcher shop in 1926, and I'll poke around in the debris of the past and try to find out for you. Over the weekend, I've been digging into the 80s, and I'll be doing a great deal more. It's a terribly neglected period, though I don't know why, because a great deal of interest seems to have been going on then. But I'm not here just to stuff you with facts about the period. You get along in the 20th century without knowing everything about it." Martin walked out from behind the desk to stand beside the nearest figure. He took hold of the sheet. "And I don't think you have to know all about the 80s either, but you do have to feel them." He pulled the sheet from the figure. There hung an old dress. It was a drab, drooping tube of some heavy, dark material, and I got to my feet and walked up to take a look.
It hung motionless on the dummy, its hem touching the floor, the long, full sleeves limp and straight at the sides. The neck was high, and an intricate pattern of tiny, dull black beads lay across the chest and encircled the cuffs. Martin said, "We borrowed this from the Smithsonian, for your benefit, flew it up here. It was made and worn in the early 80s. People walk through the Smithsonian, look at things like this, and think this is how women dressed." He began shaking his head. "But it's not. Get it through your head that it's not. Look at the color, if you can still call it a color. The old dyes don't hold up, Cy, he said, as though I'd been arguing that they did. For decades that thing has been fading, altering, into no color at all, finally. And look at the cloth, shriveled, shrunken in places, while in other places it sags. I think all the life has gone out of the threads. Even the bead trim has turned black. Martin reached out and tapped my shoulder. This is what you've got to understand, and more than that, you've got to feel it. The women of the 80s weren't ghosts. They were living women, and they would never have worn that rag. He jerked a thumb at the ancient dress. The woman who once owned that, what did she really wear when she first put it on? Here's what she wore, to a party. Martin snapped the covering from the next figure, and there stood, I won't call it a dress, but a gown of bright wine-red velvet. The nap fresh and unworn, the material magnificently draped in thick multiple folds, front and back. The bead trim caught the light, glittering a clear, deep red, shimmering as though the garment were moving. It was spectacular. Under the overhead lights, the gown glowed like a jewel. We chose this original, Martin touched the sad, drab dress from the museum, because they have a diary at the Smithsonian, donated with the dress, that records when and how it was made, including the dressmaker's pattern and an unfaded swatch of the material. We've had a replica made. He reached out, his fingers unable to resist the rich new red velvet. That is far more the dress a living woman once wore than what's left of the actual original. He stood peering at me anxiously, then gestured to the brand new gown. Can you see an actual breathing woman, Cy? A girl, wearing this and looking absolutely great? And I said, hell yes, I can see her dancing. In the next couple of hours, we looked at a brown-at-the-edges cloth wreck that, unimaginably, had once actually been a child's party dress. Then we studied a duplicate in some kind of fresh, flouncy pink cloth that looked the way it did the day the girl first put it on. And I saw, as they had survived, and as they had been when new, a boy's suit with brass buttons and knee pants, a postman's uniform, and a man's suit including a cutaway coat with silk-faced lapels, raveling and dusty in the original, fresh and shiny in the replica. During that week, I couldn't keep my hands off my beginning new beard. We looked at a collection of men's and women's hats of all kinds, originals and duplicates, and of purses, muffs, gloves. And one morning I stood turning a woman's shoe in my hands, studying the brittle, gray-black leather crisscrossed with cracks. The toe and a band around the top were oddly discolored, the mother-of-pearl buttons chipped. It was no longer a shoe, but a curiosity. Then Martin handed me its counterpart in new leather, and it was supple in my hands, the buttons of newly cut mother-of-pearl, the toe and a wide strip around the top brilliantly scarlet. Martin was imaginative. The shoe wasn't quite new. It had the fragrance of new leather, but the sole was a little scratched. The heel had lost its sharp edges, and the faint beginning of a crease lay across the shiny instep. Martin smiled and said, "The trouble with everything that comes down from the distant past is that it's old, a relic. It may tell us something of what the past was like, yet it generally contradicts any feeling that it could possibly have been used by someone really alive." He nodded at the shoe in my hands. "But that's a shoe a living person could own. We had to create it, though." I nodded. It wasn't hard to see a young girl sitting on the edge of her bed, pulling this on, buttoning it, then admiring it as she revolved her foot on her ankle to make the new leather catch the light. During several days, Martin and I sat leafing through books whose pages had gone brown and whose covers were sometimes speckled with mildew. As you turned the pages, corners flaked off. Only a ghost could ever have read these. Then, from a box, Martin brought out the same books, identical, except that now their covers were bright new reds, blues, and greens, their titles fresh stamped and shining gold leaf, their pages pure white, the fresh black print still smelling of ink. Obviously, these had never been read. Not yet. And in my mind, the 80s had begun to stir a little with life. Rube was in the cafeteria lineup one noon, and he joined Martin and me for lunch. Then, during the rest of that afternoon, he took me into every office, into the carpentry and metalwork shop, a small library, the conference room, the tailor's and shoemaker's shop, the control room for the big floor, a tiny projection room, and into every other place in the building where people were working. And he introduced me to them all.
I met Peter Marple, a young designer for the project, formerly a set designer in the New York Theater, and a good one. I'd seen several plays of his, it turned out. I met Larry McDermott, the project photographer, who'd occasionally done work for an ad agency I'd once been with. I met technicians, stenographers, engineers, and accountant. I met an associate professor of history from the University of California, and people whose work wasn't mentioned. Rube referred to one of them as our chief briber, at which the man just grinned. Except for the two already out on the floor, John McNaughton in the Vermont house and George Wing, a Crow Indian and former chief petty officer who was living in the teepee ad scene, I also met my fellow candidates. One was the man I'd seen studying medieval French. We had a mutual friend whose first name neither of us could recall. Another was Miss Eileen Jorgensen, a thin, anxious-looking young mathematics teacher from Lincoln, Nebraska, who began studying turn-of-the-century San Francisco in the classroom next to mine. And I met the good-looking Charleston girl and the man I'd watched practicing with a rubber bayonet. In a corridor walking toward the elevator, Rube said, "We made a mistake with that pair. They started having coffee together in the cafeteria, then lunch together, then meeting outside. Now, of course, all they're interested in is each other. They'll be getting married soon, and I suppose that's great. But we're not running a Lonely Hearts Club, and no one gives either of them much chance of succeeding anymore. So we've locked the barn door, and now the rule is, pass the time of day with the other candidates when you see them around, but no fraternizing, okay?" "Sure, as long as I'm too late for the Charleston girl." We rode down in the elevator, it was 10 after 5, and walked across town together, stopping in at the Algonquin for a drink. I spent an hour, one morning, in Doc Rossoff's office while he taught me the technique of self-hypnosis. It was surprisingly easy, at least the technique was. He had me sit down in his big green leather easy chair and get comfortable. He said, "Close your eyes if you like, though it's not necessary." I closed them. "Now, just silently tell yourself that you are becoming more and more comfortable, more and more relaxed in body and mind both, and let it become true. Then tell yourself that you are slowly, gradually moving into trance, a light trance, fully awake and aware."
Don't let the word trance bother you. It's simply a convenient term for a state of somewhat advanced receptiveness to suggestion, nothing mysterious about it. Presently, when you feel you've achieved it, tell yourself in so many words that you are under self-hypnosis. Then test it. Tell yourself that you are temporarily unable to lift your arm. Try it, and if you really can't lift your arm, you're in trance. Make any self-hypnotic suggestion you wish then. If you had a headache, for example, you'd tell yourself you were going to count to 5 and that your headache would have faded away before you finished. Or you can blank out thoughts, emotions, memories, and make them return later by post-hypnotic suggestion, okay? It's really a remarkable tool. I nodded, and he left me to try it out. I did what he'd said and felt myself grow wonderfully relaxed and comfortable. Presently, I told myself I was gradually moving into light trance, and it seemed to me I could feel it happening. Sitting there, motionless, almost drowsy, I told myself that I could not lift my arm, that it was powerless to move. Then, my eyes on my coat sleeve, I tried to lift my arm and almost hit myself in the eye as it popped right up. I tried again, taking more time, feeling every muscle relax. And the only part of me that didn't know I was in hypnosis was my arm. Up it came every time, like an eager but stupid dog who doesn't quite understand the trick. Doc came back presently, listened, and told me to practice at home, preferably when I was actually tired and sleepy. One morning, Martin Lastvogel had a screen pulled down across the blackboard at the front of the classroom, a slide projector on a stand at the back. We sat side by side, Martin with a remote control gadget in his hand. He clicked it, the air fan of the projector started up, and a round-cornered square of white light, fuzzed at the edges, filled most of the screen. Another click, and the square turned into a sharp-focused black and white drawing, an old-fashioned woodcut. It was a street scene, a busy one of the 80s, I supposed. There were carriages, wagons, pedestrians. It was well done, the artist a good draftsman, but in a style that hasn't been used for half a century. Done directly from a photograph, very likely, Martin said quietly. Unconsciously, he dropped his voice as people do in the dark. A lot of illustrative woodcuts were copied from photos before photo engraving. If so, you're looking at what could be an absolutely accurate representation of an actual moment. That's what it did convey to someone of the time.
With the help of that woodcut in his weekly picture magazine, a man of the 80s could visualize the scene. This was my own field, and I said, but it's not how we convey reality. Reminds me of Japanese art, the perspective flat, and even Westerners' eyes slanted. To us, his drawing is unreal, but to his own audience, right, supply your own lecture and do me out of a job. I've got a family to support, you know. Okay, we gave a copy of that cut and a batch of others to Sidney Urquhart. You know him? I've seen his work, street scenes, city scenes, watercolors mostly. He's pretty good. He knows how to tell you what a city is like. You think he succeeded here? Martin clicked his control, and a Sidney Urquhart that I wanted to own filled the screen. It was the scene we just looked at, detail for detail. And it was also a drawing, but this was in color. The pen and ink outlines filled in with brushed-on India inks in strong shades. It was the same scene, but impressionistic. The thing moved. What I'd so often tried to do staring at Katie's stereoscope views, he'd got down on paper. The carriage horses were really trotting, the dray horses beside them sweaty and straining with effort. Carriage wheels were revolving, the spokes catching the light, and a mustached man dodging through the traffic was darting, his feet nimble and busy. You saw it. As Urquhart's sketch flashed onto the screen, there was an instant when I was standing on the curb watching the scene, and it was almost real. Martin's control clicked, the screen went white and empty. Another click, and the big square was a sepia photograph. Two women in long dresses and big hats were walking, their backs to the camera, down a wide sidewalk shaded by immense trees. One of them carried an open umbrella against the sun. To their left lay a grassy parkway in which great trees grew, shadowing the street. To their right, long sloping lawns. Beyond the parkway lay the shade-dappled street, empty except for an open buggy, its horse tethered to a hitching post. It was a good moment. The photographer had caught a nice scene. Sitting in the semi-darkness studying it, I could believe, I knew, that it had once really happened. But it was frozen in time, infinitely remote, and the two women up there were never going to take the next step. A double click, and Sidney Urquhart's glimpse of the same moment filled the screen in color. It was only a sketch now, an impression, but the women's next step was imminent. They were really walking then, bodies flowing into the next step, feet just lifting from the last one, and you knew that up out of sight the leaves of those trees were stirring, and that the women, if somehow you could strain enough to hear, were quietly talking. We spent all that morning looking at, first, a drawing or photograph of the early 80s, then a translation, which was Martin's term, and a good one, by Urquhart, Karl Morse, Murray Sidorsky, or someone else. Not all of them succeeded, and some only partly. But some of them worked, and I'd suddenly experienced the thrill of glimpsing the actuality of a moment of the past. Long before we were finished, I knew I could do the same thing. I didn't need Urquhart now or anyone else. I too could look at an old cut or photograph and do the work of getting myself into and fully perceiving it until I found and touched the long-ago realness that had produced it. I could do it as well now as the makers of most of the new drawings I'd seen up there on the screen. Better, I thought. Whether I could show it as well, whether I was artist enough, I wasn't sure. I doubted it. But I knew I could do it in my mind. Walking to the cafeteria for lunch, I said so to Martin, and he nodded. It's how we hoped you'd feel. Rossoff predicted it. But you won't have much time for actually sketching, and the point of this morning was to give you a head start. We've got a lot of stuff for you to study and translate for yourself. I spent 3 days then, alone with the projector, looking at scene after scene of the 80s, staring, working at finding the actuality that lay under the surface of each, gaining experience and speed as the time passed. At 4 o'clock one afternoon, in the tailor's workroom, I was measured from head to foot. Then I stood in my socks, holding a pail of sand in each hand, while a bootmaker traced the outlines of my feet. During most of 1 week, Martin lectured from file card notes. What was the population of the United States in 1880, he asked me for a starter. I cut our present population in half and said 100 million, but Martin told me to cut it in half again. There were only 50 million Americans then, most of them living east of the Mississippi. In the West, buffalo still roamed the open prairie. The new transcontinental railway was a national marvel and excitement, in a way that even space travel isn't today. And Indians were still scalping whitey. It was a very different country and world. There were animals alive that are now extinct, and social systems too. Europe was full of kings, queens, emperors, czars, and czarinas then, and they weren't figureheads, they ruled. Martin talked about how the world traveled and moved its goods. There were steamships, and the railroad was decades old.
But just the same, cargo vessels still moved largely by sail, and most of the world traveled as it always had, on foot or by horse. Most people in America lived and died in the state or even the town they'd been born in. More people traveled across the ocean than across the country. Yet different as the world of the 80s was, Martin said, it was closer to ours than it seemed. Walking through that horse and buggy United States, Lee DeForest was a 9-year-old boy already thinking about the problems involved in the invention of radio, sound movies, and television. At the end of one day, waiting at the elevator with me, Martin said, "It's a hell of a different world, Si, but it isn't alien to this, and I think you could be at home in it." Kate thought my collar-length hair and my new brown beard I'd begun trimming it made me particularly handsome, and I agreed. She'd begun helping me with my homework at night now. I'd taken her to lunch one day at a Madison Avenue restaurant, inviting Rube and Dr. Danziger, and they'd liked her. Katie is attractive, physically and personally. She's intelligent, tactful, and can be witty if she's in the mood. She has charm. And after that, they let her visit the project. Dr. Danziger himself showed her the big floor. Then his secretary showed her through most of the rest of the project. I wasn't along. I was too busy with Martin Lastvogel. So now, in a sense, Kate was fully in on the project. And on more nights than not, usually at her place, though sometimes at mine, she drilled me on facts from Martin's lectures, using his notes. And she worked with me on getting the feel of the 80s from the photographs and woodcuts I brought home. One Saturday morning, I took her to the project and showed her the reconstructed dresses, hats, gloves, and shoes of the period, and she was fascinated, wishing she could try an outfit on. She was a big help, and I think she speeded up the learning process for me. Martin thought so anyway. And she was a tremendous help with the self-hypnosis technique. Kate got it right away, just from my description of how you were supposed to do it. That made me realize it was really possible, and from Kate's description, I got an idea of the actual feel of slipping into trance. So that one night, at her place, sitting in her antique rocker, a very comfortable chair actually, I made it. My arm genuinely could not move, and I sat staring at it, fascinated. I told myself then that it was now free to move, tried it, and it did. Now I told myself that I would forget my own street address and stay in trance until Kate spoke. Then I sat there trying to recall my address, and it simply wasn't there to remember. It was both fascinating and a little frightening. I looked over at Kate, who was reading through some Martin's notes, and she happened to look up at the same time. She smiled and said, "Any luck?" And I knew my own address just as always, and could feel that I was out of trance. "Yeah, finally," I said. Then we spent an hour studying samples of money, coins of the 60s, 70s, and early 80s, including gold pieces. Big old banknotes issued by local banks pretty much in their own designs and actually signed by the bank presidents. And the ones I liked best of all, gold certificates, redeemable not in silver, but in gold, and printed on the backs in an orange-colored ink suggesting gold. Once in a while, Kate and I did other things, took a drive on a weekend, took a walk, even saw some friends. And one night, Kate and I had been seeing almost too much of each other, I felt, and I think she did too. I phoned Matt Flax, but got no answer. Kate was going to iron, wash her hair, that sort of thing, and get to bed early. But I felt restless, and I phoned Lenny, and then Vince Mundell, who lived in town, but got no answers. So I stayed home and read, deliberately getting my mind off the project in a one-night vacation from it. In my living room, I sat reading a one-volume complete Sherlock Holmes, which I generally picked up whenever I had nothing else to read. At Dr. Danziger's request, I'd quit reading newspapers, magazines, and modern novels. I'd also unplugged the television and my radio, no hardship. Every day at the project, I sat listening to Martin, a clipboard in my lap, and I spent part of one afternoon tasting food. That was after lunch, which I'd skipped at Martin's request, and the cafeteria was empty, except for the fat middle-aged cook, Dr. Rossoff, and me. First, the cook brought in a plate of mutton, potatoes, and beets, all boiled, and set it down in front of me. Rossoff sat across from me, and the cook stood beside the table, both watching me and grinning a little.
I ate a little of each of the things on the plate, tasting, staring off into space like a wine connoisseur. I'd never had mutton before and didn't know what to expect. It seemed all right, but the potatoes and beets tasted not quite the way they should have. I chewed away, trying to figure out the difference, and pretty soon Rossoff said, "Well?" I swallowed and said, "They're better. They taste better. They have more flavor than I'm used to." They both grinned some more, and Rossoff said, "Vegetables were grown in the 80s without chemical fertilizers, insecticides, or special treatments before planting. Also, no preservatives or additives." The cook said, "And they were boiled in chlorine-free water." I had some fudge made with sugar refined in a way I didn't follow. It tasted about like any other. I had a small piece of longhorn steak, tougher and distinctly different in taste from any other I'd ever had. I had some marvelous ice cream made with unpasteurized cream. And I had a straight shot of whiskey, especially distilled for me, rough, raw, and powerful. And then one night I had supper at home, washed the dishes, and threw out everything in the refrigerator that wasn't canned or bottled. Then I sat down at a card table in my living room and wrote a note or postcard to everyone I knew who might wonder about me. The work wasn't going very well here in New York, I said in each of them, and this was January 4th, a new year, so I'd bought an old station wagon on impulse, packed, and was leaving in the morning before I could change my mind. I was just going to tour around. I didn't really know where. I might head for one of the western states, drawing, sketching, and taking reference photographs as I went. I'd write when I could, I said, and would be in touch when I got back. I didn't like doing it this way, but I knew I wasn't up to convincingly answer questions if I tried doing it in person or by phone. I mailed my cards and notes on Lexington Avenue, a block from my apartment. I dropped them into the box, then stood looking around for a moment at New York in the second half of the 20th century. But there wasn't much to see besides the walls of the buildings around me, a long stretch of asphalt on which only a single cab was moving, and a fragment of gray-black sky directly overhead, too hazed for any stars to be visible. The day's car exhaust seemed to have settled down here and was making my eyes smart. It had turned cold, and half a block down the cross street, on the corner of which I was standing, a group of young Negroes was walking toward Lex, so I didn't hang around to encounter them and explain how fond I've always been of Martin Luther King. I walked on, up Lexington, and then across town toward the warehouse. I felt tired, a little sleepy, yet so excited I was conscious of the beat of my heart. At 10 minutes after 1 in the morning, an hour and a half later, we left the warehouse. Rube had his car, a squat little red MG sedan, parked in the street at the side door. He drove, Doc Rossoff sat on the outside, and I was more or less hidden between them, wearing Doc's raincoat over the costume I'd put on at the warehouse, though I tried not to think of it as a costume.
No need to hide my long hair and beard, of course. I like New York late at night. Most places closed and dark. The streets as nearly empty of movement and as quiet as they ever get. We could hear the sound of our own tires on the asphalt, and at Amsterdam Avenue, waiting for a light, I heard someone cough half a block or more away. We didn't talk to amount to anything. We crossed Broadway, stopped for another light at Columbus, and Rube said, "Funny-looking dog," nodding toward a woman walking a clipped poodle in a jeweled dog coat. A block or so further on, Oscar Rossoff pointed at a darkened restaurant and said, "Good seafood there." I don't recall saying anything, but I yawned a lot from nervousness. Rossoff understood the reason, glancing at me occasionally to smile. Rube parked a dozen yards from the Dakota's main entrance. He held out his hand to me, and I took it. All he said was, "Good luck, Si, I wish it were me." Rossoff had his door open, and he stepped out, and I slid across the seat to follow him. The uniformed doorman was expecting us. He simply nodded, and we walked on past him, under the great main arch, then on across the courtyard. The 2 huge green bronze fountains were empty. We climbed the wide old staircase in the northeast corner of the Dakota, meeting no one, stepping out onto the 7th floor. My apartment was a few doors off, and I brought out my key. "My coat, Si," Oscar said, and I took off the raincoat and handed it to him. "Want to come in?" I said, but he shook his head. He was staring at my clothes. Then he lifted his eyes to stare at my hair and mustache, as though he'd never seen them. He seemed suddenly odd. "No," he said, "I don't think anything of the present belongs in there now, Si." He held out his hand. "Good luck. You know what to do when you're ready." We shook hands, then I walked to my door, slid my key into the lock,
and turned the big ornamented brass knob. The door swung soundlessly back on its hinges as though it were weightless, but I could sense its solidity. I turned to say a final goodbye, but Doc Rossoff was down the hall, just turning onto the stairway again. He turned to glance back at me, then he was gone. I walked in, closing the door behind me, my eyes widening, accustoming themselves to the faint light from the tall rectangles of the windows. I knew the layout and appearance of the apartment. I'd been here with Dr. Danziger and Rube the day it was completed. Now I walked over to one of the windows, stopped, and stood looking down onto the pale curves and jumbled shadows that were the paths and greenery of Central Park under the moon. Directly below my window, if I'd cared to lean forward and look straight down, I knew I could have seen the street, Central Park West, and its traffic lights and occasional cars. Far across the park, if I'd lifted my eyes to look, I could have seen a few still-lighted windows in the block-after-block row of great apartment houses bordering Central Park's eastern side. By turning my head to the right, I could have seen the rooftop neon of the hotels at the southern end of the park and the lights of the great midtown office buildings beyond. But I looked at none of these. Instead, I stared down into the shadows of Central Park, and almost directly ahead, the moon shone on the surface of the lake just as it must have, I thought, on another such night when the building I stood in was new. On the curved roads of the park, widely spaced street lamps burned, each with a nimbus of late-at-night mist, and it seemed to me that from here they couldn't look very different, if at all, from the way they had looked long ago. There was a heavy green window shade, I knew, and in the darkness I pulled it down, then drew the velvet drapes. I did this with each of the other windows, then brought a matchbox from my pocket. I struck a match on the sole of my boot, it spluttered, then caught and burned steadily, the wax running thinly down its stem. Cupping the flame with my other hand, I lifted it to an L-shaped ornamented brass tube projecting from the wall. Fastened to the short arm of the tube was a bracket on which a flowered glass shade was fitted. A key-shaped brass handle projected from the underside of the tube. I turned it, heard the soft hiss of gas, then touched my lighted match to the open end of the tube. A wedge of blue-edged flame popped into existence under the glass shade, and a wavering circle of flowered gray carpet appeared at my feet, then steadied. I looked at the room and its furnishings for only a moment or so. It was approaching 2 in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning of January 5th, 1882, I said to myself, suddenly realizing that the experiment had actually begun. But I was tired, empty of all energy now, and my hand still on the fixture, I turned the light out, then walked down the hall to my bedroom. I can cook fairly well in a top-of-the-stove, smoke-up-the-kitchen style, the way a man who lives alone usually learns. But I'd been doing it for nearly a week now, and my memories of good food were growing dim. Tonight I was having pork chops and a sliced-up potato fried in lard, hoping that for a change they'd both be finished at the same time, but my hopes weren't high. I'm fed up with my own cooking, I thought, as I bungled around the big old kitchen. Then I smiled. Fed up was hardly the phrase. The boy from Fishbourne's Market had delivered the chops that morning at the service door of the apartment. I'd stood at the door in my black, unpressed, cuffless wool pants, wide suspenders, heavy black button shoes, green and white striped shirt with no collar, though both front and back studs were in the neckband, and I wore a double-breasted black vest with braided edges, a heavy gold watch chain stretched across it. I'd stood there, handing the boy my pencil-written order for next day's meat and groceries, then I gave him a nickel tip. The nickel had a shield design on one side and a big 5 on the other. The boy was glad to get it, and thanked me nicely. Putting the meat in the icebox, I pictured him out on the street again, climbing up to the seat of his light delivery wagon with the canvas sides that could be rolled up in summer. When it snowed, as it would any day now, I knew he'd switch to the big delivery sled. The meat, which I laid on top of the ice, was wrapped in coarse butcher's paper tied with string, no gummed paper tape or cellophane allowed. Someone had forgotten that the first day, but someone else apparently saw to it that they remembered from then on. They remembered about the butter and lard, too. These came wrapped in the same kind of paper and packed into shallow, scoop-shaped trays made of paper-thin wood. My potatoes were frying away on the big, black, coal-burning stove, and I stood watching them, turning them occasionally. I liked it here in the kitchen. It was an enormous room, with plenty of space for a big round wooden table and 4 tall wooden chairs in the center of the room. The stove was big as an office desk, ornamented with nickel-plated castings. A huge wooden cupboard covered an entire wall, floor to ceiling. Back of the glass paint doors stood all the china, glassware, and pots and pans on oilcloth-covered shelves. It was a fine room, warm and comfortable from the fire, the windows steamed opaque. I turned from stove to cupboard, took half a loaf of bread from the big red bread box, and cut 3 thick slices. I knew I'd eat all of them. This bread was the only thing I ate that still tasted good. Probably all that's keeping me alive, I said to myself silently. I wasn't talking aloud to myself, not yet. It was homemade bread baked by an Irish woman who said it door to door. The chops were nearly done, as far as I could tell by staring at them, and now I ground some coffee in a little hand grinder made of wood and fancily carved. I filled the tin coffee pot and set it on the stove.
I'd gotten into the habit of eating most of my meals in the kitchen. It was easier than carrying food and dishes all over the place. And tonight, as usual, when supper was ready, I sat eating and reading the evening paper, which was left at the door each night. This was January 10, so I was reading a crisp, fresh copy of the New York Evening Sun of January 10, 1882. Sitting there reading, eating, the chops were all right, though a little dry, but the half-raw potatoes would have been turned down by a starving vulture. I took out my watch and pressed the little stud in its side, which released the gold cover that protected its face. It showed just past 7, 4 minutes faster than the kitchen clock, which hadn't yet struck. I didn't know which was right, and it didn't matter. The evening ahead wasn't too exciting. It was 7 o'clock, and would be 7:30 when I finished the dishes. Then I'd play a few games of patience till around 9, go to bed, and read this week's copy of Frank Leslie's illustrated newspaper, which the mailman had delivered in the second afternoon delivery. A few days later, though, I had company. Once again I was washing dishes after supper, which I didn't really mind once I got started. I'm a daydreaming type, something that's often got me into trouble, starting with kindergarten when I was sent home with a note saying I was lackadaisical. No one in my family knew what that meant, so nothing was done about it, and I've stayed fairly lackadaisical ever since. When I'm doing a routine job that keeps my hands busy, like washing dishes, I slide into a daydream. Now, as usual during dishwashing time, I let myself slide into one, pretty much the same one every night. What I'd do was picture to myself what was probably going on here and there around town. Down in Central Park, my mind said to itself, if I were to walk into the living room and look out the window, there might be a cabriolet clip-clopping along under the lamps and the bare-branched trees. I didn't actually look out the windows too often, and when I did, it was down toward the center of the park late at night or in the very early morning. Because, of course, this was the 20th, not the 19th century, and the fewer reminders of that, the better. So standing at the sink, I imagined the man in the cabriolet down in the park at this moment, its top folded back. He was holding the reins in one hand, whip in the other, wrapped to the waist in a light blanket, wearing a black cutaway and a high-crowned derby. And earmarks? No, it wasn't that cold, but he'd be wearing fur gloves. Then, in my mind, I watched a man and his wife in a landau, heading in the opposite direction, the plate glass glittering each time they passed under a light. They were going somewhere for dinner, I supposed. Helped by Martin Lastvogel's woodcuts, I pictured a liveried servant driving, high on the outside front seat between lighted carriage lamps. The man inside, visible through the oval back window, wore a black coat and a silk hat. His wife wore a round fur cap, and the collar of her coat was fur. Landau and cabriolet passed through a yellow circle of light, and the occupants nodded, the men tipping their hats. Adelina Patti was singing tonight at the Opera House, according to the Evening Sun. Right now, I supposed, overalled mustached men were testing the footlights, and in my mind I watched them turn each one on, light the gas, watch for a moment, then turn it off. At the firehouse half a mile south, a man in hip boots was currying the big horses in the stalls at the back of the station, averting his face from the swishing tails, keeping his feet from under the hooves that occasionally stomped hollowly on the heavy-worn planking, leg muscles quivering. The dishes washed and draining, I lighted a candle in a porcelain holder, turned out the gas jets over the sink and table, and walked down the long hall to the living room, my hand cupped around the flame. There I lighted a single wall jet, and a lamp on a table beside my favorite chair.
I glanced cautiously at the windows. It was dark out, there was nothing to be seen, and I sat down in my chair. It was upholstered in plum-colored cloth with a million tassels hanging from the arms and around the lower edges. When the doorbell rang, I actually jumped. It hadn't occurred to me that anyone would ring it. The boy from the market always knocked. I hadn't known there even was a doorbell, and I almost ran to answer it, afraid something was wrong. Rube Pryan and a black-haired, brown-eyed woman stood in the hall smiling at me. He was wearing an ankle-length overcoat with a brown fur collar, and in one hand held a high-crowned derby and something else I couldn't quite make out in the shadows of the hall. The woman with him had on an ankle-length navy blue coat with a cape attached and a white scarf tied under her chin. "Hello, Cy," Rube said. "We were just passing by and thought we'd stop in for a moment. I'm glad to find you at home." "Come in, come in. I was as elated as a kid. I'm glad you did." Rube introduced me to the girl, her first name was May, and I took their things. Rube was carrying a couple of pairs of skates, just blades attached to wood platforms fitted with leather straps. They were going skating in the park, he said. The flag was up and bonfires were lighted. He asked me to come along, but I said no, I didn't skate. I got them some coffee, and when I carried it in, May was sitting at the organ, looking through the sheet music. The organ was the size and shape of an upright piano, and only a little more ornate than the Taj Mahal. It was of light yellow wood, oak, I think, and was jigsawed, lathed, and carved beyond belief. Apparently an entire family of demented woodcarvers had gone berserk and would have carved it to a mound of chips if they hadn't been forcibly dragged away. May took her coffee. She wore a plain ankle-length wool dress, brown to match her eyes. It had a white collar fastened in front with a little silver brooch. Her black hair was parted in the middle and tied up and back in a bun. Rube was sitting in a wooden rocker, and he looked great. His suit had 4 buttons and high, tiny lapels, and he wore a stand-up wing collar and a 4-in-hand black tie with a gold stick pin. His shoes were high, black, and buttoned, like mine. May set her cup down, opened a sheet of music, and played something called Hide Thou Me, and then Funakuli Funakula. She played pretty well, and Rube and I sat there, smiling faintly, nodding our heads to the music, pretending we liked it. We talked for a few minutes then, about the weather, about a fire yesterday in 9th Street, about progress of the digging of the Hudson Tunnel. I offered a drink, but Rube said no, it was time to go skating if they were to go at all, and they left. But it was an hour or so, I was so excited by that little visit, before I could make sense out of the book I was trying to read. Next day, that visit caused trouble. After breakfast and the Times, I was suddenly fed up with nothing to do but play acting for myself. The whole pretense turned into foolishness, and standing in the living room, a book in my hand that I thought I was about to read, I tossed it to a chair instead. Then I just stood in what had become not clothes, but a tiresome costume, fiercely aware of the real New York City all around me. It was full of movies, plays, nightclubs, radio, television, and above all, people I knew and wanted to be with, and all I had to do to have them was walk out. Planes flew over the city around me, I heard them, and automobiles choked it, and just out of my sight the city rose to the sky in glass, steel, and stone, and the New York of the 80s was dead. But, almost as it began, the rebellion was fading, and I knew it wasn't going to be hard, in a moment or so, to resume the pretense.
I suppose most everyone has had the experience of a vacation in a fairly remote place away from newspapers and television. Under those conditions, the reality of the world you've left recedes, and the real world becomes wherever you are and whatever you're doing. That had been happening here. The idea of turning on a television set was remote. The remembered feeling of how it is to sit at the wheel of a car was a little fuzzed. And the last national and international news I'd heard was long since stale. All the memories of the world I'd left had just perceptibly lost a degree of vigor. And since most of what we do, think, and feel is habit, it wasn't very hard now to blink, look around, then pick up my book and resume reading where I'd stopped last night, back in the mood once again. Yet as the days passed, I didn't even make an attempt, because I knew it would fail. Time flowed by as it does for a convalescent, slowly, effortlessly, without real boredom or restlessness, the hours and days disappearing almost unnoticed like melting ice. The world outside was far gone now, my routine the only reality. everything about it was consistent with January 15th, 16, 17, 18, 19, 1882. And I could almost believe that it was. But outside, from up here, Central Park seemed unchanged except for the buildings around it. The view opposite I took from the middle window the first time I was in the apartment. And often now, late at night and at dawn, I stared down at the park, trying to achieve the feeling of a 19th century world beyond it. But once, when I'd thought I might be succeeding, or beginning to, a maroon Mustang with aluminum wheels and a raised rear end moved across the scene. And I had never, in any case, dared lift my eyes from the old roadways and paths, knowing that the 20th century, as my picture shows, stood stark and visible all around them. I knew I'd fail if I made the attempt, so I waited. One afternoon I was reading in the living room, and around 4 o'clock, the kitchen clock, I thought I remembered, had struck the hour not long before. I looked up from my book. Something in the room had changed. I glanced around, but everything seemed the same. Then I looked up, and the ceiling was brighter. The light from outside had altered. Something else had changed too. The walls of this building were thick. From the outside, I never heard any but the loudest sounds, and they were muted. But now I couldn't hear even these. No horns, air brakes, tire squeals. The silence was absolute. Then, far away, a child shouted for joy. Carrying my book, I walked to a window, and whatever it is that leaps in your chest with excitement sprang up now. There were 6 inches of new snow, unmarked and sparkling, on every horizontal surface outside. 10 billion more fat flakes rushing past my window. Nothing moved on the street below me, and there wasn't a parked car in sight. Every one of them moved from the curbs before the snow trapped them. Under my window, Central Park West was level with untouched snow, the traffic lights uselessly clicking from green to red, red to green, and across the street, Central Park was a delight. There things moved. Little kids in red, blue, brown, green were running, toddling, and falling down in the snow. They were rolling in it, scooping it up, throwing, and eating it. A few had sleds, and one struggling cluster was rolling a ball of snow already taller than they were. I'm a nut for lightning and snowstorms, and I stood at the window for what must have been half an hour, watching the big flakes whirl past the glass, watching Central Park turn into an etching as the black branches loaded up with white, watching the humps and depressions that marked paths and streets level off and disappear. After a while I made coffee, dragged a chair to the window, and sat next to it, sitting sideways, legs over the chair arm. Then it was early for supper, but I felt hungry. I made a sandwich and brought it, with an apple, back to my chair. The light had dwindled, and the white of the vast expanse of snow outside had picked up a blue tint. I sat eating, watching the day disappear. The traffic lights on the street under my windows had stopped, I noticed presently, either shut off to save current or interrupted by the storm. They looked different now, their tops and hoods mounded high with snow. They could have been street lamps. In the cooling air, the falling flakes became smaller, and a little wind began and carried the fine snow horizontally like a curtain of mist. Now I couldn't see beyond the center of the park. Far on the other side, the apartments along its eastern edge had vanished in the curtain. So had the buildings to the south, and of course, far to the north. The last of the children left. It was colder. I could feel it through the window pane, and it was nearly dark. Then the streetlights came on. Nothing moved outside now but the snow and the wind, and the silence was complete. Staring down into Central Park, I wondered suddenly if it had also snowed in January 1882. I didn't know, but it was likely, of course. And if it had, at this time, then now, in every way, the scene I sat staring down at was exactly and without difference what I'd have seen from here then. I stood up and stepped to the window, glancing at my own dim reflection in the glass, and in these clothes, in this room, in this building, I knew I could have stood here then precisely as I stood here now. I turned away, walked to the chandelier, struck a match, then reached up to light the lamps one by one. There was coffee, still warm, in the china pot I'd set on the carpet beside my chair, and I poured out another half cup, but I never drank it.
I sat down again beside the window, the room warm and comfortable, silent except for the tiny hiss of the gas jets and the occasional hard flick of a snowflake against the pane. I lay back in my chair, legs stretched out, holding the cup in my lap, staring up at the blue-edged flames shaped like tiny medieval axe blades behind the etched patterns of the glass shades. I was no longer thinking. You couldn't call it thought. I sat at rest, almost blank-minded, except that a picture involuntarily formed itself in my mind momentarily, of the people who had to be out in the streets, farther south, downtown, in the busier parts of the city. I saw them bent against the blowing snow, men touching the rims of their derbies, women's hands snug in their muffs, and in the streets beside them the horses' feet were sliding, staggering for a footing. For an instant I had a glimpse in my mind of a lifted hoof wet with slush, the fetlocks bald with gray snow. And now I could not imagine, that wasn't the word. I could feel the city around me, all the others I mean, the people in their houses tonight, like me, in the soft yellow light of a million gas flames. I hated to move. It was so white and silent outside, the flakes scudding past my lighted window. It was so comfortable in here, the room's shadows occasionally shifting as the wedge-like flames momentarily flickered. I kept meaning to sip my coffee, but never did. Finally, I set down the cup, made myself stand, and walked to the last window to the left and pulled the blind. Who, watching from somewhere, would see that this one window was now darkened, I didn't know, and hardly cared. And when the bell over my door jounced on its coiled spring, I was nearly asleep in my chair. It was Oscar Rossoff, I saw without surprise when I opened the door, stomping off the snow clinging to his unpolished, heavily greased boots. He wore a shiny black beard trimmed to a point. "Hello, Cy." He stood snapping off beads of moisture from a high-crowned derby in his hand. I was passing by and stopped to catch my breath, if it's convenient. A fine night, but hard walking. "Come on in, Oscar. I'm glad to see you." He stepped in and stood smiling, unbuttoning his ankle-length fur-collared overcoat.
Then he handed it to me and rubbed his hands together quickly, glad to be warm. He wore a black cutaway coat with silk lapels, black and white checked pants, and a wing collar with a black ascot tie. We walked across the room to facing chairs, and Oscar unbuttoned his coat as he sat down. Across his vest hung a heavy gold chain strung with gold and ivory ornaments. "Oscar, I'll make a fire. Would you like a drink first, or coffee if you'd rather? Have you had supper?" I was pleased to have company and almost chattering. "No, I can't stay, Cy. I only stopped for a moment. So don't trouble with anything on my account. Except a drink. I would like a whiskey. Neat." He rubbed his hands together again, glancing at the windows. "Quite a night." I brought whiskey in miniature cut-glass tumblers. We raised them in salute, then tasted the liquor. "Fine," Oscar said, and sat back in his chair and began absently playing with a coin-shaped gold ornament on his watch chain. "This is fine, sitting here with a glass of whiskey, the storm dying outside." I nodded. "Yes, I'm glad you came, Oscar. I was falling asleep." A man could do that easily enough on a night like this. He sipped at his whiskey, then sat back again, idly fingering the disc on his chain. I sat watching it glow dully in the gaslight. Nothing could be more relaxing. It's so quiet outside, so warm and peaceful in here. I nodded and started to make some reply, but Oscar shook his head slowly, smiling, lying comfortably back in his chair. "Don't trouble to make small talk, Cy. I don't need entertaining. It's so pleasant in here it should be enjoyed without thought, the mind at rest, content and serene. And the whiskey helps, doesn't it? You can feel your nerves and muscles relaxing. I think the wind has died down. It's so absolutely silent now. Still snowing, though, big, soft flakes again. You're very contented right now, Cy. I can see it. So relaxed and at ease, at peace. And I believe I am helping. Because although you're listening to me, it's not so much to the words as the sound, the tone, the murmur, the suggestion. It's draining away all tension. I can see that you feel it happening. You're so at peace that even the glass in your hand is becoming a little heavy to hold. Notice? You're more content and serene, more than you've ever been before in your life, just sitting here in peace, listening to the sound of my voice. That glass is too heavy. Set it down on the floor beside you. That's better, isn't it? If you tried to pick it up again, it would be too heavy now, and you don't want to anyway. You don't care to, and you couldn't. Try though, Sai. Just try to pick it up for a moment. Try harder. Lift it for just an inch or so, then let it drop back. You can't. Well, no matter. It doesn't matter at all. You're very tired, and in a moment I'm going to let you sleep. I only want to tell you something first, then I'll go. You'll sleep for only a little while, Sai, but it will be a marvelously restful sleep, deep and dreamless, restful as you've ever known. And when you wake, everything you know of the 20th century will be gone from your mind. As you sleep, that entire body of knowledge will shrink in your mind. It will dwindle to a motionless pinpoint deep in your brain, and lost to you. It's beginning to happen now. There are no such things as automobiles, Sai. There are no planes, computers, television, no world in which they are possible. Nuclear and electronics appear in no dictionary anywhere on the face of the earth. You have never heard the name Richard Nixon or Eisenhower, Adenauer, Stalin, Franco, General Patton, Goring, Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, Admiral Dewey. Everything you know of the past 8 decades is washing out of your mind. Everything, all of it, large and small, from the important to the smallest of trivia. But you know what the world is like. You know that very well. You know all about it. Why shouldn't you know what the world is like tonight, January 21, 1882? Because that is the date. That is the time we're in, of course. That's why I'm dressed as I am, and you as you are. That's why this room is as it is. Don't sleep quite yet, Sai. Hold your eyes open just a bit, for just a few seconds longer. Now, hear what I say. I am going to give you a final, irrevocable instruction. You will hear it, you will obey it. You will sleep for 20 minutes. You will awake rested. You will go out for a walk, just a little walk, a breath of air before you go to bed. You will be as careful as you possibly can be that no one sees you. You will be absolutely certain to speak to no one. You will allow no act of yours, however small, to influence anyone in any way, however trivial. Then you will come back here, go to bed, and sleep all night. You will awaken in the morning as usual, free of all hypnotic suggestion. So that as you open your eyes, all your knowledge of the 20th century will light up in your mind again. But you will remember your walk. You will remember your walk. You will remember your walk. Now, let go and sleep. I was embarrassed. The moment I woke up in my chair, I glanced quickly over at Oscar's chair and saw that he was gone, his glass on a table. And I wondered what he must have thought at my falling asleep while he sat here, a guest. But I knew he wouldn't mind. We were old friends and he'd be amused. I felt rested now, though, alive and energetic, a little too restless to feel like going to bed, and I decided to take a walk. It was still snowing, but big, soft flakes. There was no wind. I'd been indoors too long, and I wanted to get out, into that snow, breathing chill, fresh air. And I walked to the closet and put on my overcoat, chest protector, boots, and my round fur cap of black lamb's wool. I walked down the building stairs, somehow glad to encounter no one. I didn't feel like chatting, and if I'd heard someone on the stairs, I think I'd have stood waiting till he'd gone. Downstairs, I walked out of the building, glancing quickly around, but saw not a soul. Tonight, I didn't want to see anyone, and I turned toward Central Park, just across the street ahead. It was a fine night, a wonderful night. The air was sharp in my lungs, and snowflakes occasionally caught in my lashes, momentarily blurring the street lamps just ahead, already misty in the swirls of snow around them. Just ahead the street was almost level with the curbs, unmarked by steps or tracks of any kind. I crossed it and walked into the park. There was no path to be seen or detected. I simply avoided bushes and trees, and it was hard going, the snow 7 or 8 inches deep now. It occurred to me that I'd better not go too far from the lights of the street, or I could easily become lost, and I turned to look back. The street lamps were plainly visible, and I could still see my own footprints in their light, but they were covering over very quickly, and I knew that in only minutes they'd be gone again, and that I'd never be able to follow them back if I went on much farther. I plodded on just a little way more, though, feet lifting high, boots clogged with damp snow, enjoying the exercise of it, exhilarated by the feel of this snowy, luminous night, and my aloneness in it. Behind me and to the north, I heard a distant, rhythmical jingle,
perceptibly louder each time it sounded, and I turned to look back toward the street once again. For a moment or two I stood listening to the jink, jink, jingle sound, and then, just beyond the silhouetted branches, down the center of the lighted street, there it came. The only kind of vehicle that could move on a night like this. A light, airy, one-seated sleigh drawn by a single slim horse trotting easily and silently through the snow. The sleigh had no top. They sat out in the falling snow, bundled snugly together under a robe, a man and a woman passing jink, jink, jingle through the snow-swirled cones of light under each lamp.
They wore fur caps like mine, and the man held a whip and the reins in one hand. The woman was smiling, her face tilted to receive the snow, and the only sounds were the bells, the muffled hoof-clops, and the hiss of the sleigh runners. Then their backs were to me, the sleigh drawing away, diminishing, the steady rhythm of the sleigh bells receding. They were nearly gone when I heard the woman laugh momentarily, her voice muffled by the falling snow, the sound distant and happy. It was enough of a walk. I had no desire to push on into the park, and I turned back. The slim parallel lines of the sleigh runners were still there, down the middle of Central Park West, but they were fading quickly, and my own earlier footsteps were already completely gone. I climbed the stairs of the Dakota, took off my cap and coat, then turned off the living room jets, ready for bed. I walked to the windows for one last look outside. Then I wanted to feel the snow once more, and I opened the French windows and stepped out onto the balcony. Down on the street I'd crossed, the marks of the sleigh runners and of my steps were gone, the snow level and unmarked once more. I stared into the black and white park for several moments, then turned to look north. All I could see, barely visible through the curtain of snow, was the Museum of Natural History several blocks ahead, one row of its windows lighted. Then I turned back into the living room. In bed I fell asleep almost instantly. Rube said, "Tell us again. Think, gosh, really?" The frustration and anger growing in his voice. Was there anything else about the sleigh? Anything at all? Didn't they say anything, for Christ's sake? "Easy, Rube, easy," Dr. Danziger murmured. He, Rube, and Oscar Rossoff, who wore his own clothes now, were sitting in my Dakota living room, each with a cup of coffee in his hand or beside him. Oscar was smoking a cigarette. I'd never seen him smoke before, and after he'd smoked a couple, Danziger asked him for one, and now he was smoking too. I sat in shirt sleeves, wearing carpet slippers, sipping coffee, and forcing every detail of my walk last night to life again, examining the pictures in my mind for anything new. Then, once again, I shook my head. It was just a sleigh. I'm sorry. And they didn't say a thing. She laughed after they passed, but if he said anything to cause it, I didn't hear it. "Well, what about the street lamps?" Oscar said irritably. "Were they gas or electric? That's not hard to tell." Irritability is contagious, and I said, "Oscar, I no more paid any attention to street lights than you do when you go out at night." "And you saw no one else?" Rube said, squinting at me. "Nothing else? Heard no sound? What about that? Did you hear anything else? Anything at all?" I hated to do it again. I felt guilty about it as though it were my fault. But after several seconds of trying to remember anything more of what I'd already told them in every possible detail, I had to shake my head once more. It was absolutely silent, Rube. Snow everywhere, nothing else moving. His mouth quirked in annoyance, lips pressing tight together to hold in the anger. Then he made himself smile at me to show he understood. But he had to find some physical release, and he stood, hands shoving into the back pockets of his army pants, and began walking the room. "Vary it, vary it, vary it. It could have been 1882, it could have, or it could have been today. Someone got out Granddad's old sleigh, and the traffic lights were out because of the storm." Rube swung around to Rossoff, flinging his hands helplessly, laughing without amusement. "It's ridiculous. He might have made it. Maybe he did. And there's no way to tell. Jesus!" He walked to his chair, dropped into it, and reached for his coffee on the carpet beside him. His voice slow, rumbling a little, lowering the level of irritability in the room, Danziger said patiently, "You came back up here, Si, after your walk, meeting no one?" "Right," I nodded again. "Then you came into the living room here, walked to the windows, and looked down at the park." "Right," I nodded, staring at his face, hoping he could draw something from me I didn't know was there. "And you saw nothing, really?"
No. I sat back in my chair, suddenly depressed. I'm sorry, Dr. Danziger, terribly sorry. But to me last night, it was 1882, at least in my mind. So there was nothing unusual about that fact, and I paid no special attention. I understand. He nodded several times, smiling at me. Then he turned to the others, shrugging a shoulder. Well, that's that. We'll simply have to wait for another opportunity and try again, that's all. They nodded, then we all just sat there. Dr. Danziger looked at the lighted cigarette in his hand, made a disgusted grimace, and ground it out in an ashtray, and I knew he'd just quit smoking again. After a little, maybe a couple of minutes, Rossoff said, "Cy, walk over to the windows, will you, and step out onto the balcony the way you did last night." I walked over to the French doors, opened them, and stepped out, turning to Rossoff inquiringly. I was tired of this, but felt obligated to go on as long as anyone wanted me to. Rossoff said, "Close your eyes." I closed them. "Okay, it's last night. You're standing out there, looking down at the park. Keep your eyes closed and see it again in your mind. As soon as you see it, describe it, Cy, exactly." After a moment, eyes shut, I said, "Perfectly white snow, still untouched, unmarked. It's beautiful. The trees look carbon black against the whiteness. The street is level with snow, completely unmarked. I can see that my footprints are gone and the snow is still falling. In the light around the bases of the street lamps, the snow sparkles, and nothing is moving. Nothing. There isn't a sound. I stand here looking down at the park for a few seconds longer, then decide to go to bed. I'm turning away now to step back inside. I see that several windows are lighted, the cleaning women, I suppose, in the Museum of Natural History. Then I pull the curtain shut and that's all. I'm sorry." I turned to look at the three of them stepping back inside the room. I went to bed then and slept all... I didn't finish. Dr. Danziger was slowly standing, unfolding to his full 6'5", his face coming to life. He walked quickly toward me, his hand reaching out ahead of him to grip my shoulder so hard it was painful. He swung me around, back to the balcony again, pushing me out onto it ahead of him. He stepped out too and said, "Look." His big, veined old hand moved past my eyes, seized my whole jaw, and swung my head to the north. "There's where you looked last night. Look again. Where is the museum?" I couldn't see it, of course. Between my eyes and the museum stood 4 solid blocks of apartment houses, rising far above the roof of the Dakota. The museum hadn't been visible, not from this balcony, since the early 1880s, and as the realization roared through my brain, it did in Rube's, it did in Oscar's, and Rube whispered, "He made it." Then, his face an instant pink from the effort, he yelled, "He made it! Oh my God, he did!" Rube and Oscar were grabbing at my hand then, shaking it, congratulating me and each other, and I stood grinning, nodding, trying to get hold of the knowledge that last night, for a few moments, I had stepped out of this apartment into the winter of 1882. Dr. Danziger's eyes were half closed, and I saw him sway for just an instant. I believe he came close to actually fainting. Then he and all of us were gabbling at each other, grinning, making lousy jokes. And while I was a part of it, responding, grinning back, elated, excited, in my mind at the same time, I was back on the balcony in the dead of a silent white night, staring across 5 city blocks of empty space which had long since, and for decades, been solidly filled.
In the warehouse, 20 minutes later, I sat in a room I remembered vaguely from a tour of the building I'd taken with Rube. I sat in a swivel chair, the little tube of a chest microphone suspended by a tape around my neck. On a wall panel beside me, recording tape revolved, and a girl sat at an almost silent electric typewriter, a tiny headset over her ears, my recorded voice replaying into her ears only a matter of seconds behind my actual voice. Danziger, Rossoff, the Princeton history prof, Colonel Esterhazy, and a dozen others I'd met were standing around the room, leaning against the walls, listening. I said, "Frederick Bogue, Frederick N. Bogue, Buffalo, New York. I last saw him in an art class 3.5 years ago." I sat thinking for a second, then said, "There was a movie called The Graduate. Anne Bancroft was in it, and a guy named Dustin Hoffman, directed by Mike Nichols." I paused, listening to the muffled clatter of the electric typewriter. "There are Hershey bars, chocolate, brown paper wrappers with silver lettering." A pause. "Clifford Dabney, New York City, about 25, is an advertising copywriter. Elmore Bob is Dean of Girls, Montclair College. Rupert Gansman is a state assemblyman. Living in Wyoming is a full-blooded Sioux Indian named Gerald Montezambert. There was a fire in an apartment building on East 51st Street just off Lexington last October. Perm Station has been torn down. A young guy I'd seen in the halls came quietly into the room, almost tiptoeing. He carefully tore off the top-typed half of the paper in the electric typewriter and walked out. The girl continued typing on the bottom half of the sheet. I continued talking onto the tape. Names of people I knew or knew of, both obscure and prominent, facts large and small, any and every scrap of knowledge that came into my mind of the world as I remembered it before last night. Queen Elizabeth is Queen of England, but the Queen Mary, the ship, was sold to a town in Southern California. There's a barber named Emmanuel in the shop on 42nd just west of the Commodore. A man opened the door and stepped into the room, grinning. He was around 40 and bald. I'd met him in the cafeteria. "So far, okay," he said. "Everything we've been able to check." There was a murmur, everyone excited. The man left, and I continued. "There's a comic strip called Peanuts, and not long ago Lucy told Snoopy." At 11 o'clock, Danziger cut me off. It was enough, he said, and by noon we knew. Every random fact I'd recalled of the world as I remembered it before last night was still a fact today. The few steps I'd taken, across the snow into the world of 1882 and back, hadn't altered that world, or, in consequence, altered ours. There was no one I'd known or known of yesterday, for example, who didn't exist this morning. No one else was in any way changed. No truth of any kind, large or trivial, was found to differ from my memory of it. Things were as I'd left them. There had been no detectable change, and that meant the experiment could cautiously continue. But before it did, I saw Katie. I walked across town after lunch, she closed her shop, and we sat upstairs for 40 minutes while I told her 3 times what had happened. What was it like? How did it feel? She kept asking in a variety of ways. I'd try to tell her, hunting for the words that would do the job, and Katie would sit leaning toward me, eyes narrowed, lips parted, straining to extract the full meaning of what I was trying to convey from my mind to hers. At times her head would shake unconsciously in wonder and awe, but of course she was disappointed. I couldn't really transfer my experience, and when I had to get up to go finally, I knew she still wondered, what was it like? How did it feel? At the warehouse again, I changed clothes in Doc Rossoff's office, and he had his questions while I dressed. They were mostly along the line of, could I emotionally feel as well as intellectually believe in the reality of what had happened? And, always obliging, I thought about it as I got into my clothes. In my mind, I saw the sleigh drawing away through the swirl of soft snowflakes, the jingle of the harness bells diminishing. And again I heard the clear, musical sound of the woman's laugh in that marvelous winter night, and a thrill of pleasure touched my spine. I nodded at Doc and said yes. He drove me to the Dakota then. We were in a hurry now. It had taken me a long time of living in the Dakota apartment to reach the point of last night's success. Now I had only this night, tomorrow morning, and part of the afternoon to reach the same point again if I were to see Katie's long blue envelope mailed in New York NY, Main Post Office, January 23, 1882, 6 p.m. And this time, to advance the experiment, I was to try it alone with no help from Doc Rossoff. By 4, I was climbing the building staircase. The package from Fishborn's lay on the hallway floor before my door. I picked it up, and when I unlocked the door and stepped into my living room, it was astonishingly like coming home. At 6, standing at the kitchen stove, a long fork in my hand, waiting for my potato to boil, and reading the Evening Sun for January 22, 1882, it was as though I'd never left this familiar routine. Just before I'd come up, I'd seen that last night's snow had been removed from the street below my windows, that the traffic lights were working and the cars flowing past again. But these things no longer mattered, because now I knew that January of 1882 existed out there too, and I knew that when the time came, I was going to be able to walk out into it once again. I poked into my potato. It was still hard in the center, and with my paper folded lengthwise, I stood at the stove reading on. The trial of Guiteau, Garfield's assassin, had continued today, Guiteau conducting his own defense as usual.
The inquiry into the Star root scandals dragged along. An entire family living on an isolated Wyoming farm had been found scalped. My front doorbell jangled. Newspaper at my side, I walked down the long, wide old hall in my carpet slippers, opened the front door, and Katie was standing in the hallway. In an ankle-length winter coat, a scarf tied on her head, she stood smiling nervously, waiting for me to say something. After a moment during which I just stood staring, she slid quickly past me and into the living room. I turned, automatically closing the front door behind me, saying, "Katie, what the gosh?" But she was crossing the room, shrugging out of her coat. She tossed it to a chair and turned to face me in a bottle green silk dress, trimmed in white lace, buttoned at neck and wrists, and its hem, still swaying from the motion of her turn, brushed the insteps of her buttoned shoes. In one swift, sweeping motion, she peeled off her dark scarf, as though afraid I'd make her keep it on if she didn't hurry. Her hair was parted in the middle, drawn straight back off her forehead, and gathered in a bun at the nape of the neck. I had to smile with pleasure. She looked so good. That thick, dark, coppery hair, her pale, slightly freckled skin, those big, brown, defiant eyes, with the shimmering bottle green of her dress, she knew what she was doing when she picked that color. As soon as I smiled, she said quickly, "I'm going with you, Cy, to see the letter mailed. It's mine, and I'm going to see it too." I like women. I never run them down as somehow inferior to men, and I have a contempt for men who do. And I think, for one thing, that women are just as principled as men, but they sure as gosh aren't the same kind of principles. I knew I could trust Kate in virtually anything, relying on her absolutely, her sense of right and wrong as lively as mine. Yet now we argued interminably. Kate at the stove, where she'd taken over dinner preparations, I at the kitchen table, waiting. Then, sharing my 2 chops, we continued the battle at dinner.
I began to feel like a hick upholding my own stuffy notions of morality, because it simply did not matter to Kate that this was a government project of the utmost seriousness, brought into being at tremendous expense and effort, and involving important people from all over the country. With no trouble at all, Kate saw through the transparency to the truth, the feminine truth underneath the serious pretense. She knew this was really a great, big, expensive, fascinating toy. We were all of us playing with it, and like a determined tomboy on a playground, shouldering her way into a circle of boys, she was very well going to play too. I switched to practical arguments, but that was a blunder, because she was instantly able to point out, shaking her fork at me, her food getting cold, that she was prepared too, that she'd learned as much about the 1880s as I had. As a matter of fact, she pointed out, she was better prepared now than I'd been at this time last night, because now she knew, as I did, that it was really possible. Under my verbal argument lay the knowledge that she was right. I knew in my bones that I'd succeed tomorrow. It wasn't just optimism, but a matter of certain knowledge. And I knew, if I can convey this, that the sheer strength of my certainty could carry Kate along with me. I knew absolutely that we could succeed, both of us, and in the living room after dinner, the dishes washed, the argument dwindled out, I never agreed in so many words. But she was pacing back and forth arguing, that long skirt swinging and making an audible swishing sound as she'd turn. I sat watching her, having a little trouble now not to smile because she looked so fine. Her hair had a new special shine as she'd pass under the gaslights of the overhead chandelier. She looked so great, I just got up, finally, walked over, took her in my arms, and kissed her. She responded, we kissed again, then she stepped back. She'd won, the arguing was over. We'd said it all, and she knew I wasn't going to throw her out bodily. She said, "No more, Cy. Only one thing matters, and that's success tomorrow. We can't let anything at all interfere with that." During the days and weeks I'd spent here alone, I daydreamed about having Kate here with me, and now she was here. But what she'd just said was so clearly true that there could be no question about accepting it, and we spent a quiet, domestic evening of the 80s, reading Harper's Weekly, Leslie's, then trading, and finally, over a cup of tea, we played some dominoes. We went to bed around 10:30. While I turned out the overhead chandelier, Kate walked to the closet beside the front door. From the pocket of her heavy winter coat, she brought out a rolled-up white bundle, her nightgown,
and I smiled, shaking my head at her certainty that I'd let her stay. My hand on the key of the little green-shaded student lamp on the game table where our dominoes still lay, I waited for Kate to light the hall light. I heard the faint pop of the gas, then the wavering light steadied on the wall of the hallway, and I turned out the student lamp. Kate stood waiting in the doorway of her room. The L-shaped bracket of the open flame hall light was just over her head and to the right of her doorway, and again I noticed the special glow that gaslight gave the red of her hair. She said, "Good night, Cy. See you in the morning." "Right. Good night, Kate." "It's going to work, isn't it, Cy?" I nodded. "I think so. You shouldn't be here, but I'm glad you are, and I think it'll work." We spent most of the next day, once breakfast, the dishes, and the morning paper were out of the way, reading aloud. I got a coal fire going in the living room fireplace first. Then I found, where I'd left it on the floor near the windows, the book I'd been reading when I'd glanced down at the park and seen the snowstorm. Only day before yesterday, I was mildly shocked to realize. This was a book from the living room shelves, a bright, fresh, new copy of Tried for Her Life by Mrs. Emma D. F. N. Southworth, published a year or so ago, in 1880. It was a 2-bit paperback, but there were no semi-naked women on the cover, just black type on plain red paper. I gave Kate a synopsis of what I'd read so far, then, sitting comfortably slouched in a chair, my feet in carpet slippers up on a hassock, I found my place and picked up the story aloud. It was a good day to be in here, snug and comfortable, the fire occasionally snapping. Outside it looked cold, the sky gray and completely overcast. When Sybil recovered from her death-like swoon, I read, she felt herself being borne slowly on through what seemed a narrow, tortuous underground passage, but the utter darkness, relieved only by a little gleaming red taper that moved like a star before her, prevented her from seeing more. A presentiment of impending destruction possessed her, and overwhelming horror filled her soul and held her faculties. I looked up to smile at Kate, who was on the settee, her feet tucked under her. I was smiling in acknowledgment of this overblown prose. I was certain that reasonably sophisticated people of the 80s did smile a little at this sort of thing, too. But I didn't smile much, and Kate took her cue from me. I'd read a lot of these books now, and whatever slight amusement there might be in their style, it was worn thin long since. And, skipping a lot, I was able to read for the stories, which weren't any better or worse than many a modern mystery I'd read. We took turns reading, stopping for coffee and stopping for lunch, finishing the book by mid-afternoon. It ended the way nearly all these books did, by giving you some idea of what happened to the characters after the story ended. It's not really a bad idea. I've read many a book and wished I had some notion of whatever happened after the final page to the people I'd come to know, especially those I liked. In fact, the better the book and more real the characters, the more I've wanted to know. Well, Mrs. Southworth let you know. Kate was reading when we reached the final page. "There is little more to tell," she read. "Raphael Riordan and his stepmother, Mrs. Blondell, came over to view the corpse and see to its removal. Gentiliska, now a very handsome matron, gazed at the dead body with a strangely mingled expression of pity, dislike, sorrow, and relief." "Hold it," I said, and when Kate looked up at me, I widened one eyes, frowned a little, then lifted one corner of my mouth. "That look like pity to you?" "Sort of." I deepened the frown, kept one eye wide with pity, then narrowed the other a little. "I've just added dislike. Now watch. Here comes sorrow." I opened my mouth plaintively. And now, in the center ring, juggling all four at once, relief. I threw my chin high, opening my mouth all the way, trying to hang on to all the other expressions. Without moving my mouth, I said, "How do I look?" "Strangling." I was afraid of that. But I'll bet Gentiliska managed without strain. She could probably have piled on horror, chagrin, and ecstasy without straining a facial muscle. "You kinda like Gentiliska, don't you?" "My all-time literary favorite. Pray continue." "Raphael, now a grave and handsome man, met Mrs. Berners with a sad composure. He worshipped her as constantly and purely as ever. He had known no second faith. The widow Blondell sold out her interest in the Dubarry White Sulphur Springs, and, with her stepson Raphael Riordan, returned to England. Mr. and Mrs. Berners have but one child, Jem.
But she is the darling of their hearts and eyes, and she is betrothed to Cromarty Douglas, whom they love as a son." Kate closed the book, and we both sat smiling a little. But then she said seriously, "I'm glad Jem and Cromarty got engaged, even though it was long after the story ended. I thought they would be eventually, but it's nice to know." "Right. As for Gentiliska and her mingled emotions, the more about her, the better."
And I'll tell you something else I like. I think I like the kind of people who like a story like this. Katie nodded, and we sat silent. The draft in the fireplace made a subdued miniature roar, then a coal fell. I said, "Kate, they're out there now." I nodded toward the windows across the room. All we could see was the silvery winter sky. I meant what I said. All day I'd felt the living presence of the New York winter of 1882 gathering itself around us, with more strength and reality now than in all of the days and weeks just past. Because now one truth could never change. I knew that that time existed. "They're waiting for us, Kate," I said. And strong moods and powerful certainties reach from one mind to another. Katie nodded, believing and knowing too, caught up in my absolute certainty. I said, "Kate, I think it's time." And for an instant she looked frightened. Then she nodded and closed her eyes. I closed mine, reached over and took Kate's hand, then sat, warm and comfortable, letting each muscle relax, letting all least tensions drain away. And presently, as Kate too was doing, I silently spoke to myself. In a few moments, and for a few moments, your mind will give up thinking, and you will almost sleep. This is January 23rd. And that will be the date, of course, when presently you open your eyes again. January 23rd, 1882. You and Kate have an errand to do. You will walk into the park with her, and there will be nothing at all of any other time in your mind. All you will be thinking is that you're going to the post office. Be there by 5:30, no later, and see who mails the blue envelope. Do not interfere with events. Observe them, move through them, but do not cause or prevent any. One difference: this is new, but it is going to work. It is going to work. At some point, walking through the park, very likely, at some point when you know absolutely that this is a winter afternoon of the year 1882, you will remember the present. You will remember the present and for the first time be truly an observer. I jumped a little, and my eyes popped open. I'd actually dozed, it seemed to me. Kate sat watching me, her hand in mine. She said, "I was asleep too. We have to go to the post office, Si. Do you feel like it?" "Yes," I nodded and stood up, yawning. "Do me good to get outdoors and wake up. Come on." At the hall closet, yawning, I got into my overcoat with the attached cape, my overshoes, my round black fur cap. Kate put on her coat and tied on her scarf. I no more gave thought to what year or century this was than anyone else getting ready to go out today. And downstairs, walking out of the 72nd Street building entrance, our shoulders hunching and our chins ducking into our collars as we stepped into the cold, I didn't look behind me to the west. And crossing the street bordering the park, I glanced neither north or south. Why should I have? It never occurred to me. The air was sharp and cold, and I kept my head down. In the park, we angled across it to the east and south, toward the entrance at 59th and 5th. It was cold, we saw no one, and here in the park the city seemed nearly silent. We heard only the steady scuff of our feet on the path, and I felt snug in my greatcoat, a little less sleepy, and began enjoying the exercise. Except for the paths, the snow was nearly unmarked, though there were occasional trails of footprints. For a few dozen yards our path paralleled the winding roadway, and on its packed snow I heard, absently, a faint axle squeak and the slow muffled clop of hoofs, but didn't trouble turning to look, and neither did Kate. We simply walked across the park, used to the cold now, enjoying it and the walk, hardly thinking at all. We came out of the immense rectangle of Central Park at its southeast corner, at 5th Avenue and 59th Street, and I unbuttoned my coat to reach into my pants pocket for our fares. Katie moaned, and I looked at her quickly. She had a hand pressed to her forehead, her eyes were squeezed shut, and I saw her face turn paper white. I turned to grab her, but instead I staggered half a step sideways to keep my balance, and had to stop, feet wide apart and braced, slowly bending almost double,
My elbows jamming into the pit of my stomach, both hands sliding up over my face, fighting against fainting as memory lighted up every cell of my brain. Neither of us had anticipated physical shock. I got an arm around Kate's shoulders and she was trembling. Trying to support us both, I stood leaning against a tree trunk at the curb, feeling the sweat pop out on my forehead and upper lip, and knew I must be deathly pale. My eyes were fixed on my own shoe tips, and I stood drawing deep breaths of the sharp, chill air. Then I felt the sweat drying on my face and knew I would be all right. I looked at Kate. Her eyes were open now, her tongue moistening her lips. "I'm okay now, thanks," she said, and straightened up. "But oh my God, Cy," she whispered, and I could only nod. We didn't turn immediately. We couldn't quite bring ourselves to do that. But we heard the squeal of iron tires crunching cold, dry snow, heard the loose wooden iron rattle of the body, and the crack of leather reins on solid flesh. Then, very slowly, we turned our heads to look again at the tiny, arch-roofed wooden bus with high wooden spoke wheels, drawn by a team of gaunt horses, their breaths puffing whitely into the winter air at each step. It was closer now, filling our vision. And staring at it, I knew now from where and when I had come. It took a moment of actual struggle for my mind to take hold of what it knew to be the truth. That we were here, standing on a corner of Upper Fifth Avenue on a gray January afternoon of 1882. And I shivered, and for a moment felt shot through with fear. Then elation and curiosity roared through me. I looked at Kate and she was grinning. Then I turned to look south, down the long, familiar length of Fifth Avenue, and once more the faintness touched me. Everyone has seen in actuality or on film the splendid, glittering length of Fifth Avenue, the wide street solidly lined with incredible towers of metal, glass, and soaring stone. The sparkling Corning glass building, its acres of glass walls rising forever. The enormous aluminum-sided Tishman building. The great stone masses of Rockefeller Center. Weather-worn St. Patrick's Cathedral, its twin spires submerged down among the huge buildings which dwarf it. And the sparkling stores, Saks, Tiffany's, Jensen's, and the big, old, soiled white library at the corner of 42nd Street, its stone lions flanking the wide steps of its main entrance. They must be the most famous 17 blocks of the world. And beyond them, even farther down the length of that astonishing street, the unbelievable height of the Empire State Building at 34th Street, if the air should happen to be miraculously clear enough to see it. That was the picture, asphalt and stone and sky-touching towers of metal and glass, that was in my mind instinctively as I turned to look down the length of that street. Gone, all gone. This street was tiny, narrow, cobbled, a tree-lined residential street. Mouths open, we stood staring at rows of brownstone houses, at others of brick and stone, at trees, and even patches of fenced snow-covered lawn before the houses. And all down the length of that quiet street, the highest structures I could see were the thin spires of churches, nothing above them but gray winter sky. Coming toward us, rattling on the cobbles of the bare patches of this strange little Fifth Avenue, was another horse-drawn bus, the only moving vehicle at the moment in several blocks. Kate was gripping my arm, whispering, "The Plaza Hotel is gone." She pointed, and I turned to stare across 59th Street to where the plaza ought to be. Instead, there was only empty space, as though the hotel had been wiped from the scene.
We had to stop thinking this way. It hadn't disappeared. It wasn't yet built. But the plaza itself, the little square directly beside Fifth Avenue across the street from the park, it was there, with a fountain at its center, turned off now for the winter. I nudged Kate. "Look, the hack line." There they stood waiting, the familiar line of half a dozen horse-drawn hacks along the 59th Street curb beside the park, where they've been ever since. We heard the sound and swung around. The little wooden bus was stopped at the curb beside us, its lantern smudged, and as we walked toward it, I caught the sharp stink of oil. The door was at the back, just over a jutting wooden step, and as I opened it for Kate, I glanced ahead at the driver, but he was only a motionless, blanket-wrapped figure high on an outside seat at the front, under a heavy umbrella. I followed Kate in, heard reins slap the horses' rumps, the bus jerked forward, and we pulled out from the curb. On the following page is a sketch I made from memory of the moment we began rattling down Fifth Avenue on the winter afternoon of January 23, 1882. Inside, 2 benches ran the short length of the bus under the windows, and Kate sat down beside the rear door while I walked to the tin box up front labeled Fare 5. I found 2 nickels, dropped them in, and noticed the hole in the roof through which the driver could look to see that I did. And then we sat there. There were no other passengers, heads swiveling, trying to see both sides of this alien little street at once. Half meaning it, I said, "This isn't Fifth Avenue. It can't be." And Kate pointed. Sliding past the window opposite us was a tiny curbside street lamp, 4 horizontal strips of painted glass forming a shallow box-like frame around it, and the painted legend on the panel facing us said Fifth Avenue. Kate was pulling my coat sleeve, and when I turned, she gestured with her chin at the view behind us. "The 70s, on the east side," she said, and I nodded. It was true. The block we were jogging through now looked precisely like some of the tree-lined streets of the East 70s in modern New York. A row of tall, dignified 3- and 4-story houses that said money. And I knew that, different though it seemed, this was Fifth Avenue. Between 58th and 57th Streets, in fact, on the east side of Fifth, the houses were all of white marble and looked spectacular, and the entire block on the west side of Fifth was filled with a brick and gray stone chateau. A gong sounded, not loud, just the touch of a clapper, and I turned and saw the source, a dark green enameled light wagon just turning off 55th Street ahead into Fifth Avenue, then heading south. Almost immediately, it swung to the right into a driveway crossing the sidewalk and a strip of snow-covered lawn, and we could see the driver in profile now. He had a heavy mustache and wore a dark blue cap with a straight, absolutely flat peak, and on the side of the wagon I saw the brass gong I'd heard. "St. Luke's Hospital," said the gold leaf lettering along the green side panel, and the wagon stopped in the curving driveway. The building, we could see it now, was utterly strange, big and with a long wing stretching down 55th. The hospital. Trundling toward him, we watched the driver tying his leather reins to the dashboard, then saw him climb down, first a foot on top of the wheel, the other foot next onto the brass hubcap, then a hop to the ground. Now a second man, mustached and wearing an ankle-length white coat, came out to meet him at the back of the wagon. The bus windows were open an inch, and we could hear the sudden chain rattle as the tailgate was lowered. Then we watched the 2 of them slide a wood and canvas stretcher out the back. As we passed the hospital, a bearded man lay on the stretcher, motionless, staring straight up at the sky, a dark blanket tucked neatly under his chin. Turning to look back, we saw them carry him quickly up the stone steps and inside, and as we rattled over the cobbles past the big stone building he'd disappeared into, I sat glancing up at its tall, lean, round-topped windows. It was a strange sight to me, a hospital here on Fifth Avenue, and I thought of the man on the stretcher about to be attended by long-skirted nurses and bearded doctors. Quietly, so the driver couldn't hear, I said so to Kate. Then she leaned close to murmur, "Doctors and nurses who've never heard the words penicillin, antibiotics, or sulfa." I couldn't remember if Martin Lastvogel had ever mentioned this, and I wondered if, in this hospital, they even had anesthetics. In a window of a house on the southwest corner of 5th and 53rd Street, I saw a sign reading Allen Dodsworth School for Dancing. Then 2 old friends slid past our windows. First, on the southwest corner of 52nd Street, one of the Vanderbilt mansions. I could barely remember, as a child on a visit to New York, standing with my father for half an hour, watching as the old building was slowly smashed down to make room for the Crowell Collier building. It was old, stained, dirty, worn out. Now here it stood in its youth, a shining chateau of clean white limestone. Across the street from it was the Catholic Orphan Asylum, and then in the block beyond I caught a glimpse of a really old friend. We sat grinning as we approached it, and Kate whispered, "I'm so glad, so relieved to see it." I nodded. "Just looking at it," I said, "I'm almost converted to Catholicism." Because there it was, an old friend, St. Pat's good gray cathedral, looking immense, higher by far than anything else near it, but unaltered. No, it was changed, somehow. What was different? I pressed my face to the glass to look out and up, and the twin spires were, not gone, of course, they weren't yet built. We were passing directly before it now, the gray cathedral completely filling the window pane, our own reflections swaying ghosts before it.
The sight of it was so utterly familiar that it suddenly seemed as though the Fifth Avenue I knew had to exist, and I turned my head to look back up the street toward Central Park. But once more I felt the shock of it. I was staring up miles of bare-branched shade trees and houses, church spires rising to the sky high above them. I swung around to look forward. We were passing something utterly alien called the Buckingham Hotel, just across 50th Street from St. Pat's, and saw still more miles of elegant residences stretching unbrokenly, apparently, to the Battery. I realized that we'd stopped, and that the door was opening. A man climbed in, dropped his fare in the tin box, and sat down across the aisle with a casual, uninterested glance at us. Then he crossed his knees and turned sideways to stare out the window, as the rain slapped and we started up again. And I sat watching him from the corner of my eye, tense, excited, almost frightened, at my first really close look of a living human being of the year 1882. In some ways, the sight of that ordinary man, whom I never saw again, is the most intensely felt experience of my life. There he sat, staring absently out the window, in an odd high-crowned black derby hat, a worn black short-length overcoat, his green and white striped shirt collarless and fastened at the neck with a brass stud. A man of about 60, clean-shaven. I know it sounds absurd, but the color of the man's face, just across the tiny aisle, was fascinating. This was no motionless brown and white face in an ancient photograph. As I watched, the pink tongue touched the chapped lips, the eyes blinked, and just beyond him, the background of brick and stone houses slid past. I can see it yet, that face against the slow-moving background, and hear the unending hard rattle of the iron-tired wheels on packed snow and bare cobbles.
It was the kind of face I'd studied in the old sepia photographs, but this hair, under the curling hat brim, was black streaked with gray. His eyes are a sharp blue. His ears, nose, and freshly shaved chin were red from the winter chill. His lined forehead pale white. There was nothing remarkable about him. He looked tired, looked sad, looked bored. But he was alive and seemed healthy enough, still full strength and vigorous, perhaps with years yet to live. And I turned to Kate, my mouth nearly touching her ear, to murmur, "When he was a boy, Andrew Jackson was president. He can remember a United States that was, gosh, still mostly unexplored wilderness." There he sat, a living, breathing man with those memories in his head, and I sat staring at the slight risings and fallings of his chest in wonder. The Rev. and Mrs. C. H. Gardner's boarding and day school for young ladies and gentlemen moved past our windows near the corner of 49th. At 603 Fifth, said the polished brass plate on its brownstone front. Then, just past 48th, Kate whispered, "There it is, 589. I didn't understand, and she hissed, "Carmody's house," and I swung around in my seat to look. It was wonderful. A big, beautifully proportioned brownstone mansion with a marvelously ornate bronze fence around it and the tiny patches of lawn. We stared as it slid past our window, and I was baffled. I felt almost certain I'd seen it before. It seemed astonishingly familiar. Then I remembered. It looked like the big brownstone James Flood mansion surviving on Nob Hill in 20th century San Francisco, even to the bronze fence, and I wondered if the same architect hadn't done them both. We were nearly past it, staring back at it, wondering if Andrew Carmody, alive now, years before he was to shoot himself in Gillis, Montana, was somewhere inside it. The cross streets slipped by, 49th, 48th, 47th, 46th, all strange, unfamiliar, identical streets of uninterrupted row after row of high-stooped brownstones, precisely like blocks still existing on the west side. As we'd moved down toward the thick of the city, the street became more and more alive. There they were now, moving along the walks, crossing the street, the people. And I looked out at them, at first with awe, then with delight, at the bearded, cane-swinging men in tall, shiny silk hats, fur caps like mine, high-crowned derbies like the man's across the aisle, and younger men in very shallow, low-crowned derbies. Almost all of them wore ankle-length greatcoats or topcoats. Half the men seemed to wear pince-nez glasses, and when the older men, the silk-hatted men, passed an acquaintance, each touched his hat brim in salute with the head of his cane.
The women were wearing headscarves or hats ribbon-tied under the chin, wearing short, tight-waisted cutaway winter coats or capes or brooch-pin shawls. Some carried muffs and some wore gloves. All wore button shoes darting out from and disappearing under long skirts. There they were, the people of the stiff old woodcuts. Only these moved. The swaying coats and dresses there on the walks and crossing the street before and behind us were of new-dyed cloth, maroon, bottle green, blue, strong brown, unfaded black, and I saw the shimmer of light and shadow in the appearing and disappearing long folds. And the leather and rubber they walked in pressed into and marked the slush of the street crossings, and their breaths puffed out into the winter air, momentarily visible. And through the trembling, rattling glass panes of the bus we heard their living voices and heard a girl laugh aloud. Looking out at their winter-flushed faces, I felt like shouting for joy. Within 2 blocks, half a dozen people had climbed into the bus, one of the pince-nased, top-hatted men, several others, and then, somewhere along in the 40s, we pulled to the curb, and a woman got on, walking past us to the fare box, her long skirt brushing our legs. She wore a flower-trimmed felt hat, a plain black coat, a long pale green scarf around her neck, and the hem of her dress, just below her coat, was deep purple. She was a woman in her 30s, and my first impression as she walked down the narrow aisle past us was that she was beautiful. But then her coin rattled into the fare box, she turned back, and Kate and I sat directly beside the door at the rear. She sat down up ahead. This is a drawing I've made from memory. Now I saw her face clearly and glanced quickly away so that I wouldn't offend her, because her face was scarred with dozens of pitted cavities, and I remembered that smallpox was almost commonplace still. No one else paid her the least attention. We passed the Windsor Hotel, the Sherwood, and then something called Ye Oldest Willow Cottage, according to an Old English sign running the width of the building just over the doorway. A wooden colonial-looking building with shutters, a wide veranda, and a short flight of wooden steps, like a country store. In front of it the big tree grew out of the pavement, pedestrians walking around it, and if Ye Oldest Willow Cottage didn't date from colonial times, it sure looked it. Right next door, on this astonishing Fifth Avenue, stood Henry Tyson's Fifth Avenue Market, apparently a butcher shop because I caught a glimpse of skinned carcasses hanging in rows. Street traffic had grown heavier. We were passing carriages now, and a light delivery wagon enameled deep purple and lettered Mokeen in gold script cut around us. As I watched it, Kate touched my arm, and I turned. She was frowning, shaking her head. "See, I've had enough. I'm seeing too much. I'd like to just retreat somewhere and close my eyes." I know what you mean." I stood up, stooping to look ahead. I knew we must be approaching 42nd Street, and I was unconsciously looking for the landmark that would confirm it, the main library on the west corner just across 42nd. Again, a moment of utter disbelief, because of course it wasn't there. Where it should have been stood what looked like the base of an enormous pyramid, tall blank walls slanting inward, running clear down to 41st Street on 5th, and west on 42nd out of sight. Martin had briefed me with pictures, and I knew what this was, the Croton Reservoir. But it was one more bewildering sight in a city completely familiar to me, and now terribly different. The bus was edging toward the curb. I beckoned to Kate, and we got off directly in front of a 2-wheeled hansom cab parked just short of the corner. I opened the cab door and helped Kate in. Settling down beside her, I glanced at her, and her head was back, her eyes closed. The driver sat in the rear on a high seat where he could look over the top, and now I heard a sound overhead and looked up to see a panel slide back and reveal a small open square in the roof. Framed in it a moment later, I saw one eye, half of the other, a nose red with cold, and the beginnings of a large and drooping mustache. "The main post office," I said. Then I got out my watch, pressed the stud, and the lid sprang back to reveal the face. It was nearly 5. "Can you do it in half an hour?" "I don't know," he said disgustedly, and clucked at his horse, snapping the reins. We pulled out into the street. The way traffic is nowadays, it gets worse every day. You never know anymore. We'll try it. Straight down 5th to the square shouldn't be too bad yet, this time of day. Then over to Broadway and miss the very L. Pardon me, ma'am. My head was back too, my eyes closed. I'd seen enough for the moment, almost more than I could take. But as the roof panel slid shut, I was smiling. However different, New York wasn't really changed.
The slow, absolutely regular clip-clop of our horses' hoofs on the hard-packed snow, a little louder and more ringing when we crossed bare cobbles, was soothing, and so was the rhythmical sway and slight jounce of the handsome body on its springs. I began to recover from too much all at once, and opened my eyes now and then. But the glimpses I had were more of the same. This was a narrow, pleasant, tree-lined, expensive residential street, mostly. Occasionally we passed hotels with strange names, St. Mark, Shelburne, and the Union League Club looking just like a Union League Club. Then I heard the distant frantic sound of a bell, growing louder with every clang, and as we crossed 33rd Street, it was suddenly a brain-numbing fury of sound to the west. Kate scrambling upright beside me, I turned to look, and here it came straight for us, a team of immense white horses, manes flying, hoofs pounding, drawing a red and brass fire engine, the driver slashing his whip at the horses, a flat stream of white smoke lining out behind it like the wake of a ship. The bell was wild now, the pound of hoofs on the cobbles so fast and in such unison that the sound was a throb. It was frightening to see that smoke-belching fury roaring straight at us, and our driver lashed out at his horse, and we jolted on across the street and out of its way. Behind us we saw it dash on across Fifth, red and gilt spokes flashing, drivers reining up to hold the path clear. 4 or 5 blocks farther on we heard the sound again, this time to the south. And I remembered that this was a city of wooden beams, floors and walls, and of open flame lighting and heat. All the while we clip-clopped on, block after block downtown into the busy part of the city. The street traffic grew heavier. Then suddenly Kate and I were bumped hard against each other. The cab had stopped abruptly, slewing sideways in the slush of the pavement. Then it jerked, starting forward again, and I sat up, hearing our driver cursing, and I lowered my window to stick my head out, and the noise was hard to believe. We were at the intersection where Broadway crosses Fifth, and vehicles were pouring from Broadway to join our traffic stream, which was just possible, or to fight their way across it, which was almost impossible. Nearly every vehicle had 4 wheels, and every wheel was wrapped in iron that smashed and rang against the cobbles. Every horse had 4 iron-shod hoofs that did the same, and there was no control whatsoever. Wheels clattered, wood groaned, chains rattled, leather creaked, whips cracked against horseflesh, men shouted and cursed, and no street I've ever seen of the 20th century made even half that brain-numbing sound. Bulling their way across Fifth or Broadway were varnished delivery wagons, each with a single slim horse. Enormous-wheeled, flat-bedded wagons loaded sky-high with barrels, crates, sacks, some pulled by as many as 3 tandem teams of immense steam-breathing dray horses. Carriages of black, maroon, green, brown, some shabby, some elegant, and glinting with glass and polish. They trotted, lumbered, or rattled over the stones, or they slowed or stopped short in little knots and clusters. Kate was leaning out her window, and we saw a carriage horse at the intersection rear high on his hind legs, whinnying, and I saw a truck driver come out of Broadway, standing before his seat to force his way across Fifth, slashing out with his whip at his own horses and at any others who got in his way. Other drivers simply sat in numb patience, hunched and motionless against the cold, completely out in the open on their high wooden benches, wrapped to the waist in drab, torn-edged blankets, wearing fur or knit caps pulled down low, and enormous coats of stained cloth or balding fur. Then we were across, resuming our steady clip-clop down Fifth, and I yelled at the driver, "There ought to be traffic lights." And he opened his slide. "What's that?" "They ought to have signal lights to control the traffic," I said, but of course he just looked at me, then slid the panel closed. At Washington Square we turned left. There was no arch at the entrance, and to me, again, it looked as though it had been removed. Over to Broadway, and I sat with Kate's hand in mine, my body, senses, and capacity for surprise used up.
Kate laid her head back on the hard, tufted leather upholstery, and I did too, watching the telegraph wires, which had appeared as soon as we turned into Broadway, angle endlessly across the top of my window. I didn't sit up or look out again till Chambers Street. Then, a block ahead on Kate's side, I looked out and saw City Hall, and it was so good to see something familiar that I dragged out my watch. It was 5:20, there was time to walk, and I rapped on the roof. We walked south, on past City Hall and the little park before it. I said, "This is the original City Hall, you can't fight, you know," and Kate smiled. Then we crossed the street to the big main post office, which filled the triangle of land just across from City Hall Park, where Park Row ends at Broadway. By the time we got around to the front entrance of the post office, Kate and I were grinning at each other. It was such a ridiculous building, all windows and ornamental stone columns rising 5 stories to a roof of shingled towers, cast iron railings, an ornamental cupola, and, fluttering from a flagpole, a long pointed pennant on which was lettered Post Office. Inside, it was tiled floor and brass spittoons, dark wood, pebbled glass, and gaslights. We found an enormous panel of ornate brass letter drops labeled City, Brooklyn, Staten Island, Annexed District, together with separate drops for each state and territory, and Canada, Newfoundland, Mexico, South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, and Oceania. Behind this great panel was an entire wall of thousands of private numbered boxes. It was just past 5:30, and Kate at one side and I at the other, we took positions beside the big panel and began our wait. I suppose some 50-odd people came in and dropped letters into those slots in the next 15 minutes, nearly all of them men, and the look of astonishment and disgust on Kate's face was something to see. Because just about every last man, without breaking stride, aimed a shot of thick brown tobacco juice at one of the several dozen cuspidors scattered around the big floor. Some were expert, hitting the mark squarely and audibly, then walking on toward or past us looking pleased and self-satisfied. Others missed by a foot or more, and now, our eyes used to the gloom of the feeble lighting, we saw that the floor was soiled everywhere you looked. And I saw Kate reach down the side of one leg, gather up her skirts, and stand holding them a good 2 inches from the floor. We waited, minute after minute, people streaming in and out, the squeak and clatter of the hinged brass flaps of the many letter drops almost never entirely stopping. I was sure Kate was picturing, as I was, the blue envelope, singed at one end, covered on the back with a man's last words. Were we about to see it again? Maybe not. It was possible that it had been posted at an outside mailbox, and at the thought I was instantly certain it had been, that we were never going to see the sending of the letter that would cause the destruction by fire of the entire world. And then here he came, at 10 minutes of 6 by the big lobby clock, shoving through the heavy doors. Here he came, walking fast and full of purpose, a black-bearded, round-bellied John Bull of a man, and the excitement flared so that for an instant I literally could not see. Filling my vision now, here he came, heading across the great tiled floor directly for us, and his hairy right hand held the long, slim, robin's egg blue envelope.
His stubby, flat-topped plug hat hung jauntily on the back of his head, and his unbuttoned overcoat, swept behind him by the speed of his walk, exposed the long curve of his belly shoved belligerently forward. His chin was lifted, thrusting his stiff beard almost horizontally outward as though he were defying the world. And a corner of his mouth gripped a cigar butt, lifting his lip so that he appeared to be snarling. He was an imposing and memorable man, and he didn't see me, didn't see anyone. His brown, fierce little eyes looked straight ahead, lost in his own concerns and purpose and the importance of the act he was about to perform. And then we saw what we had come across the years to see. He thrust the long blue envelope toward the brass slot marked City, and there was an instant when I had a glimpse of its face. I saw the strange green stamp, slightly tilted to the right, saw it in memory, cancelled, and saw it in actuality, queerly unmarked. Saw the slanted script, old and browning in memory, fresh written and sharply black in actuality, but reading identically. Andrew W. Carmody, SQ, 589 Fifth Avenue. The end of the envelope, unsinged and unopened now, pushed the brass flap inward. The hand holding it turned at the wrist, a diamond ring gleaming. Then the blue envelope was gone, the brass flaps still swinging, its mysterious journey toward the future begun. The man had turned on his heel, was walking swiftly toward the outer doors, and that was all we'd come to see, but we simply weren't able to let him walk out and away, into the night and lost forever. Kate and I stepped forward to follow. We pushed through the doors, and it was dark out now. Our man turned north, back the way we'd come, walking along the Broadway side of the post office. We followed, watching him pass through the yellowy circles at the base of each street lamp, the light sliding along the silk curves of his hat. Beyond the curb, Broadway lay in almost complete darkness, its traffic still noisy but much less heavy. And now the traffic was dim shapes and moving shadows visible only in bits and pieces. You'd see a fan shape of muddy spokes revolving through the swaying light of a lantern slung from a van's axle, but the wagon itself and its driver and team would be lost in the blackness. Or see the shine of a silvery door handle and the waxed curve of a jouncing carriage body under its own flickering side lamp, and nothing more of it. Across the dark street, the windows and doorways of business houses were almost dark, their shapes silhouetted only by turned-down nightlights. Pedestrians, the last of the office workers I supposed, hurried past us, their faces yellowing and coming momentarily clear as they approached and passed through the cones of dim street lighting, pale and almost lost in the in-between blackness. Across the street, a man, a dark blur against the dimly lighted doorways and windows, carried a pole, and with this, as he walked, he reached up into each dark street lamp, touching it into light. I'd felt Kate's arm tighten under mine, drawing my arm closer to her side, and I understood why. This strange, dim street, still clattering steel against cobble in a blackness relieved by squares, rectangles, and cones of vague light whose very color was strange, had me uneasy too. And yet, oh God, just to be here. Something in me responded to it, and the mystery of the hurrying, dimly seen people around us, and I knew Rube Prian had been right. This was the greatest possible adventure. My arm squeezed down on Kate, halting her beside me. Just beyond a street lamp ahead, our man had abruptly turned to the curb and stepped out into the street. Now he stood within the slightly trembling circle of light on the cobbles, hat gleaming on the back of his head, belly jutting, looking past us to the south, his head moving from side to side, trying to see through the oncoming traffic, in the unmistakable attitude of a man impatiently searching for a bus. Vague in the dark of the street beside us, a heavy wagon trundled past. Kate and I watched its lantern jolting and swaying under the rear axle, watched its heavy black bulk clatter toward the puddle of yellow light ahead and the man standing inside it. The driver stood up, sharply silhouetted for us against the streetlight ahead. He was shouting, cursing, and we saw his arm move fast and heard the crack of his whip. The man standing in the street facing him lifted his head, jutting his beard, and we stood watching him stare up at the driver high above him without a change of expression and without budging or intention to budge. We stared at the driver's back, saw his whip arm lift high in threat. Then we saw the move of his left shoulder as he twitched his left rein. And under the lamp, the horse and then the wagon curved around the man on the street. The upraised whip passed directly over the shining hat, but neither whip nor the man under it moved. Then, disappearing into the darkness ahead, the driver shouted an obscenity over his shoulder, and our man tossed back his head, and I thought his hat would tumble down his back, but it did not. He laughed. We'd had to resume our walk, slowing our pace, but we were very nearly abreast of him as he peered once more to the south, then swung impatiently away toward the curb. "A bus," he said, as though suddenly astonished. "Why should I ever wait for a bus again?" He stepped up onto the walk, Kate and I looking out into the street, pretending to ignore him. He was only a step ahead of us now. He turned to walk rapidly north, and we stopped, giving him time to draw ahead. He didn't go far. We stood waiting, watching, and he walked quickly along a row of 4 or 5 hansom cabs lined up to the street corner ahead, and stopped at the first in line. "Home," he said, his voice ringing out happy and exuberant as he reached for the door handle. "All the way home, and in style." And where might that be? The faint silhouette of the driver leaned over the side of his exposed seat, his voice sardonic.
"19 Gramercy Park," the man said, climbing in. Then the cab door slammed, I heard the driver cluck at his horse, heard the reins crack, and stood watching the cab pull out and into the thin stream of wavering lamps and lanterns. I turned to Kate, but she was staring at the walk. At the base of a curbside wooden telegraph pole lay a half oval of snow out of the pedestrian path, protected by the pole and still untouched. The patch of snow lay just within the circle of pale light from a street lamp. And at the edge of the patch, sharply and clearly impressed in the snow, was a replica in miniature of the tombstone whose photograph Kate had shown me over the grave of Andrew Carmody outside Gillis, Montana. Almost matter-of-factly, Kate murmured, "It's impossible." She looked up at me. "It's impossible," she said again, her voice suddenly angry, and I knew what she felt. This was so far from any sensible explanation that it made you mad, and I nodded. "I know," I said, "but there it is." And there it still was. We bent forward to stare at it. All we could do was stand looking at that shape in the snow. Straight-edged at bottom and sides, the top perfectly rounded in a cartoonist tombstone shape, and in its interior, the design formed of dozens of tiny dots, a 9-pointed star contained in a circle. The cab was long gone when I looked up, lost in the traffic and dark. I stood staring, eyes narrowed, but I wasn't looking after it. A second or so before, above the iron rattle of the thinning Broadway street traffic, I'd heard a sound, a familiar sound at the very edge of my attention, and now I realized what it had been. I said, "Kate, would you like a drink, in front of a great big fire?" "Yes, oh my God, yes," she said, and I took her arm, and we walked half a dozen yards ahead to the corner. Across the street, one of the illuminated signs framing the street lamp read Broadway, the other Park Place. And a short block west on Park Place, I saw the source of that familiar clackety-racketing sound. Its 3 tall, slim windows were lighted redly, the familiar gabled shape of its roof black against the night sky. There, perched over the street, was an L station like an old friend. We crossed Broadway, it wasn't hard now, the traffic sparse, and on the other side I turned to look back. This was a dark city, but just beyond the rear of the post office on the far side of City Hall Park, I saw a 5-story building that still stands in 20th century New York. But now the upper floors were brilliant with the light of hundreds of gas jets. Carved in the stone of the side of the building, clearly readable in the light streaming out the upper windows, was the New York Times. They were up there now. I could walk back, climb a wooden staircase, and actually see them. Derbied reporters scribbling in longhand, dozens and dozens of typesetters in sleeve protectors standing in long rows plucking type letter by letter from wooden cases, their hands blurred by motion as they set every word, sentence, paragraph, column, and page of what would presently be, ink still wet, tomorrow morning's New York Times. They were there now as I stared across the darkness at those brilliantly lighted windows, preparing a paper I might already and long since have seen brown and crumbling at the edges, lying forgotten in an old file. I shivered, turning away, and we walked on a short block to the L station. As I climbed the steps, even the ironwork of the railings seemed wonderfully familiar. I'd visited New York often as a boy, ridden the L many times. And now here again, inside the little station, were the bare worn floorboards, the wooden tongue-and-groove walls, the little scooped-out wooden shelf projecting from under the change booth window, grained and polished from 10,000 hands. There was a cuspidor on this floor, and the station was lighted by a single tin-shaded kerosene ceiling lamp. But even the dimness was familiar. As late as the 1950s, I'd been in stations just like this. I shoved 2 nickels in through the little half-moon hole at the bottom of the wide-meshed grill between me and the mustached man in the booth. He took them without looking up from his paper and shoved out 2 printed tickets. Then we walked out to the platform, and for just an instant it was once again a tiny shock to see the dozen or so passengers. The women in skirts that nearly brushed the platform, wearing bonnets and shawls, some carrying muffs, and the whiskered men in their derbies, silk hats, and fur hats, smoking cigars, carrying canes. Then a whistle, toot, 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 a high, happy sound. We turned to look down the tracks, and I was astounded.
Martin had told me, shown me pictures, but I'd forgotten. A short, squat, toy locomotive was chuffing toward us, red sparks flaring into the night from its miniature stack. Its brakes grabbed, the chuff slowing, white steam jetting from its sides, and the train engineer leaning out its side windows slid into the station and on past us. There were 3 cars, enameled light green and trimmed with gilt arabesques. Inside, seats ran the length of the car. They were upholstered in brown, and at intervals along the backs, New York Elevated Railroad was elaborately woven into the cloth. There was a kerosene ceiling lamp at each end of the car. We'd hardly sat down before a conductor in a low-crowned, flat-brimmed uniform cap came through, walking fast, collecting tickets. The car was nearly filled, but once more I was used to the way people looked, and glancing at Kate's face, I could see that she was too. It didn't pop into my mind that the brown-bearded man directly across the aisle from us might be going to a wedding. The shiny silk topper he wore was the hat he wore every day, of course, like many another man in this very car. Next to him, staring absently into space, sat a woman wearing a navy blue scarf tied under her chin, brown knit shawl, a long dark green dress, and I caught a glimpse between the end of her skirt and the tops of her black button shoes. She wore heavy white knit stockings with broad horizontal red stripes. But I could see more than the clothes now. I could see the girl who wore them, and see that in spite of the clothes, she was young and pretty. I even thought I could tell, I don't know how, but I thought so, that she had a nice figure. Kate was nudging me. No ads. She nodded toward the spaces over the windows. I looked and said, I wonder how long before some genius thinks of them. We'd taken a right-angled curve to the left almost immediately after starting up, then a curve to the right a block or so farther on. I didn't know where we were or what street we were over now, but we were heading in the right direction, steadily and rapidly north, stopping for only seconds at each station. We were no longer curious about the people around us, but just sat staring out the windows. We were facing west, and looking past the shiny topper of the man opposite, I peered through the shiny window out at the strange nighttime New York sliding past us. There were lights, thousands of them, but of no brightness. These were thousands of tiny flecks affecting the darkness not at all. They were gaslights, most of them, white at this distance and almost steady. But there was candlelight, too, and, I supposed, kerosene. No colors, no neon, nothing to read, just a vast blackness pricked with lights, and all of them, I realized, below us. This was a Manhattan in which we looked out over the rooftops, its tallest structures the dozens of church spires silhouetted against, yes, the Hudson River, just becoming visible under a rising moon. A few minutes later, we couldn't see the moon, but it was higher now. The river brightened, its dark surface glinting, and suddenly I saw the darker bulk of sailing ships anchored offshore, and the silhouettes of their bare masts. I shivered then, staring out that window at the strangeness of the city flowing past. This was Manhattan, and there lay the Hudson, but I was a very long way from anything I knew. We got off at the last stop, 6th Avenue and 59th Street, only a block from where we'd come out of Central Park this afternoon. We crossed the street and again entered the park, walking through it silently, postponing anything we had to say till we reached the sanctuary of the Dakota. We could see it far ahead, towering alone against the moonlit sky. Then Kate and I sat in my living room, our second drinks in our hands, good stiff drinks, whiskey and water. The fire was going again, and we'd said, and then said once more, all there was to say about the blue envelope, and the man who'd mailed it, and the tiny image of the Gillis tombstone marked in the snow. Now, after a little silence, I said, "What's the one single thing of all you saw that made the strongest impression? The streets, the people, the buildings, the way the city looked from the L?" Kate took a sip of her drink, thinking, then said, "No, they're faces." I looked at her questioningly. "They aren't like the faces we're used to," she said, shaking her head as though I were disputing her. "The faces we saw today were different." I thought possibly she was right, but I said, "An illusion. They dress so differently. The women have hardly any makeup. The men have beards, chin whiskers, side whiskers." "It's not that, Cy, and we're used to beards. Their faces are actually different. Think about it." I sipped at my drink, then said,
You may be right. I think you are. But different how? We couldn't say, either of us. But staring at the fire, sipping my drink, and remembering the faces we'd seen on the bus, the sidewalks of Fifth Avenue, on the L, in the gas-lighted marble and dark wood lobby of that strange vanished post office, I knew Kate was right. Then I realized something. Vanished, I'd just said to myself, and I looked over at Kate.
Testing her impression, I said, "Katie, where are we? What's outside the windows right now? Are we in 1882 still?" For a moment she considered it, then shook her head. "Why not?" "Because," she shrugged, "because we came back, that's all. We were finished, so we came back to the apartment, and we came back in our minds, too." Suddenly doubtful, she said, "Haven't we?" We got up and, glasses in hand, walked over to the windows and looked down into the blackness of Central Park, hesitating. Then we leaned forward and, foreheads touching the window pane, looked straight down into the street, and saw the long string of traffic lights, red as far as we could see in both directions. They all flicked green, the cars starting up, and a cab horn shrieked in rage at a car speeding out of the park to beat the light at 72nd. I turned to Kate, shrugging, lifting my drink to finish it. "Yep," I said, "we're back." We'd inevitably begun calling it my debriefing, and I sat as I'd done before, a microphone hung on my chest, reciting names and random facts onto tape. As I spoke, I watched the people who sat or stood leaning against the walls. Every one of them was staring at me. My voice droned on, the muffled clatter of the electric typewriter accompanying it, and they watched me, knowing I was different from all of them now. Staring back at them, so did I. Rube was there in faded, very clean, sharply pressed army pants and shirt without insignia. He lay tilted back in a molded plastic chair, hands clasped behind his head, looking at me. He grinned when our eyes met once, quirking a mouth corner and shaking his head in mock awe and wonder, his eyes filled with friendly, aching envy. Dr. Danziger just stood there, his great hands hung on the lapels of his double-breasted brown suit. His eyes, blazing with fierce joy, never left me. Colonel Esterhazy, neat and cool in a gray suit, stood against a wall, a hand clasping a wrist, regarding me thoughtfully. The Columbia and Princeton history men were there too. So was the U.S. Senator, several others I'd met, and even 3 or 4 neatly dressed strangers. After I'd finished, we waited in the cafeteria for 40 minutes or so. I sat with Rube, Danziger, and Colonel Esterhazy and had 3, maybe even 4 cups of coffee. Every chair at the other tables was occupied, and people were sitting on the radiator cover against the far wall. I had to respond to a good many jokes from people pausing at our table, most of them being questions about whether I'd bought any Manhattan real estate at bargain prices. Oscar sat down with us for a minute. He said, "What one thing hit you the hardest?" And I tried to tell him about the man, the living actuality of the man who had sat opposite us on the bus and who might have remembered Andrew Jackson as president. Oscar sat nodding, smiling a little. He knew what I meant. As soon as he'd left, Rube leaned toward me and said, "Us? Who else was there, Si?" And I told him there were 1 or 2 other passengers on my side of the bus. The tall, bald man of the day before came hurrying in, the room going silent as he stopped at our table. Grinning, he said that everything they'd been able to investigate so far had checked out okay. He felt certain now that the rest would too, and the room broke into an excited gabble. At 1:15 the board assembled, I sat at an end of the long conference room table, and for the 4th time today I began describing what had happened. Every chair at the table was filled, and along one side there was a second row of folding chairs, all occupied. As far as I could tell, looking around the table as I talked, everyone I'd met here before was here again today, plus at least a dozen others I didn't know. One of them, Danziger told me later, was a personal representative of the president. Again, I spoke in the singular, saying nothing about Kate. I'd have to tell Danziger what she'd done, but I wanted to do that when we were alone. I described every move I'd made, every sight I'd seen and sound I'd heard, the room silent. Something like 24 men sat around that table or on the folding chairs, and no one coughed or glanced away from me. It may be that some of them lighted cigarettes during the 20 minutes I spoke, or sat back in their chairs, shifted position, crossed their legs. I expect they did. But my impression was of motionless silence,
complete except for my voice, and of a focused concentration on me so absolute I felt I was talking with a kind of invisible searchlight bathing me in the glare of their attention. I finished, then sat answering questions for half an hour more. Mostly, whatever the specifics, it was the same unanswerable question. What was it like? What was it really like? And now they were restless. They stirred, frowned, whispered, lighted cigarettes. Because no matter how I tried or how complete the detail, I couldn't give them the essence of what had happened to me. The mystery remained. One set of questions, the senator's, had a tone different from the others. For reasons I don't understand, he was antagonistic. It was as though he suspected, or thought it was a possibility at least, that I might be hoaxing them. I suppose it wasn't an unreasonable suspicion under the circumstances, though no one else showed it. But the senator, for example, didn't remember his grandfather's ever mentioning the kind of bus I'd described. He said, looking at me shrewdly then, as though he'd caught me. All I could do, of course, was shrug politely and reply that nevertheless that's what I'd seen. I suspect he was simply following the politician's sleazy instinct to protect himself in case something later went wrong. Presently, Esterhazy cut in on him smoothly with some minor question, and then forgot to give him the floor back. He simply thanked me and asked if I'd mind keeping myself available here in the building till the meeting ended. When I said yes, of course, he thanked me again, and I understood that I was dismissed, and left. There was actually a little applause as I walked out, and my face flushed. I sat forever in Rube's office then, turning the pages of old copies of Life, discovering again, as in a doctor's waiting room, that it's very hard to tell, looking through back issues of Life, whether or not you've seen them before. I looked through a Playboy, a copy of the U.S. Infantry Journal, and I walked out once and down the corridor to the cafeteria for a Coke I didn't want. Rube's girl came in twice, wanting to know, of course, what it had been like, really like. And once again I did my damnedest to find the words that would convey it. It was after 4 o'clock when she came in the third time. She'd just gotten the call. Could I come back to the conference room, please? I've never really walked into a jury room after they've been locked up for hours, but I think this must have been like it in appearance and atmosphere. The room was air-conditioned, so it wasn't full of smoke, but the ashtrays overflowed, and the air smelled of cigarettes. And ties were pulled down now, coats were off, notepads were doodle-filled, crumpled paper balls lay on the table, and I noticed a pencil snapped in half. Faces were set, some actually sullen. Esterhazy stood up as I came in, smiling affably, looking unruffled. His suit coat was still on, his tie and shirt neat as ever. He gestured me to the chair I'd had before, waited till I'd sat down, then he sat down too, resting his forearms on the tabletop, his hands loosely clasped, very relaxed. He said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting like this. You must be quite tired, physically and mentally." He sounded as though he meant it, and I murmured a polite response. I realized that I had expected it would be Danziger who'd speak, and I glanced down the table at him.
One big hand lay on the tabletop at the edge. His chair was pushed back from the table as though he thought popped into my mind he were disassociating himself from the meeting. Did he look angry? No, I decided. Actually, his face was expressionless. There was no way to know what he was feeling or thinking. He might only be tired. Esterhazy was talking. We have had to hear, wanted to hear, every shade of opinion in reaching a decision as important as the one, he looked slowly around the table, that we are now agreed upon. Then he smiled and sat looking at me for a moment or so, and I had the sudden feeling that he was interested in me as a person as well as just someone who'd done what I had. Your first visit, if that's the term, couldn't have been more cautiously made. No one so much as glimpsed or heard you, and no least trace of your brief presence was left behind. There was no interference whatever in even the smallest events of the past, and you had no effect upon it. But your second visit, deliberately, by design, was more bold. Again, you made no interference with events, except, he unclasped his hands to raise his forefinger, a West Point lecturer requiring attention, that your very presence was an event, a tiny one, but this time people saw you and spoke to you, momentarily at least. What trains of thought might possibly have resulted? Influencing events that followed in what ways, large or small? It was a danger and a profound one, but Soundlessly striking the table with his fist, he emphasized each slow word. If is a risk already over and past. We accepted the risk. The full report is now in, and once again there is no least evidence that your presence affected subsequent events in even the slightest way. He sat silent for a moment, then again smiled, suddenly and very pleasantly, adding, "And I'm not a bit surprised. This confirms, most of us feel, and as all of us I'm certain will come to feel, a theory we've been calling twig in the river. Would you like to hear it?" I nodded. Well, time is often compared to a river, a stream, as you know. What happens at any one point in the stream depends at least partly on what happened upstream earlier. But a tremendous number of events occur every day and every moment, billions of events, some of them enormous. So if time is a river, it's infinitely bigger than even a Mississippi at full raging flood. While you, he smiled at me, are the very tiniest of twigs dropped into that torrent. It's possible, or would seem so, that even the smallest of twigs might have an effect, might lodge, for example, and eventually cause a barrier that could affect the entire course of even that great stream. The possibility, the danger of important change seems to exist. But does it really? What are the chances? There is virtually a 100% probability that a twig tossed into that enormous and incredibly powerful current, into the inconceivable momentum of that vast Mississippi of events, will not and cannot affect it one very bit. For just an instant his face had pinkened, then it was white and almost pale again, and he sat back in his chair, an arm lying relaxed on the tabletop, and said quietly, "That is the theory, and that is the fact." The room was silent then, of course, for as long as 6 or 7 seconds. If there'd been a clock, we'd have heard it tick. Then, without moving his hand lying on the table edge and without sitting forward, Danziger said gently, "That is the theory, and I agree with it, as I should, since it's largely mine. But is it a fact?" He nodded slightly. "I think so. I suspect so." He turned his head slowly, looking all around the table. "But what if we're wrong?" I was surprised. Esterhazy murmured, "Yes," and nodded gravely in agreement. "It's an enormous possibility, a real one and a terrible one. And yet," he moved one shoulder in a slow, reluctant shrug, "unless we are simply to abandon the project, abandon it actually because it has succeeded—" "No, of course not," Dr. Danziger said just a little brusquely, "and no one argues for that, least of all me." "I know," Esterhazy said, voice regretful, and he nodded in agreement again. "Go slow," he said, finishing Danziger's sentence. "Proceed, but with infinite caution. Over a period of weeks, months, even years if that's necessary to be absolutely sure. Well, I might very well think so too, if that were an option open to us. But as the Senator knows, as I and a good many of us know, and as perhaps you, Dr. Danziger, haven't ever had the opportunity to know, it is simply not the way government works." He gestured to indicate the entire building around us. "This has cost money, that's the trouble, so that now, simply because it has succeeded, it must justify its cost with practical results. Mr. Morley is to go back, we're all agreed on that. It's unthinkable that he should not. But he is to continue at a pace faster and bolder than we might all wish. Pure research, left to itself, would proceed with infinite patience. But this is money, federally appropriated, secretly spent, without even the consent of Congress. Now it very well better provide some provably practical results." He looked first at me, then, head slowly turning, he looked around the entire table as he continued. "But I want to say to Mr. Morley, and to everyone else but Dr. Danziger, who has always understood this, that while decisions vitally affecting this project cannot be his alone, which is probably unfortunate, this is still, as it always has been, very much his project. He runs it, he is the boss. Only the board can overrule him, will seldom do so, and when, rarely it does, it will happen after only the most intense and serious consideration of his views. So that now, Mr. Morley," he smiled at me, "I'll turn you back to him."
He stood up, stretching his shoulders as he rose, and then everyone slowly got up, general conversation beginning, and the meeting was over. In Danziger's office, I spoke first. He, Rube, and I walked along through the corridors together after finally breaking away from the conference room, talking about nothing of importance till we reached Danziger's office. There, Danziger sat down behind his desk, got out half a cigar from his top drawer and looked at it, obviously thinking about lighting it. But instead, once more, he put it into his mouth unlighted. I sat waiting till he'd done this. Then I sat forward in my chair, leaning across the desk edge toward him. Rube sat facing me, off to Danziger's left and slightly behind him, chair tilted back against the wall. I said, "Dr. Danziger, I don't even know who Colonel Esterhazy is. For all I know to the contrary, he's a colonel in the Ecuadorian reserves." Rube smiled. He liked that. "Whoever he is, I didn't pledge allegiance to him, and whatever he may or may not stand for. You and Rube recruited me. I'm working for you, and I'll do what you say." Danziger was grinning broadly by the time I was through, very pleased. He said, "Thank you, C. A very great deal." He sat comfortably back in his swivel chair, pulled out a bottom desk drawer, and put his foot on it. "You know, until we actually had a success, yours, things went routinely, wonderfully smoothly, in fact." He smiled. "My reports were accepted without comment. The board considered whatever problems I brought up, usually having to do with a little more money, which they generally produced, though not always as much as I asked. We often met with barely a quorum, adjourning in half an hour or so. I doubt that most of the board had any real faith in the project at all. Most of them were assigned to it." He nodded several times as he continued. "So maybe I did get to thinking, or at least feeling, that this was my project solely and entirely." Dr. Danziger took his half-cigar from his mouth, studied it, then replaced it, and sat forward, clasping his hands on the desktop. "But of course, Esterhazy is right."
This isn't just our toy. We've got to show some practicality, and I know it. I'd prefer to go very, very slowly, but really, I'm as convinced as the others that we are most probably proceeding quite safely. Probably, I say. I'd prefer taking no risk whatsoever if I had my druthers. But I agree with the decision. What I want you to do is what we all want you to do. There's no conflict. And what we want you to do reminds me, in a way, of our first space capsule. Again, he sat back. The first tiny one, weighing what? A few pounds. Everyone wanted space on it, remember? The biologists wanted a few mice aboard to see the effects of cosmic radiation. The botanists had some seeds. The geographers, weathermen, and military wanted space for a camera. The broadcasters, the entire communications industry, and Lord knows who and what all had then requests and even demands. So they worked up a package, or tried to, that would give them all a little something, at least in token. It's the same with us, Cy. That's why the board decided to let you have a look at your man with the envelope. In some sort of way, he is apparently connected to a fragment of history, to a minor advisor of Cleveland's. What is his connection, we naturally wonder? Well, our historians want to know whether the project can really help them. Is it true or not that we can actually increase historical knowledge in a way never before open to us? The sociologists have similar questions, the psychologists have theirs, and of course the physicists, of whom I'm one, have a million of them. Your man, somehow connected with a little footnote to history, makes an acceptable first, tiny package. If you can cautiously study and watch him, and if you should get results that seem to justify it, we can carefully move on to larger, more ambitious matters about which we need additional knowledge. So this is what we want, Cy. Still observing, still very cautiously, as much as possible, the mouse in the corner, the fly on the wall. We want you to observe him. Learn what you can, the purpose being to discover what's possible in this line. It increases, certainly, your interference with old events, but, he hesitated, then shrugged, minimize that all you can. Well, you know where he lives. Can you return and find a way to do that for us?
I started to nod, but before I could reply, Rube said quietly, voice perfectly friendly but without smiling, "Alone. This time alone. This time friend Kate is to stay where she very well belongs." My mouth opened, but I didn't have any words ready. I just sat there with my mouth open for a moment. And now Rube did smile a little. He said, "Don't bother to answer. I'm fairly sure I can guess how it was, and you can't really be blamed, I suppose. And apparently no harm was done. But we've got enough to worry about without adding sightseers." I nodded. "All right. I'd have told Dr. Danziger, and you can believe that. But how did you know?" "We know. There's a lot to this project beside you, a lot of drudgery and detail. You've got the glamour part, and we don't bother you with the nuts and bolts. But we're watching out for the project in every way we can, and nothing else and nobody else matters but that. Okay?" It was a warning, and maybe a threat, and I accepted it because it was deserved. "Okay." He grinned then, the really great smile that had made me like Rube from the start. Then he tipped his chair forward, the front leg striking the vinyl tile hard, and stood up. "Then it's back to the Dakota. Come on, you lucky person, I'll drive you." This time, walking out of the Dakota onto 72nd Street, carpet bag in hand, I knew. I turned left immediately, towards Central Park just across the street ahead, and there was no difference in the park that I could see, but I knew. And a moment later, when a wagon full of baled hay, drawn by 2 horses, crossed the intersection just ahead, I felt no surprise. But I'd remembered something, and at the corner I didn't cross the street into the park. I turned north. I remembered the incredible open space I had stared across from the balcony outside my apartment window several nights ago. The dark emptiness I'd seen between the Dakota and the Museum of Natural History 5 blocks ahead to the north. Now I wanted to see it in daylight, and 30 seconds later, when I'd walked the block along the face of the Dakota, I suddenly saw it and stopped, staring and flabbergasted. Then I began to laugh. I don't know what I'd expected, anything but this, and still smiling, shaking my head, I dug a small sketch pad out of my carpet bag as I walked along. Then I made a rough but detailed and accurate sketch, which I finished up later. The opposite page shows it. Standing a dozen yards off the sidewalk and facing the Dakota, just south of the corner at 74th Street and Central Park West, this is what I saw, except that I've given the trees a few leaves so that you can see them. Those people were farming, raising actual crops and livestock, living in shanties and sheds that they'd obviously made themselves. Here they are, the farmers and livestock raisers beside the elegant Dakota doing their chores, the kids playing, the animals foraging for whatever they could find among patches of half-melted snow. I could hardly believe it, and when my rough was done, I walked on a block or so toward the museum. Now, in daylight, I could see that it was only a single building, and I stared out over a strange, astonishing view of farm after tiny farm clear to the Hudson. Even stranger, the streets were all here. In places, they were a great raised gridiron of block after block of new streets, all graded up to uniform level, the land between the streets lying far below. And down in those uniformly rectangular block-square hollows lay hundreds of acres of farmlands. From here at street level, I could see the regular lines of old cultivations under the thin layer of snow. On a few of these miniature farms, people were desultorily scratching at the wet ground with hoes, I don't know why. I sketched that scene too, of course. That's 75th Street there at the left, and you can see the 9th Avenue L in the background. And as I stood sketching, I heard the lowing of cows, the baying of sheep, heard pigs squeal, geese honk, and at the same time, the distant, familiar, incongruous clatter of the L. Then I left, to cross Central Park toward the 3rd Avenue L, then on downtown to Gunnery Park. 19 Gramercy Park was a house I'd seen before. It still exists, far into the 20th century, and I'd occasionally walked past it and the other fine old houses around the little square of park. As well as I could remember, it looked the same now, A plain 3-story brownstone with white painted window frames and a short flight of scrubbed stone steps with a black wrought iron railing. In a corner of a first-floor window, a small blue and white sign said board and lodging. I stood on the walk, looking up at the house, holding my packed carpet bag, and I was like a man on a diving board far higher than any oilier he's ever dared. I was about to begin something much more than addressing a few words to a stranger and moving on. However cautiously and tentatively, I was about to participate in the life of these times, and I stood looking at that sign, enormously excited and curious, but not quite able to find the nerve to start. I had to move. That door might open, and someone step out to see me loitering here. I made myself step forward, climbed the stairs quickly, and before I could hesitate, I reached out and twisted the polished brass knob at the center of the door. A bell jangled on the other side, and then I heard steps. I'd done it now. For better or worse, I joined this time. I watched the knob turn, saw the door move back as it opened, made myself look up.
In the doorway, looking inquiringly at me, stood a girl in her early 20s wearing a gray cotton dress and a long green apron. A white dust cloth folded into a turban covered her upswept hair, and she held a cloth in her hand. Yes? Once again the wonder of what was happening seized me, and I stood staring at her. She started to frown, about to speak again, and I said quickly, "I'm looking for a room." "And board? That's all we offer." "Yes, and board." I made myself nod and smile. "Well, we have 2 vacancies," she said doubtfully, as though not sure she shouldn't get rid of me. "One at the front, overlooking the park, at $9 a week. The other's at the back. It's $7.25, both with breakfast and supper." I said I'd like to see them, and she stepped aside to gesture me into the black and white tiled hall. It was wallpapered and dominated by an enormous hat rack and umbrella stand, the middle section of which was a full-length mirror. In it, as she turned to close the door, I glimpsed the slim back of her neck and a wisp of dark hair escaping her turban. Nervous as I was, I smiled. There's something innocent and appealing about the back of a girl's neck when her hair is up. She was pretty, I realized. I followed her up the carpeted stairs at the end of the hall. In order to climb them, she gathered her skirts at the knees, raising them to the ankles, and I saw that she wore black button shoes with slightly run-down heels, and thick cotton stockings striped blue and white. I glimpsed her calves, full and rounded, and, in spite of the handicap of those shoes and stockings, realized that she had very handsome legs. She's dead, you know, the thought spoke itself in my mind. Dead and gone for decades past. I shook my head hard, trying to force the thought away. Then she turned at the top of the stairs to gesture me into a room, and as I walked past her, she smiled, and I saw very close the living reality of her complexion, the slight crinkles at the corners of her eyes, the split-second motion of her eyelashes as she blinked, and she was so clearly young and alive that the thought lost all meaning. I stood looking around the room, and she waited, standing just inside the doorway. It was big and clean, well lighted from 2 tall rectangular windows at the front. The room was furnished in an old-fashioned, but of course it wasn't old-fashioned. The wooden rocking chair, heavy carved wood bedstead, the little table between the windows with a green felt tassel-fringed cloth, were probably no more than a dozen years old. There was a green and pink carpet, worn in a few places, and patterned with huge roses or cabbages, take your choice. Under one window was a window seat, cushioned in red velvet, and the windows were hung with starched lace curtains, mended here and there. A gilt-framed engraving of a shepherd in a smock, knee-deep in sheep, hung beside the door, and the wallpaper was a ferocious brown and green pattern of tormented doodads. There was a dark wood dresser with porcelain knobs and a white marble top, on which stood a pitcher in a bowl. The bathroom, shared with other roomers, was down the hall, she said. I said, I like it, very much. I'll take it, if I may. Would you have references? I'm awfully sorry, but I haven't. I just arrived in New York and don't know a soul, except you. I smiled, but she didn't smile back. She stood hesitating, and I said, It's true that I'm an escaped convict, an active counterfeiter, and occasional murderer, and I howl during the full of the moon, but I'm neat. In that case, welcome.
Now she smiled. "Your name?" "Simon Morley, and very pleased to meet you." "I am Miss Julia Charbonneau." She was suddenly reserved, almost cool, but I knew we were friends. "This house belongs to my great-aunt. You will meet her at supper time, which is 6. She turned to leave, hand on the knob to pull it closed behind her. Then she stopped and turned to look back at me. "Since you're from out of town, remember these are gas lights." She nodded at the globed overhead lights and at the gas jet projecting from the wall over the bed. "Not kerosene or candle. Don't ever blow them out. Turn the flame off." "I'll remember." She nodded, stood looking about the room for a moment longer, found nothing more to add, and turned toward the doorway. "Miss Charbonneau." She looked back, and for a moment I had nothing to say. Then I found something. "Please excuse any ignorance. This is my first visit to New York, and I don't know the customs." "I don't expect they're much different from anywhere else." She smiled again, a little mockingly now. "Anyhow, you don't look as though you'd stay a greenie for long." She walked out, pulling the door closed. Over at the window I stood looking down at Little Gramercy Park a story below, its benches, bushes, and grass covered with snow. I couldn't recall when it was that I'd seen the park last, and couldn't tell whether it looked the same. It seemed to. Around the park, 3 sides of the square were just as I'd always seen them, old houses of brownstone, brick, graystone. But on the 4th side, 21st Street, there were no apartments now, just more old houses. The sidewalks and paths of the park were shoveled clear, but the snow was piled high in the gutters at the far sides of the street beside the park. It was speckled black with soot. This was still a dirty city, especially in the winter, I supposed, with tens of thousands of coal and wood fires pouring carbon into the air. At least it wasn't radioactive. Before every house stood hitching posts of black-painted cast iron. The tops of some were horses' heads with rings through the noses. Before each post stood a broad stone block for stepping up into carriages, every one clean of snow and ready for use. Otherwise, it was the Gramercy Park I was used to. A movement caught my eye across the square, and I located it through the intervening bare black branches. A door had opened, and a woman stepped out. Now she was pulling the door closed. Now she reached for the railing, and, cautiously for fear of ice, walked down the steps. She turned left on the walk, and at 20th Street turned the corner, walking toward me. Free of the intervening trees, I saw her clearly now. Her shoulders, under a dark cape, were hunched against the cold, her hands deep in a glossy fur muff. Her pillbox bonnet was tied under her chin. Her brown cutaway coat was edged with a broad band of black lamb's wool, and the tips of her shoes appeared and disappeared under her skirt hem as she walked. And once more the truth welled up in me. This was New York City, January 1882, and I was here and a part of it. In almost that moment it began to snow, the flakes tiny and scarce. But within half a minute, in only the time it took the woman walking toward me to reach Irving Place and turn into it, disappearing from my sight, the flakes had thickened. Then they flew fast, swirling, beginning to cover the walks, the paths, the stone steps and stoops, beginning to mound on the heads of the iron horses. It was too much, I can't really say why, and I turned from the window and lay down on the long single bed, careful to keep my feet off the plain white bedspread. And I closed my eyes, suddenly more homesick than any child. It occurred to me that I literally did not know a single person on the face of the earth, and that everything and every one I knew was impossibly far away. For an hour, maybe a little less, I was asleep. Then occasional voices, the sounds of doors opening, closing, and footsteps in the hall pulled me awake. The room was dark now, but the slim rectangles of the windows beyond the foot of my bed were luminous from the new snow outside. I knew where I was, swung my legs to the floor, and crossed the room to the windows. Street lamps glowed around the square, the snow sparkling in the circles of light at their bases.
To my right, and just around the corner of the square, a carriage door slammed, and I turned to see the reins flick on the backs of 2 slim gray horses. Then the carriage started toward me, its sides shiny black in the light of its own side lamps. Almost immediately, its high, thin wheels leaving blade-thin tracks, it entered a cone of lamplight, bursting into black enamel and plate glass glitter. Through the glass of my window pane, I heard the faint jingle of harness and the muffled clippity-clop of shod hoofs in new snow. The carriage turned the corner, and I stared down at the foreshortened figure of the driver, high on the open front seat, neatly blanket-wrapped to the waist, reins and whip in his gloved hands. Horses, driver, and carriage passed directly under my window. I looked straight down onto the harnessed gray backs, the jiggling top of the driver's silk hat, and the dull black of the carriage roof. Once again, horses and carriage moved glitteringly through a cone of yellow light, and I watched then shadows thin to nothingness on the new snow. The shadows reappeared, thickened, turned solidly blue-black, then raced on ahead of the carriage, lengthening and distorting. Now, in the oval rear window, two heads were framed, a man's under a top hat and a woman's bare head. I saw her hair bound up in a bun at the back. The man turned to the woman, said something, I could see the movement of his beard, then the carriage turned the corner, and I saw its sidelight, saw the horses disappear. Then the carriage itself was gone, except for its thin double tracks. And an exultance at being here in this time and this city raced through me. I swung away from the window, pulling off my coat, walked to the dresser, poured water from pitcher to bowl, and washed. I put on a clean shirt, tied my tie, combed my hair, and walked quickly to the door, the hall, the house, and its people. A thin young man in shirt sleeves carrying a shallow pan of water came walking along the hall toward me from the bathroom. He had dark hair parted on one side and a brown Fu Manchu mustache. The instant he saw me, he grinned. "You the new boarder?" He stopped. I can't shake hands, smiling. He gestured with his chin at the pan he held, but allow me to introduce myself. I'm Felix Greer. Today's my birthday. I'm 21. I congratulated him, told him my name, and he insisted I conic to his room and see the new camera his parents had sent him for his birthday. It had arrived yesterday, and with a light stand, he showed me a horizontal gas pipe on a stand, punctured for a dozen flames and backed by a reflector. He'd taken portraits of everyone in the house, and even photographed some of the rooms by daylight. He developed and printed his own films. There were a couple dozen of them strung out on a line like a washing, drying, and I saw that he'd printed them in circles, rectangles, ovals, and every other style, having a great time. I looked his camera over, a big affair weighing 7 or 8 pounds, I judged, holding and examining it. It was all polished wood, brass, glass, and red leather, wonderfully handsome. I told him so, said I was a camera bug too, and he offered to lend it to me sometime, and I said I might take him up on it. Then he made me pose, and took my picture, a shorter exposure than I'd have thought, only a few seconds, and promised me a full set too. I didn't particularly want them then, though I was glad to have them later. I left Felix washing more prints, and that night when I got back to my room, I found a full set under my door. Everyone's portrait, including my own, plus some of the house. On the following page is one of them, Felix's own picture, and a good likeness, except much more sober than I saw him. He was grinning and excited every moment I talked to him. While I'm at it, I'll include the portrait he made of me, the one on the right. I'm not sure how good a likeness it is, but all in all, I expect that's what I look like, beard and all. I never said I was handsome. I left Felix and went downstairs into the big front parlor that opened off the hall. A fire was moving behind the mica windows of a large black nickel-plated stove standing on a sheet of metal against one wall. Surmounting the stove stood a foot-high nickel-plated knight in armor, and I walked over to look at it, reached out to touch it, and yanked my hand back. It was hot. Behind a pair of sliding doors, I heard the clink of china and silver, and a murmur of voices. One was Julia's, I was sure, the other an older woman's. I imagined they were setting a table, and I coughed. The doors rolled open, and Julia stepped in. She was wearing a maroon wool dress with white collar and cuffs, not the one Felix had photographed her in. This is his portrait of her, and tonight she wore her hair as you see it here, loosely arranged, covering the tops of her ears, and arranged at the back in a bun. Behind her I saw an oval table partly set. Then a slim middle-aged woman stepped into the parlor after Julia. Above right is Felix's portrait of her, and a very good one. This is just how she looked. Julia said, "Aunt Ada, this is Simon Morley, who arrives without reference or much luggage, but with an abundance of soft solder with which he is most generous. Mr. Morley, Madam Huff." I didn't know what soft solder was, but learned later that soft solder was the phrase and that it meant exaggerated speech or flattery or both. Smiling at what Julia had said, her aunt actually curtsied. I'd never seen it done before.
"How do you do, Mr. Morley?" It seemed only natural, as though I'd done it always, to bow in response. "How do you do, Madam Huff?" Miss Julia leaves me nothing to reply, except that I'm happy to be here. This is a charming room. Listening to myself, I had to suck in my cheeks to keep my face straight. "May I show it to you?" Out-Ada gestured at the room, and I glanced around it with genuine interest. This is the view Felix took of part of the room with his birthday camera. It doesn't show all of it by any means. It was carpeted and wallpapered, and at the windows, in addition to white lace curtains, there were purple velvet drapes fringed with little balls. There were 2 large brocaded settees, 2 wood and black leather rockers, 3 upholstered chairs, a desk, gilt-framed pictures on the walls. But Out-Ada was walking to a glass-fronted whatnot in a corner, and I followed. "These are some of the things Mr. Huff and I brought home from our tour of Europe and the Holy Land," she pointed. "That vial contains water from the River Jordan, and those are marble fragments we picked up at the Forum." She gave me a brief account of everything on the shelves. A tiny folding fan from France that was a souvenir of the Revolution, a little gilt slipper enclosing a velvet-covered pincushion she'd bought in Belgium, a seashell her husband, my late husband, had picked up from the beach at the English resort at which they'd stayed. And she ended with the prize of her collection, a daisy, brown and pressed flat, from Shelley's grave. Young Felix came bouncing down the stairs and into the room. He had a clean collar on now, and a tie, vest, gold watch chain, a short black coat, and black and white checked pants. When he saw I was being given the tour, he caught my eye and winked. Then he sat down at the front windows and began to read a newspaper he'd brought with him, the New York Express. Julia was back in the dining room, setting the table, and Out-Ada and I moved to the white marble mantelpiece and a row of Christmas cards there. On cards as shiny as though they'd been varnished, there were frowsy-haired little girl angels extending flowers, a few thin Santa Clauses in red and white garments like monks' habits, with attached hoods and skirts to the ground, and quite a few humorous cards, one of them, for example, showing a Christmas dinner at which a quarreling family was throwing plates and glasses.
I was even more startled by the agony cards, her name for them. One showed a sobbing little girl lost in a howling blizzard. Another offered us a child's footprints in the snow, ending at the edge of a river. Another, a dead bird flat on its back, claws in the air, the caption reading, "Hark, hark, the lark at heaven's gate sings." I didn't know how I ought to react till Aunt Ada cued me. She said, "They're absurd, of course, ridiculous, but all the go nowadays," and I smiled. A man in his middle 30s came down now, and Aunt Ada introduced us. This is Felix's photo of him. He was a tall, thin man named Byron Keats Doverman, and he wore a mustache, the tips of which flowed into little explosions of whiskers overhanging his jaw. His hair was thick, wavy, red-brown. He sat down, congratulated Grier on his birthday, borrowed part of his newspaper, and ignored the tour, which continued. I inspected and admired a bamboo easel on which stood a framed painting of some fruit and a dead rabbit. Aunt Ada led me to a small table with porcelain casters, then stood waiting, hands demurely clasped, while I bent over to examine a large sepia photograph propped against a vase filled with cattails. It was a full-length portrait of a woman in tights and wearing a peaked felt hat from which trailed a long feather. She had an elbow planted on a marble pillar and, chin in hand, stood in profile staring off into space. The caption, in gilt script, was "The Jersey Lily," and in the opposite corner was what I took to be the name of the photographer, Cerrone. She saved the best for the last. Beside a small, handsome organ of dark wood, on the mantelpiece of the fireplace, stood a yard-high set of plaster figures that must have weighed 100 pounds. The title, cut into the base, was "Weighing the Baby," and the figures were of a bearded, frock-coated doctor and a mob-capped midwife examining the reading on the balance arm of a scale, in the scoop tray of which lay a wailing baby. On one side of this plaster tableau stood a glass dome under which sprouted a formal bouquet of strange flowers. Looking closely, I saw that they were made of dyed feathers. Aunt Ada had to leave before we were finished. Supper was nearly ready, and Julia signaled her. But there were plenty of other things to see: family portraits, framed pictures, a giant fern in a corner by the front windows. I told her I liked her parlor very, very much, which was true. I think it's the most pleasant room I've ever been in. Sitting there waiting for supper, then Felix Grier handed me a section of his paper, and I glanced at it but didn't read it. I sat looking around that crowded, interesting room again, listening to the crackle of the fire in the stove, feeling the heat of it on the side of my face, watching the wind fling an occasional scatter of snow past the front windows, and I felt at peace. I sat facing the stairs, watching for the man I'd come to see, and presently Miss Maud Torrance came down and joined us, a small, plain, sweet-faced woman of about 35. She wore a blue serge skirt, a white blouse buttoned high around the neck, and a small gold watch on a necklace chain. She worked in an office, I learned later, and this was the way she dressed for work. Byron Doverman introduced us, then she stood by the windows, watching the night outside, and I saw a wooden pencil stuck into the bun of tight-rolled hair at the base of her neck. She asked me politely if I didn't think the weather had been fierce lately, and I agreed, but said it was what you'd expect in New York at this time of year. Then Julia spoke in the doorway behind us to say that supper was ready. I was too excited to eat much, too conscious of being here at this table under the almost silent hiss of the gaslights of the overhead chandelier, and beginning to feel worried because my man hadn't appeared. We sat, 6 of us, with one empty chair, Aunt Ada at the head of the oval table carving the breast of a turkey, then passing our plates to us. For a time we were silent, except for murmurs of thanks as dishes were passed. I sat looking around a little, not too obviously. There were half a dozen large framed pictures on the walls. One was a sepia head and shoulders of a stern middle-aged man, a family portrait I supposed. The others were black and white engravings of the Roman Forum, pastoral scenes, and the like. Then, all of us served, we began eating, and Byron Doverman tossed in the conversational ball by announcing that he'd just finished reading Ben-Hur. Julia and Felix said they were surprised he hadn't read it long since. There was a little talk about Ben-Hur then, especially about its message, and Aunt Ada asked if I'd read it. I never had, but I'd seen the movie, so I said yes, adding something or other about the excitement of the chariot race. Then Byron Doverman said casually that he'd once seen the author, General Lew Wallace, ride past his regiment when he'd been a soldier and camped near Washington during the war. As I stared across the table at this still young, reddish-brown-haired man whose face was almost unlined, it took me a moment to realize that he meant the Civil War. "Heard the latest about Guiteau?" Felix was asking the table in general. "Someone took a shot at him through his cell window." "That was in the papers," Julia said. "Yes, but this wasn't. The story was all over town this afternoon. The bullet hit the wall and flattened into an absolutely perfect profile of Guiteau as the wretch looks when frightened." I glanced cautiously around the table, but they were all nodding soberly, accepting this as fact without a smile. Then I realized that Aunt Ada was speaking to me, asking my opinion about the trial verdict. I sat looking thoughtful, as though considering, trying to remember what little I knew about Guiteau. I hadn't read much about him, but knew he'd been found guilty and executed. I wasn't here to reform social attitudes, and I told Aunt Ada that, since he was clearly guilty, I felt sure he'd be hanged. Down the table, Felix was discussing the ice crop. They'd begun cutting near Bordenton, New Jersey, he said. Then there was a little talk about the Metropolitan Elevated scandal, whatever that was. I smiled at Julia and said the turkey was wonderful. I've always thought of turkey as dry and nearly flavorless, but this was succulent. "It was wild turkey," Julia said, and when I looked surprised and asked where she'd got it, she looked surprised. "At the market, of course." I asked about that and found that they also sold quail, grouse, partridges, tame squabs, wild ducks, including canvasbacks, redheads, and mallards, and hares and rabbits. I'd always thought hare was another name for rabbit and started to ask about that, but didn't. Julia's eyes were narrowed, and she was staring across the table at me wonderingly. I turned to Felix beside me and, just to be saying something, asked if he were interested in baseball. He said he was, a little. He'd gone to the polo grounds a few times last summer when they weren't playing polo to see the Mets play. I said, "Who?" He said, "The Metropolitans." I nodded and said I thought that's what he said. "How did they do?" I asked. He said, "Not so well. They had bad pitching," and I said I wasn't a bit surprised. For dessert, we had a birthday cake, Felix blowing out the candles. And then we had a birthday party. Julia and her aunt stayed in the dining room, closing the sliding doors to clear the table. In the parlor, Maud Torrance sat down at the organ and began looking through the sheet music on the rack. Felix Grier and Byron Doverman stood behind her, and when I sat down with the paper, they called me, and I knew there was no escape, and walked over.
I was able to join in on the first song, "I'll Take You Home Again, Kathleen,"
And when we finished, young Felix said, "If only Jake were home, we'd have a quartet." That was my chance to ask, "Jake who?" And Felix said, "Jake Pickering, our other boarder," and now I knew his name and felt I'd made some progress. The next number was, "If I catch the man who taught her to dance," or something like that, and all I could do was try to follow along. Then Julia and her aunt came in, and we all sang "In the Evening by the Moonlight" and "Oh Dem Golden Slippers." Aunt Ada did pretty well, but Julia was a little off the beat occasionally. Byron Doverman said, "Cradle's empty, baby's gone." Julia said, "Oh no," but the others insisted. Maud found the music, and all reading the words over her shoulders, we sang what is probably the most lugubrious song I've ever heard, about this poor dead baby, and including lines like, "Baby's gone to join the angels, peaceful evermore." Julia smiled at me, shrugging. She seemed to think it was ridiculous. But when Maud finished, she turned from the organ, saying she'd played enough, and her eyes were bright. She was on the edge of tears, and I remembered that this was a time when babies died easily. Maybe the song meant something to her. The doorbell rang, and again I wondered if it were my man. But Julia answered the bell and came back sorting through 4 or 5 envelopes, one of which she handed Byron. The others were birthday greetings for Felix. It was a mail delivery at very nearly 7 in the evening, and when I said I was surprised, Julia answered with a touch of big city smugness that mail was delivered 5 times a day in New York City. "Byron," she said then, "will you favor us with some magic?" He nodded, took the stairs to his room 2 at a time, came back down just as fast, then walked around the room pulling coins from our ears and asking people to pick a card, any one at all. The truth is that he was pretty good, and everyone, including me, actually enjoyed the performance. He finished, put the deck in his pocket, and sat down. Aunt Ada said, "My uncle sent me a fan from China, and I fan like this." She began waggling her hand under her chin as though fanning herself, and everyone copied her. At her right, in a chair next to the windows, Maud Torrance said, "My uncle sent me a fan from China, and I fan like this." With her left hand she began waving an imaginary fan at her left ear, and our right hands still waggling, we all did the same. It was my turn, and I said, "My uncle sent me a fan from Czechoslovakia, and I fan like this." I exposed my teeth as though I had a fan in my mouth and began nodding my head, everyone imitating. Felix was next, and he ended the game with twin fans from the Sandwich Islands, lifting both feet from the floor and fanning away. As we all copied the movement, everyone burst into laughter, and it was funny. All of us reared back in our chairs, heads, hands, and feet simultaneously waggling away. Aunt Ada said, "Where is Czechoslovakia, Mr. Morley?" "Why, I believe it's south of Germany." She nodded, accepting this, and I think Maud Torrance did too. But the 2 men and Julia were looking at me. I knew what was wrong. There was no Czechoslovakia, wouldn't be for decades yet, and I grinned to show I'd only been joking. Felix's face was flushed, his eyes bright. He was having a great 21st birthday, and he said, "Julia, tableau vivants." All right, whatever it was, she liked the idea. "Shall I choose first?" He nodded, and she said, "Then I'll need you and Byron." They walked into the dining room, pulling the sliding doors closed after them, and Aunt Ada got up and turned the lights of the parlor chandelier very low. Then she and Maud sat smiling expectantly at the closed doors of the dining room, and when they glanced at me, I was doing the same. Julia called, "Ready," and Aunt Ada, who was nearest, got up and rolled open the doors. The dining room lights were turned up high and bright, and the 3 of them stood in the doorway almost silhouetted as though on a stage. They were posed and motionless. Byron and Julia were facing Felix, who stood on one foot, the other slightly raised. Wedged under one arm, he held a long stick of some sort like a crutch. His mouth was open as though speaking, his eyes wide. Julia's head was thrown back, her mouth open, her eyes as wide as Felix's. Byron looked stricken too, the back of one fist pressed to his forehead. They stood there, swaying slightly. We all sat and stared. Then Maud, voice frustrated, said, "Oh, I know it so well." Suddenly, triumphant, Aunt Ada cried, "The soldiers return!" And the tableau vivant broke up, chattering, heads nodding in confirmation. Aunt Ada stood. Apparently it was her turn now.
"I'll need you, Mr. Morley," she said, and I followed her into the dining room, closing the sliding doors behind us. "Do you know the slave auction?" she said eagerly. I stood frowning as though trying to remember, then said I was afraid I didn't. "Never mind, I'll pose you. We'll need a gavel." She stood looking around the room, then hurried to a cabinet against one wall, opened a drawer, and brought out a big soup ladle. "This'll do. Hold it like a gavel." She pulled a straight-backed chair up to the closed doors, turning its back to the door. "Climb up. This will be the auctioneer's stand." I got up on the chair, facing the doors. "Raise your gavel. You're saying, 'Going, going, gone.'" I did, and Aunt Ada knelt before the chair facing the parlor, crossing one wrist over the other as though her arms were bound. "Ready," she called, all excited, then she dropped her head, chin on her chest. The doors began sliding open, and though I didn't move, gavel hand upraised, my mouth open, I felt my face flush. But they all knew this one instantly, yelling, "The slave auction!" almost simultaneously. Then they were gabbling congratulations, the gist of them being that they'd guessed instantly only because we'd done it so well. By the time we'd had a couple more tableaux vivants, The Wounded Scout and Lover's Retreat, I found out through various references what we were doing. We were imitating the poses of figures in statuary groups made by a man named Rogers, who duplicated them in plaster by the thousands. Apparently, every home had a Rogers group. Weighing the Baby on Aunt Ada's mantelpiece was one, and everyone was familiar with most of them. I sat like the others, trying to look as though I were recalling titles that might match the poses in the dining room. Across from me, Maud sat absently scratching her initials in the frost on the window pane beside her. It occurred to me that I hadn't seen genuine frost on a window pane since I'd written on my grandfather's farmhouse window when I was a child. In the final tableau, Julia was one of the lovers, sitting on a bench and looking sad. I saw her flick a glance at me, and I thought I could read her mind. I was the only person in the room who hadn't once been able to call out a title, even a wrong guess. Byron suggested charades next. I could tell from his manner that he must be good at them. But Felix, and I thought maybe he wasn't so good, said charades were too much like tableaux vivants. Julia was sitting over by the whatnot cabinet now, still looking at me a little curiously, and now she said, "Perhaps Mr. Morley will entertain us. It's your turn, Mr. Morley. We're all agreed." Everyone else did agree instantly, and I nodded. In Julia's voice, I thought there'd been a hint of challenge, as though she were saying, "Who are you? Prove yourself." Well, I wanted to, and sat wondering what to do, and felt a sudden flicker of panic. I looked over at Julia again. She was waiting, smiling a little mockingly. Then I grinned at her and held up both hands, palms toward her, thumbs touching, framing her head and shoulders. "Hold still." She sat motionless, eyes suddenly bright with interest.
"Turn your head only. Just a little. No, the other way, toward the cabinet." She turned her head slowly, and when the light from the overhead chandelier slanted across her face, sidelighting it and silhouetting her profile against the dark wallpaper just behind her, I said, "Don't move, don't breathe." I'd already found the key to my Dakota apartment in my vest pocket, and now I turned to the window beside me, and scraping through the thin white layer of frost with a sharp corner of the key, I set down the outline of her cheekbone. I glanced back at Julia, then, in one swift, clean curve, put down the angle of her jaw. The lines showed up well, the blackness of the outside night sharply exposed against the rime, and I worked fast. Everyone else was on his feet now, standing respectfully beside my window to watch. It turned out well, a good sketch. In no more than 2 minutes I'd caught the likeness. The prominent cheekbone, the slightly too sharp jawline, a suggestion of the small, firm chinel, all were there in 3 quick lines. The precise tilt of the eyes, and, I even managed this, a feeling of the faint shadows beneath them lay there on the white of the window pane in a few sure-handed squiggles. So did the dark, straight brows and fine, straight nose. I nodded, releasing Julia, and she hurried over to join the others. She didn't like it. She didn't say so, and after a long few moments, bent forward to stare at the sketch on the window pane. She began to nod, pretending politely to be pleased. But the nods were too rapid, and she didn't look up at me, and I knew she was hiding disappointment in her eyes. The others, too, were only murmuring polite approval. "What's wrong with it?" I said quietly. "Nothing." She looked up at me now, eyes widening, simulating surprise at the question. "It's beautiful. I'm astonished." But I was shaking my head. This was an ability I took pride in, and I wanted to know. No, tell the truth. You can't fool me. You don't like it. Well, she straightened and stood looking at the floor, a finger at her chin as though thinking. She was embarrassed. It is not that I don't like it, but... She glanced at the sketch again, then back at me, her eyes distressed, sorry she'd begun this. But what is it? She burst out, then quickly added, I mean, it's not finished, is it? I can see it's a face, or would be if it were finished, but... I was nodding rapidly, eagerly, cutting her off. Now I understood what was wrong. We're trained from infancy to understand that black lines on white can somehow represent a living human face. I've read that savages can't do it. They make no sense of a drawing, or even a photograph, until they're taught to translate it as we do. And this sketch on the frosted window, quick, suggestive fragments, allowing the mind to fill in the rest, was a technique of the 20th century, as incomprehensible here as though it had been in code, as in fact it was. To Julia I said, stand right here, don't move, give me 5 minutes, no more. I didn't wait for an answer, but stepped quickly to the middle window and, working as fast as I could go, began sketching with my key point in a technique I'd occasionally tried for the fun of it, working with Martin Lastvogel. It was the technique of the woodcut. Every line there, nothing omitted, the entire shape of the face, eyes, nose, lips, all fully drawn, then carefully shaded in a firm, delicate cross-hatching. I was taking up the entire pane. With this technique, I needed the space. The glass was frosted completely, except for the upper corners. These were clear, as shiny black against the night outside as a mirror. But working this close, I could see through them, see the street lamps, the snow-covered walks and street, the vague black bulk of Gramercy Park's shrubbery and trees. And now suddenly, walking briskly along the walk toward the house, I saw him, the short, stout, familiar hurrying figure, stubby plug hat on the back of his head. I paused, my hand motionless, watching him. Then he turned onto our steps, disappearing from my view, and I glanced over at Julia to continue the sketch. As well as she could while holding the pose, she was watching what I was doing. Now, as I looked over at her, she lifted her arms, fumbled at the back of her neck for a second, then her hair tumbled down, falling to below her shoulders, and her chin lifted slightly, and there was a flash of pride in her eyes. Her hair was dark brown, wonderfully thick now that it was released, long and lustrous. It was magnificent, and so was she. I'm certain my face showed what I felt, and I murmured, beautiful, beautiful, and saw her lips quirk with pleasure, and she flushed. No one else had noticed, but because I'd been expecting it, I'd heard the small sounds of the opening and closing front door, and from a corner of my eye had seen him stop in the hall doorway. Now, not really even attempting to catch the splendor of Julia's hair, but at least suggesting the length and weight of it, I quickly finished my windowpane sketch. But the kind of drawing I'd attempted takes longer than I'd given it, and more practice than I'd had, and of course it didn't turn out well. I stepped back, studying it as the others crowded around, and all you could really say was that it showed the face of a girl, that was clear enough, who was pretty and had long hair. It was any girl, not this one in particular, though it bore a vague, generalized resemblance. But Julia stood studying it for 5 or 6 seconds, which is a long time. Then she cried out with unmistakably genuine pleasure. "Oh, it's lovely!" She swung around to me, delighted. "Do I really look like that?" "Oh, of course not, but it's beautiful. My goodness, you are talented." Her eyes were shining. She stood looking at me now with genuine admiration, even a little awe, and I responded, the feeling leaped up in me like a flame, and I wanted to kiss her. It was all I could do to keep from stepping forward and grabbing her. I saw her eyes flick to the doorway. She'd suddenly seen him, and her face flushed instantly. But her voice seemed calm. She sounded fully at ease. "Jake, we have a new boarder, and a very talented one it seems. Come see what he's—" "Put your hair up," he said between his teeth, giving each word the same cold and equal emphasis. "But Jake, he spoke softly. I said, put it up, and Julia's hands moved quickly to the back of her neck to obey. I'd turned to the doorway, everyone had, and now Pickering walked toward me, his brown eyes so drained of expression they were as menacing as the empty gaze of a shark. He stopped before me, and for a long moment, as long as 3 or 4 seconds, we stood staring at each other, the room entirely silent. I was fascinated. Here he was, the man who'd actually mailed the long blue envelope. Then suddenly he smiled, his face alight with friendliness, eyes warm and welcoming, an instantaneous transformation, and his hand moved out to shake mine as he spoke. "I'm Jacob Pickering, a boarder here like yourself." He was shaking my hand vigorously, his face entirely amiable, and all the time his grip was tightening. I smiled back just as amiably, tightening my own grip with all the strength I had. We were fighting, there in that pleasant room, no one else knowing it, our forearms beginning to tremble slightly as we stood smiling at each other, while I spoke my own name in return, our gripped, white-knuckled hands moving slowly up and down as though we'd forgotten to stop. Then my grip reached its maximum strength, but his continued to grow, and I felt the long bones of my hand coming together. My fingers flew open in his fist, suddenly strengthless. I was hanging on to my smile, teeth grinding silently, and I knew I was going to have to cry out, but wouldn't and didn't.
Then, literally just short of actually fracturing the bones of my hand, he suddenly let his grip relax, gave my hand one final quick, excruciating squeeze, and still smiling warmly, he nodded toward my window pane drawing. "You are talented, Mr. Morley, talented indeed." He had turned and was walking quickly toward the window. "But I hope it hasn't scratched Madam Huff's pane." He leaned forward and, his open mouth an inch from the glass, drew quick, deep breaths, expelling them full force, and at the center of the pane, a melting circle grew quickly to the size of a plate. Except for its outer and now meaningless portions, the drawing was gone. "No," he said, examining the clear glass. "Fortunately, it isn't scratched at all." He gave an utterly contemptuous glance at the sketch on the other window, then turned, his back to the windows, and smiled around at us all. Julia said, "I didn't like that, Mr. Pickering. I didn't like that at all." She turned to me. Her eyes were blazing, her hands still busy at the back of her neck, putting up her hair. "Perhaps you will do another of me, Mr. Morley," she said, "on paper, one I can keep. I'll be pleased to pose for you at any time." My hand was in my pocket, hiding it. I knew it must be red and starting to swell. It hurt badly. "I'll be glad to, Miss Julia, very, very glad." I was turning my head as I spoke so that I finished while looking into Pickering's eyes. "In fact, I insist on it." He only smiled, at me, at everyone. "Perhaps I was wrong," he said, dropping his head a little in mock humility. "Sometimes I act precipitately." Then he raised his head to look me in the eye. "When my fiancé is concerned." Aunt Ada, Maud, Byron, and Felix began talking, almost chattering, covering and burying an awkward incident. Julia turned and walked quickly into the dining room and on into the kitchen, where she made tea. Byron Doverman said something to Pickering, who responded. Aunt Ada came over to me, and I asked her about something in the whatnot cabinet, a thin glass vial stopped with a cork. It turned out to be sand from the Sahara Desert. We had tea, Julia carrying it in on a large wooden tray. Sipping it, we all talked for a few minutes, finishing the evening with a semblance of propriety, though neither Pickering nor I spoke to or even looked at the other. Then everyone shook hands with Felix in final birthday good wishes, and the party was over. Upstairs in my room, standing in the dark, unbuttoning my shirt and staring down into the empty darkness of Gramercy Park, I knew that Rube, Oscar, Danziger, Esterhazy, and I had forgotten the obvious, that simply being with people is to become involved with them. I was to have been only an observer here, strictly enjoined from interfering with events, and certainly from causing them. Yet I'd done just the opposite. About to pull off my shirt, I stopped and stood motionless, staring down at a hitching post mounded with snow. It might be that I ought to leave as fast as I could, that I ought to pack now, sneak downstairs, out, and back to the Dakota before I could do any more harm. But my mind was yelling, "Thursday! Tomorrow is Thursday!" "Tomorrow at 12:30, said the note I'd seen Jake Pickering mail, "appear in City Hall Park." I had to be there, had to, somehow invisibly, and interfering with nothing, but I had to be there. Just one more day, half a day, I was saying to myself. For only those few hours I could certainly retreat to the role of observer only, couldn't I? Lifting my hand into the faint light reflected up to my window from the snow outside, I looked at it, then compared it with the other, my hands side by side.
The right hand was puffy, and all 4 finger knuckle bones ached steadily. Staring at my hand, I flexed it slowly, then tried closing it into a fist. I couldn't do it, but as it began to close, an involuntary picture popped up in my mind in which that fist was punching Pickering in the mouth. I had to laugh at that, silently, and I dropped my hand, but it worried me. Yet it was a fact that I needn't even encounter Pickering in the morning. I could wait to come downstairs till he'd left the house, and then never see him face to face again. As for Julia, well, what about Julia? After a few moments, I nodded. In a way I wasn't able to analyze, I was somehow involved with her, too. But that didn't matter either. We were of separate times, and I'd be leaving hers very soon. I tested something. I thought about Kate and stood there in the dark examining my feelings about her. Nothing had changed. As soon as I returned, I knew I'd want to see her, and I felt a sense of relief, and then started to wonder about that. Instead, I turned away from the window, unbuttoning my shirt, it buttoned only part way down, the lower part being a single wide shirt tail, undressed and got into my nightgown. Lying in bed, I smiled. It had been quite a day. Then, within a minute or so, I fell asleep, knowing I might be terribly wrong to stay here, but knowing also that I was going to, that I had to see what happened in City Hall Park at 12:30, Thursday, January 26, 1882, tomorrow. I had breakfast alone in the morning, all the other boarders gone. I'd lain in bed listening for them, counting them off as they'd come down the hall and gone down the stairs, all within a few minutes of each other. Then I'd dressed and sat watching by my window till I actually saw Jake Pickering leave. Walking into the parlor now, I saw that it was swept and dusted, and I turned to look at the windows. They were almost entirely clear, wiped or washed clean of frost and drawings both, a new film of frost beginning to creep up the glass again. Turning toward the dining room, I wondered again if I could have avoided the trouble last night. No, and now in the daylight I saw that it didn't matter as much as I'd thought. A man so jealous that a casual stranger evokes it must have done other similar things and would do them again. I hadn't really interfered with the past. Something of the sort would sooner or later have happened anyway, involving someone else, if I hadn't been here. I sat down at the long dining room table, and Aunt Ada, listening for me I think, came in from the kitchen wearing her working clothes, a plain dark cotton dress and a white bib apron tied in a big bow at the back. She welcomed me, very sweetly and genuinely, asking how I'd slept and if my room were satisfactory. Then, still smiling, anxious not to offend me, she said this was the only morning I could expect breakfast after 8, and I said I'd either get down earlier or do without. She served breakfast then, a fried chop, fried eggs, toast with 3 kinds of jam, coffee, and the Morning Times. Setting these down on the table while I watched, she glanced at me, hesitated, and then, genuinely anxious about my welfare, suggested that if I were looking for work, I ought to begin getting up earlier. With the backs of her fingers, she felt the base of the silver coffee pot which she'd set onto a thick knitted square, then filled my cup and left, and I opened the Times and began to eat. The big story of the day was Guiteau found guilty in the left-hand column of the front page, but I skipped that and read the 4th column story, the Choctaw Railway Grant, how Gold and Huntington have killed off competition with their newly acquired road, though it was a little hard to follow. I did get the idea, though, that a group of alleged representatives of the Indians who didn't want a railroad run through their land was soon replaced by accredited representatives who thought it was a great idea. And I was fascinated by Archbishop Purcell's debt just below the Choctaw story.
For reasons the Times didn't explain, it seemed to be a continuing story, and I think you were assumed to have previous knowledge of it. Archbishop Purcell apparently had 5,000 creditors, claiming he owed them $4 million, and there was some prospect that to settle these claims, a number of houses of worship would be sold to the highest bidder. Cardinal McCloskey seemed upset, to say nothing of the congregations, and the Times said, "The case is now ready for trial and will be one of the most interesting in the history of American jurisprudence," and I thought so too. Eating my toast and sipping coffee, I was reading a McCreary's ad for evening shades of nun's veiling in white, cream, light blue, ivory, and pink when Julia came downstairs.
We said good morning as she passed through the dining room. Then, as she carried in her own breakfast from the kitchen, I had time to look at her. Today her hair was wound into a soft coil piled on her head, and I thought possibly, though I wasn't sure, that she was wearing makeup, or at least powder. Watching her, I realized that she was dressed to go out, in a marvelous dress of purple velvet, the skirt gathered up at the front in a series of scallops and trimmed at the front just below the waist with a lavender bow that must have been 8 inches across, and it had a bustle. But if that dress sounds ridiculous, it was not. She looked great, and I had to recognize as she sat down, picking up her napkin, smiling at me, that every needle on every dial was jumping, and that maybe Jake Pickering hadn't been entirely mistaken last night. I could smile at myself, though, accepting the fact of this girl's appeal clinically and with detachment, because it didn't matter. In a few hours, I'd be gone. "I see you are consulting the advertising pages," Julia said conversationally. I'd already decided I'd better get out of the house for the rest of the morning, so just for a reply I said, "Yes, I need some new clothes." She smiled. "Well, you'll be a hummer with new duds. I had noticed that you brought very little." I couldn't resist. "Most of my clothes would look a little strange here. Can you suggest a good store?" Bringing a piece of toast with her, Julia got up, came around to my side of the table, and began turning the pages of my paper, scanning the ads while I sat back watching her. She moved gracefully, her fingers quick and accurate in taking the page corners. She stopped at a page nearly filled with ads, leaning forward over the table beside me to search through them. And this was absurd, I thought, a poor joke on me carried on too long. There was a perfumed scent from her hair, I think, and I felt a flare of excitement so intense it affected my vision, piling up behind my eyeballs, and I leaned away to one side. All the ads were 1 column wide and set completely in type, and now Julia said, "Here," her fingertip catching one of them. "Macy's has some gentlemen's clothing for sale." Trying to ignore the perfume, I leaned closer to read the ad. It said Macy's was selling shirts made to order at 99 cents, which sounded ridiculously low, but which I knew was not in a place and time where an able-bodied, unskilled man earned $2 for a day's work of 12 hours. Collars were 6 and 8 cents, said the ad, cotton half-hose 18 cents a pair. When I reached the bottom of the ad and read, "Our customers may rest assured that we will not be undersold by any other house," I felt a little stab of pleasure at this ancestor of Macy's familiar slogan. "Or you can go to Roger's Pete," Julia said, turning to look at me. Our faces were only inches apart, and she stood quickly erect. "They have a brand new and larger store," she said, walking back to her side of the table, "and will surely have whatever you need." There was a cool note of dismissal in her voice, and I thought I understood. A man's clothing was a subject too intimate for lengthy discussion. I said, "Okay, I'll try Roger's Pete." People did say okay, I'd noticed last night, and picked up my coffee cup for a final sip and to put a period to the subject. And as I raised my cup, Julia saw my hand. It wasn't so red this morning, but it was bruised blue at the middle knuckle and even more swollen than last night. She stared, but said nothing. I think she knew or guessed the cause. Maybe Pickering had done this before. And her face flushed. I didn't know why for a moment, then I saw her eyes. She was furious. She looked from my hand to my face. "Do you know where Roger's Pete is?" she said very quietly. I could only say no. "It's at Broadway and Prince Street, opposite the Metropolitan Hotel, and if you've never been in New York before, you don't know where that is either." It was true, at least, that I didn't know where Prince Street was, and I'd certainly never heard of the Metropolitan Hotel. I shook my head. Julia nodded and stood up. "Well, I'm going to the Ladies' Mile," she said, "and I'll take you." I began shaking my head quickly, hunting for a reason to say no, and she watched me for a moment, then said softly, "Are you worried about Jake?" "No, I'm not worried about Jake, but he did say fiancé." "Yes." Julia stood staring past me. "And has said it before." She looked at me again. "But as I have said to him, I am no one's fiancé until I've said that I am, and I haven't done so yet." She turned toward the living room and the closet in the hallway. "Are you coming?" I knew I wasn't going to say no and let her think Jake had scared me off. And if I was going to say yes, I thought I ought to sound as though I meant it. "You bet," I said, something else I'd heard more than once last night, and I went upstairs to get my hat and overcoat. In my room, I took a small sketch pad from my bag and a couple of pencils, one hard and one soft. I caught a glimpse of my own movement in the dresser mirror and looked quickly at my face. It was pleased and excited, emotion ignoring logic, and I shrugged. Events had simply picked me up and carried me along, and if I couldn't help it, I thought I might as well enjoy it. Julia was waiting in the hall in a flowered bonnet tied under her chin, a dark green coat, and a short black shoulder cape, wearing a tiny black fur muff shoved up onto one wrist. When she heard my step, she looked up and smiled, looking great, and I could only grin and shake my head. Lord help us all, what New York City has lost through the years. We walked north to 23rd Street, Julia eager and excited. She was about to show me the sights and was enjoying it, and I felt touched. She seemed so innocent. At 23rd, we turned west toward Madison Square and the Fifth Avenue Hotel, a couple of blocks ahead at Broadway and Fifth, the beginning, Julia said, of the Ladies' Mile. Suddenly I said, "Oh," an involuntary sound of pure delight at what I saw ahead, and Julia turned her head to search my face, smiling at the intended effect. To me, living and working in New York City, Madison Square had meant very little. A sun-dried, brown-grassed emptiness of park benches and paths in the summer, filled only at noon, with office workers moodily eating lunches from paper bags, deserted much of the rest of the time, except for a few derelicts. In the winter, even dirtier, emptier, and more forlorn. And at night, in all seasons, automatically avoided like every other New York park. At most, it provided the relief of empty space from the miles all around it of narrow corridor streets between high building walls. It didn't seem to have much other meaning or purpose, a drab and pleasureless place. But now, at the sight of it, I exclaimed in simple delight, because the square ahead was alive and a joy.
Under the winter trees and still glowing gas mantles were countless children. Girls in bonnets tied on with shawls, boys in square little lambswool caps with attached earmuffs, girls and boys in pom-pommed tam-o'-shanters with plaid bands and ribbons down the back, boys in miniature long-pants suits with heavy mufflers around the neck, girls in long shaggy fur coats, everyone in boots or button shoes, half the girls wearing brightly striped stockings, some of them carrying tiny muffs. Strange little winter outfits, but they were still children in the snow, running, falling, throwing, dragging each other on high wooden sleighs whose runners curved gracefully up into bird's head ornaments, belly-flopping onto low wooden-runnered sleds. On the paths, nannies walked in nurse-like outfits, pushing baby carriages with tall wooden spoke wheels. And adults were strolling, just strolling through Madison Square, the snow and the winter for the simple pleasure of it, as though being outdoors were something to be enjoyed for itself. Dogs barked, romped, rolled, and cavorted, excited by the snap in the air and the snow. And all around that living, moving square rolled the most glittering parade of carriages you could hope to see. These weren't just black. There were marvelous, rich maroons among them, a deep olive green, and one had a magnificent body of canary yellow, the wheels and fenders shiny black. Most were enclosed, but a few were actually open, and Julia named some of them, fine names like Victorias, five-glassed Landaus, Baruches, Phaetons, and light Rockaways. Liveried men drove them, top hats taking and revolving the light, polished boots and white pants displayed under the buttoned-back skirts of silver-buttoned outer coats, which in some instances matched the carriage bodies in color. On more than one, carriage footmen, often a pair of them, sat up behind, arms folded in splendid uselessness. And the horses pranced, slim and magnificent, their harnesses and curried bodies shining, heads reined high, manes braided, knees lifting to chests. A lot of them were in matched, absolutely identical pairs, black, brown, gray, white. And inside those carriages sat the most stylish, splendid, exciting to look at women I'd ever seen. They were going shopping after a few turns around the square, Julia said, along the Ladies' Mile that stretched down Broadway to the south. We were closer now, and I grinned with pleasure to see that these weren't like the women who sit back, obscure and hidden, almost cowering into the deep corners of expensive, drably chauffeured automobiles. These ladies sat erect and far forward, smiling, showing themselves off behind the glittering glass, looking regal and utterly pleased with themselves.
It was absurd, garish, a blatant open display of money and privilege, and it was so innocent it was charming, and I wanted to laugh out loud for joy in it. Now, less than half a block away, we could hear, too. The thin, open-air screams of children, the jink-jink-jink of harness bells, the sharp, haughty clip-clop of expensive hoofs on the Belgian block paving of wood. And today, I saw now, there was someone controlling traffic at Broadway and Fifth, a giant policeman in tall helmet and white gloves, guiding traffic with sharply graceful motions of a slim baton like a man conducting an orchestra, making sure those carriages leaving the square were delayed very little by cruder traffic. It was a marvelous scene, and off across the square through the branches of the winter trees, I could see the white facades of strange hotel after hotel, and could read their signs, the Fifth Avenue, Albemarle, Hoffman House, St. James, Victoria, and to the north, the Brunswick. It was like nothing in New York I'd ever seen, and I grinned at Julia and said, "It's Paris." She was smiling, her face reflecting my own excitement, but she was shaking her head. "No, it isn't," she said proudly. "It's New York." We walked on to Madison Avenue, stopping at the curb to watch for a break in the circle of carriages, and I nodded toward Broadway just ahead. "How far down does the Ladies' Mile go?" "To 8th Street. Then, chanting it, "From 8th Street down, the men are earning it. From 8th Street up, the women are spurning it. That is the way of this great town, from 8th Street up and 8th Street down." And I could have kissed her. There was a break in the double line of circling carriages, and I grabbed Julia's hand and we ran across Madison Avenue and into Madison Square. Through the etched branches of the trees, I saw something far across the square and ahead to the north, or thought I did. A structure of some kind, but no, not really a structure, something else, an almost familiar shape. We'd entered a path curving ahead to the north and west, and my head was moving from side to side, eyes narrowed, trying to make out what I was glimpsing through the trees and constantly moving people on the path ahead. I had Julia's hand still after our run across the street, and I stopped so abruptly I yanked her arm, swinging her around to face me, surprised. I was standing motionless, staring across the square. I knew what I was seeing now, and it was impossible. What I saw off across the paths, beyond the people, the benches, snow, and still-lighted lamps couldn't be there but was. And I turned to Julia open-mouthed, my arm rising full length to point. "It's the arm," I said stupidly, then almost shouted it, a man turning to look at me. "My God," I said, "it's the Statue of Liberty's arm." And I turned from Julia to stare at it again across the square. I wouldn't have been surprised if it had vanished during the instant I'd looked away, but there it was still, solidly and impossibly there. The erect right arm of the Statue of Liberty was standing on the west side of Madison Square, holding the lighted torch of liberty high above the surrounding trees. I couldn't believe it. I walked so fast it was just short of running, Julia hurrying along beside me, her arm under mine, baffled at the intensity of my interest. Then we were there, stopped directly beside it, my head thrown back to sight up the length of that tremendous arm, sprouting from a rectangular stone base. I'd never known it was this big. It was gigantic, an enormous forearm, ending in a tremendous clenched right hand, with fingernails big as a sheet of letter paper. And the great copper torch gripped in that hand was itself as tall as a 3-story building. Far above, leaning over the ornate railings surrounding the base of the flame at the tip of the torch, people stared down at us. "The Statue of Liberty," I murmured to Julia, smiling incredulously. "The Statue of Liberty's arm." "Yes." She was laughing at me, bewildered, amused. "It's been here for some time, brought from the Philadelphia Centennial Exposition." She glanced up at it idly. "The entire statue is to be erected in the harbor someday," she said without interest, "if they should ever decide where, and manage to collect enough money to do so. No one seems interested in paying for it. Some say it will never go up." "Well, I predict that it will," I said exuberantly, recklessly, "and I'd say Bedloe's Island is just the place for it."
Then I stared again, delighted that the arm wasn't the aged and permanent acid green I was used to, but new, the copper still coppery and only beginning to dull, the winter sun glinting dully from the knuckles and from the curved edge of the overhead railing, and at the tip and down one side of the torch. We went up into the arm then, climbing the narrow little circular staircase inside, edging past people coming down, then stepping out onto the railed and circular walkway around the base of the torch.
I looked out over Madison Square, that wonderful, joyous wintertime square. Looked out over the far-off helmet of the mustached, white-gloved, giant traffic cop toward a still non-existing Flatiron building. Looked down onto that narrow Fifth Avenue and strange, strange Broadway. And suddenly I had to close my eyes because actual tears were smarting at the very nearly uncontainable thrill of being here. The Ladies' Mile was great. The sidewalks and entrances of the block after block of big, glittering ladies' stores crowded with women. The kind of women we'd seen at the square, their carriages waiting for them at the curbs now, and every other kind and age of woman. The display windows were low, down to within a foot or so of the walk, a lot of them guarded by waist-high polished brass bars, and the protection was needed. Women stood shoulder to shoulder at some of them, staring at the displays, and when one turned away, another was usually waiting behind her to slip into her place. I tagged along with Julia and looked at a few of the displays, and actually they weren't much, mostly ribbons and yard goods unfolded from bolts onto supporting stands. It took me a few stores to realize that we hadn't seen any dresses in the windows, and when I said so to Julia, she looked puzzled. "But dresses are made at home," she said. Hats seemed to be in separate stores, and so did gloves. I stood with Julia looking at a window full of them, some lying in flat, shallow boxes, others on plaster display arms. One group of them on display arms were for evening wear, buttoning from wrist to elbow, and some even higher. I nudged Julia and pointed at one pair dyed purple. 18 buttons, I said. She nodded, then stood, lips moving very slightly as she counted. Then she pointed to a black pair. 20. I looked the row over, picked a lavender pair, began counting, but Julia interrupted, pointing to another black pair. 21. I nodded, began counting the lavender buttons again, and there were 22 buttons from wrist to biceps, and we both laughed when I announced this, turning away. "I'm the champ," I said, and Julia said, "Of course." The street life as we walked, slowly, the only way you could move on those thronged walks, was fantastic. Boys, working against the flow of pedestrian traffic like fish fighting their way upstream, shoved advertising throwaways into every hand that would accept one. And men and women, walking or standing in doorways, sold everything you could think of, and a lot you never would. I made a few sketches along the way, later on working them up a little. I've included some of them here. This girl, of about 16, stood in a doorway holding a wooden board on which botaniers of artificial flowers were fastened. She must have seen me looking at her, because when I glanced up from her board to her face, she was waiting to meet my eyes. She smiled hopefully, and then, of course, I had to buy one. They were 10 cents, and when I handed it to Julia, she thanked me, looking as though she were wondering what to do with it. She tucked it into her muff. In the same block, a man stood at a doorway, a basket at his feet, holding out something in his palm for anyone's inspection. When I looked, I saw it was a tiny Spitz puppy, no more than 5 inches long. There were 6 more in his basket, whimpering and squirming, and he was offering them for sale. I turned from him, and 2 men were walking toward us in the crowd, one passing out leaflets, both of them wearing identical sandwich boards and very high-crowned peaked hats. Each of the 2 hats and sandwich boards was identically lettered, 2 orphans, and though I reached for a leaflet, I didn't get one, and never did find out what that pair was all about. At Broadway and 20th, passing Lord Taylor's, we had to stop abruptly to let a procession of 2 sail past us toward the curb. A really magnificent dowager in a little flat hat tied on with a ribbon and a big bow under her chin, and a long fur-trimmed coat, and followed by a bare-headed man, store manager, floor walker, and a morning coat, wing collar, striped pants, and obsequious smile, carrying her packages, the footman of the waiting carriage leaping down to take them. At 19th, we passed a magnificent store of white marble, and I glanced at a brass sign. One was set into the lower edge of each of the long row of display windows, and it said Arnold Constable Co.
Beside the store, a middle-aged woman selling toys from a basket sat on a tiny folding camp stool next to a flight of stairs. We passed a man in a dark blue army overcoat, wearing a blue forage cap, the flat Civil War kind, and he was working his way upstream of the traffic flow with a wooden tray full of apples hung from a leather sling round his neck. We passed an elderly woman selling pressed ferns from a basket. I have no idea what they were for. We passed a one-armed middle-aged man, also wearing a blue forage cap. He had a grind organ hanging from his neck by a strap and supported by a single leg. He was turning the handle with his one arm, cranking out, I listened to be sure, and yes, it was, "Hail, hail, the gang's all here." We were never out of sight of one or another of the great clocks set high above the crowds on elaborate iron pedestals. Only the well-off carried watches, I remembered Martin saying. They were expensive, to be passed on to sons and grandsons after them. No Timexes here. I noticed at least half a dozen women in mourning, and I mean complete mourning, everything a solid black. 2 of them wore heavy black veils besides. And I saw many more lame and crippled people, and people on crutches, and people with pockmarked and birthmarked faces than I'd ever seen on the streets before. We walked under a huge wooden pair of pince-nez glasses hanging out over the sidewalk to identify the upstairs office of an optometrist. It must have been 6 feet long, gilded, and with enormous blue eyes painted behind the lenses. A man stood at a portable table with a sign tacked to its edge. The sign was a bird drawn with incredibly ornate and involved pen flourishes and holding a wide curling ribbon in its beak. The words of the sign were written on the ribbon so fancifully you could hardly read them. And they said the man behind the table would write your name in the same fancy script on a dozen calling cards while you waited, for 10 cents. And there were jewelers, confectioners, drugstores, and we passed a restaurant called Purcell's and another called Meinmark's. There were quite a few cigar stores, and we must have passed 5 or 6 hotels between Madison Square and Union Square, each with cigar-smoking, top-hatted, important-looking men endlessly passing in and out. There were still other signs hanging over the walk, gilded wooden watches from the jewelers, a wooden boot from a shoe store, and before every cigar store stood a life-sized wooden figure holding a bunch of cigars. A couple of the figures were Indians, but one was a beautifully carved and painted Scotch Highlander, and I saw a baseball player, Uncle Sam, and a terrific goateed, broad-brimmed hatted figure that I took to be Buffalo Bill. 2 of the hotels had below-street-level barber shops, and at the curb before each stood 10-foot-high wooden barber poles striped red and white and surmounted by great gilt balls. At the north end of Union Square, as we crossed the street toward it, what Julia called a German band stood playing. 5 men playing a clarinet, a trumpet, and 3 brass horns, including a slide trombone. They played well, really well, and just as we passed, all but the trumpeter paused while he played a series of rising and falling trills that were great. I dropped several coins into the felt frat that lay bottom up at the feet of one of them. Up ahead, I saw a horse edge into the curb out of the Broadway traffic and begin to drink from a stone horse trough.
At Broadway and 15th on the square, we passed Brentano's Literary Emporium, and I'm not certain of this, but I thought a far-off sign read, Tiffany's. I turned to ask Julia, but she was looking at me curiously and spoke first. She said, "How did you know what it was?" "Know what was?" "The Statue of Liberty's arm." I had no answer for a moment. How could I have known? I saw a photograph of it. She didn't doubt me. "Oh, where?" "Well, where might I have seen it?" "In Frank Leslie's illustrated newspaper. I just didn't realize it was here in New York." She nodded, then frowned. "A photograph?" "Yes, of course. I'm certain the woodcut was made directly from a photograph." She nodded, satisfied, and I said, "Look, not quite sure at what, but changing the subject." Then I saw a little cluster of people standing before a shop window and nodded toward them. We walked over. It was a photographer's shop, Cerrone's, and they were looking at a display of sepia photographs. Actors and actresses in costume, including tights, long-haired, mustached, and bearded politicians, writers, poets, Civil War generals. But the little knot of peoples, some leaving it, others joining it, was staring in at the most prominent part of the display, a long enlarged photograph mounted on a display easel, a vase of daisies standing before it. It was a familiar face. I was certain I knew it. A bare-headed young man with shoulder-length hair and the beginning of a smile. wearing a long black winter coat with a huge shawl-like fur collar and foot-long fur cuffs, holding a pair of white gloves. "Oscar Wilde," I said, and Julia and one or two other people looked at me pityingly. As we turned away, Julia said smugly, "I heard his lecture, you know." "What lecture?" "You are a goose. I thought everyone knew. His lecture at Chickering Hall a couple of weeks ago." "Oscar Wilde lectured here? You heard him? You were actually there? What did he say?" "Oh, his subject was the English Renaissance. I don't suppose I paid attention as closely as I should have. Jake was annoyed. But I was annoyed at him. Nearly everyone laughed when Mr. Wilde appeared, Jake as loudly as any." "At what?" "The way he was dressed. A clawhammer coat, knee breeches, bows on his shoes. And he wore white kid gloves. He has a very large face." "But what did he say? You must remember something." "Well, he was speaking of Byron, Keats, Shelley, the Pre-Raphaelites, and he said, 'To know nothing about these great men is one of the necessary elements of English education,' and everyone laughed. I believe he liked that, because then he said, 'They had three things which the English public never forgive: youth, power, and enthusiasm,' and there was loud applause. Then he said, 'Satire paid them the homage which mediocrity pays to genius.'" "You heard him say that?" I grinned and shook my head. "You actually heard Oscar Wilde say that?" "Of course," she said, absently, without interest. She was staring at an old man standing beside a glass case set on a barrel at the curb. He had a stubby white beard, a wooden leg, and wore a short-billed officer's cap, the braid turned green. Walking toward him, we could see a ship model behind the glass under full sail in a sea of cloth waves. On top of the case, a hand-lettered sign said, "All the work of a poor old sailor." We stopped to look, and the old man turned to the case, began working a wooden knob in its side, and the ship started to toss, and the waves moved, alternate layers in opposite directions. He stared patiently ahead so as not to seem to beg, but there was a wooden box with a slot beside the sign, and I dropped a quarter into it and felt Julia's arm under mine tug hard. As we turned to walk on, she whispered fiercely, "He is said to own an entire block of fine houses in Brooklyn." As though she owned it, Julia showed off to me an enormous block-long store between 9th and 10th on Broadway, called A.T. Stewart's, and we stopped so that I could stare. I knew about this store. I knew it was going to survive on into the 1950s as Wanamaker's, but I hadn't realized it was white marble. Stepping closer, I saw that it wasn't marble, but cast iron painted white. In the same block was something called Bunnell's Museum, thick with hand-painted signs. Fat women, skeleton, midget, Zulus, Dr. Lin, the vivisectionist. He cuts men up. He makes people laugh. And opposite Stewart's, Jackson's Morning Store, its windows filled with black clothing, men's, women's, and children, and including silk hats banded with black crepe that hung down at the backs. A sign in the window said they were offering reduced prices preparatory to taking stock, and I made a small joke about this being a good economical time to die, and Julia looked startled, then laughed as though it were a brand new kind of joke to her, as maybe it was. A shabby-looking man walking toward us had a cigar box full of little pellets of some kind, and he started to speak, but Julia said no so sharply she cut him off, and we left him standing. He was selling grease erasers, Julia said, to take spots out of clothes, and they didn't work. She'd bought one for a dime once and tried it. Another man was walking slowly toward us, the fingers of both hands flying. Up closer, I saw that he had a little contraption in his hand, a needle threader, and he was threading and rethreading the same needle in endless demonstration. Pinned to both lapels were dozens more of them, and as he walked, he said, 10 cents, 10 cents, 10 cents, over and again. Not far behind him, a Turk in red fez, red gold-trimmed vest, white knee breeches, and curled-up red slippers was selling tonka beans from a tray. Before he reached us, I'd turned suddenly aside, pulling Julia along. In a window before which half a dozen people stood staring, sat a baby. It couldn't have been more than 2, suspended in some sort of patented baby swing, according to the signs pasted on the window and on placards behind it. It sat there apathetically, holding a rattle, a living window display,
and it occurred to me that it might be doped up with one of the laudanum preparations I'd seen advertised in Harper's. But it was a fine and exciting lady's mile, doped up baby or not, and before we reached the end of it, we passed several more old friends. I remember Revillian Freres just below 9th Street and W.J. Sloan between 3rd and Bleecker. And we watched a lightning calculator with his blackboard, doing any kind of mathematical problem anyone called out to him, with really unbelievable speed. He was a marvel. A cigar box with a few coins in it was at his feet, and I dropped a quarter into it, wondering who he could possibly be, or had been. At Bleecker, Julia stepped to the curb beside a lamppost, out of the way of pedestrians, to point down past Houston to what she said was Prince Street, a couple of blocks off, and a new brick building on the northwest corner. That was Rogers Pete, she said. She'd leave me here to go on back and do her shopping. I wasn't sure whether to shake hands with her or not, but I did, and she gave me her hand. I said, "Julia, it's been one of the best times I ever had in my life." She smiled at what seemed like an enormous exaggeration, and said she'd enjoyed it too, smiling beautifully. Something about the moment, a deceptive intimacy, gave me a sudden courage, and I said, "Julia, you can't possibly be seriously considering marrying Jake." She stared. And why not? She seemed genuinely puzzled, yet I couldn't believe in it. Why? He's far too old for you, and too fat, too homely, and just too all-around ridiculous, Julia. After a long pause, she said, "It is you who are ridiculous. He is a fine figure of a man, far from too old, and he will be an excellent provider." She reached out, put a hand on my arm, and smiled. "A woman must consider these things, you goose. Better to be practical than a spinster." She turned quickly and walked off, up Broadway.
I stood watching her. Except for a goodbye later today with whatever excuse I invented, this was the last time I'd see her. Once I'd have thought a girl actually wearing a bustle would look foolish to me, but Julia didn't. She looked graceful, she looked absolutely fine, and I realized that the clothes of all the people passing steadily by, even the shiny silk hats, already looked natural to me. Up ahead, Julia was almost lost. There was a final flash of her purple skirt, then she was gone completely, beyond the intervening pedestrians, and I walked on. It was a dozen blocks or so to City Hall Park, and I walked, but still I arrived much too early. A little wind had come up, and it was too cold to sit in the park and wait. I couldn't risk Pickering seeing me waiting here anyway. I'd have to move on. But for a few moments I stood beside the little park, looking across it at City Hall and at the courthouse behind it, marveling at how very much they looked as I remembered them. As well as I could recall, the entire park looked just as it did in my own time, and I brought out my sketch pad, stepped into the park, and sketched it for reference. City Hall and the courthouse, the paths, benches, and winter trees. I stood looking at my sketch for a moment, and it could have been done in the latter half of the 20th century. But now I sketched in a few hurrying pedestrians, and then some of the traffic. A carriage, a waiting hack line of two-wheeled hansoms at the Broadway corner, an enormous green and yellow mail truck pulled by 4 horses on its way to the post office. I looked across the park at Center Street and stood remembering how it looked whenever it had been that I'd seen it last. How it was going to look, that is. How the traffic there now would be driven from the streets by the automobile that would follow it. And I sketched that into my scene too. The automobiles, the enormous diesel buses, the huge trucks that were going to choke this and every other New York street. And I faced them all the same way, as though they were not only following, but driving the horse-drawn traffic off the scene. I walked on. This was the business and office section of Lower Broadway, the area Kate and I had been in, and I crossed the street and walked on along the west wall of the huge, absurd-looking main post office, remembering to look up at the enormous pennant reading "Post Office," fluttering very stiffly, just now, from a cupola. Just ahead to the south, on the other side of Ann Street, I noticed that everyone passing glanced into what looked like a 7-foot-high, extremely narrow sentry box with a gabled roof. It stood at the curb in front of a drugstore in the Herald Building called Hudnut's Pharmacy, and when I passed it, I looked in too.
Inside it hung a tremendous thermometer, the biggest I've ever seen, sheltered in the hut from the wind. The temperature was 19 degrees, and I was pleased to know the exact temperature, a lot more interested in the weather somehow than I remembered ever being before. Here in the daylight, I was very much aware of what Kate and I hadn't seen in the dark, the incredible profusion of telegraph wires. Like a rube, I walked along for half a block staring up at a gray winter sky actually darkened, or so it seemed, by literally hundreds and hundreds of black telegraph wires on both sides of the street and running across it in bunches of sometimes several dozen, an astonishing mess. Every few yards, wooden telegraph poles sprouted from the walk. Some of them, I stopped and counted, with as many as 14 crossarms loaded with wires. Each pole, I noticed, marked with the name of whatever competing company had put it there. Traffic was very heavy, rumbling and pounding along on the cobbles, and it occurred to me that this wasn't a very broad way. It was a narrow street, actually, which didn't help the congestion any. There were a great many flat-bedded or low-sided drays hauling barrels or boxes. One dray, labeled Marvin's Safe Co., carried a crated safe, and I could see it through the slats, brand new, black and shiny, a freshly painted little scene, cows in a field, on the upper half of its door. As I watched, a boy ran up behind the dray, scaled the low back gate, and sat down astride it, hitching a ride. In the same block, a loaded moving van rolled by, an immense red-painted box on wheels, its driver high up on a seat over the rumps of his team. On the side of the van, under the gilt-painted name Butler Brothers, Moving, there was a large painted scene in a wildly ornate gold-painted frame. It was no pastoral scene, but a cannon-flashing duel between full-rigged ships, labeled in an oval inset at the bottom, the Battle of Lake Erie. The Broadway stages, dozens and dozens of them constantly trundling up and down the street, sometimes 3 or 4 in a row, were very much like the Fifth Avenue buses, only they were painted red, white, and glue, and they had scenes too, painted on the sides, mostly pastoral and pretty much daubs. But they were all different, and I liked this whole idea of scenic decoration of ordinary things. The 20th century's diesel monsters, I decided, would be improved by some of the same. There were a great many light, single-horse delivery wagons, and in among the commercial traffic, an occasional fine carriage moving uptown, toward the Ladies' Mile, I supposed. And everywhere I looked, there were signs, the names of firms occupying the buildings on which the signs hung. Most were black letters on white, or gold letters on black, and they hung out over the sidewalks, or were wired to building ledges just below rows of windows, slanting slightly downward so they could be read from the street. I liked the street. It was varied, interesting to the eye. The entrances to some of the buildings were 4 or 5 steps above street level, the wide flights of stairs often separated by a brass railing into incoming and outgoing sections. Generally, there'd be more offices or a barber shop or restaurant or something in the basement section, half below street level, the stairway down to it protected by black iron guard railings with a row of points along the street-level railing to keep loafers from sitting on them. The buildings were constructed from every possible material. There was plenty of brick and wood. There were some whose entire fronts were of cast iron, often as high as 3 or 4 stories. There were marble and granite, brownstone, wood, and even stucco. And they were of mixed periods. Between newer 4- and 5-story stone office buildings, I passed a lot of small, modest houses of an obviously earlier time, with old-fashioned dormer windows in the upper stories, but the lower stories turned into shops with plate-glass display windows. At one such display window, 8 or 10 men were standing, and I joined them. A girl, looking very prim and a little embarrassed, and never glancing at us, sat demonstrating a typewriter. It was a strange-looking contraption, high and almost completely open, exposing its works, and decorated here and there with gilt and red arabesques. Stuck to the window with little dabs of paste were samples of her work, praising the machine, its speed, and its superiority to handwriting. We all watched till she finished what she was doing, a short sample business letter. Then she stuck that to the window and began a new sample. A man beside me said, "They'll be all the go soon, you watch."
But I shook my head and said, "No, they'll never catch on. They lack the personal touch." And he looked thoughtful. I turned away from the window. The walks were crowded, mostly with men. Were there far more portly and even fat men now than you'd see in the late 20th century? I thought so. Dozens of boys, why weren't they in school, darted through the crowd in messenger uniforms, the day's equivalent of the telephone, I supposed.
There were occasional other boys, not much older, carrying canvas sacks of what seemed to be actual money. I heard the clink of coins inside them. And there were younger boys, some no more than 6 or 7, often literally in rags, their faces and hands permanently dirty. Some of these were selling papers. I saw all the morning papers, the Herald, Times, Tribune, Sun, World, and the first afternoon editions of a lot of the others, the Daily Graphic, Staatszeitung, Telegram, Express, Post, Brooklyn Times, Brooklyn Eagle, and still others I can't remember. Every one of them carried column headings about the Guiteau verdict, and I heard Guiteau's name mentioned often by passers-by. Others of the smaller boys shined shoes and boots from portable stands carried by straps slung over their shoulders. These were the boys, it suddenly occurred to me, that Horatio Alger wrote about. He was alive now, I recalled, maybe writing Tom the Bootblack at this moment. But the bright, eager, cheerful faces he wrote about weren't down here. These faces, even the 6-year-olds, were intent and knowing, shrewd and alert, as they had to be. I thought I could see this in their faces if they were to eat tonight. Several men suddenly stopped on the walk, stepped to the curb, pulled out their watches, and then stood, heads thrown back, staring up and across the street, watches still in hand. Even while I was wondering about it, more men stepped to the curb, dragging watches from their vest pockets. And within less than a minute, hundreds of men lined the curb of Broadway for blocks, glancing from the open watches in their hands to the roof of one of the tallest buildings along here. The roof was a shingled, many-gabled complexity of windowed pyramid-shaped towers of various sizes. Rising from their center, and highest of all, was an ornate square tower, surrounded at its base by a fenced walk. Western Union Telegraph Co. was painted in a circle on the side of the tower, and now I saw that a great many of the wires lining the street originated from this rooftop. A flagpole rose from the roof of the tower, an American flag fluttering rapidly from it, and at the top of the pole, directly behind the flag, I saw a large, bright red ball. The ball was made with a hole through it apparently, like a donut. It surrounded the pole and must have been visible up there for miles around. I didn't know what was going on, but I got out my watch. 2 minutes to 12, it said, and stood like the hundreds of other men all up and down Broadway as far as I could see. Suddenly, and there was a simultaneous murmur, the red ball dropped the length of the flagpole to its base, and the man next to me murmured, "Noon, exactly." He carefully set his watch, and I did the same, pushing the minute hand forward. All around me I heard the clicks of the covers of gold watches snapping shut. The hundreds of men at the curb turned and became part of the streams of pedestrians again, and I was smiling with pleasure. Something about this small ceremony, momentarily uniting hundreds of us, appealed to me mightily. Now, just past the stroke of noon, music, chimes, had begun somewhere behind me, and I knew the tune, Rock of Ages. I turned to look back and smiled. I'd seen the source of the sound just down the street. It was an old friend, Trinity Church, its chimes clear in the winter air, and I hurried along to it. Then, a couple of dozen steps past the church, my back against a telegraph pole out of the stream of pedestrians, I made a quick reference sketch which I finished up much later. I'd sketched Trinity before, but this time, incredibly, its tower rose black against the sky, higher than anything else in sight. I finished, making notes in the margins for the final job, stood looking at it, and a messenger boy in a brass-buttoned blue uniform stopped for a moment, looked at my sketch, nodded at me, and walked on. This is the finished sketch, and it is absolutely accurate, except that I added leaves to show the fine old trees more clearly. This is the Broadway I walked along. In the mill distance at the left, you can see the Western Union building and the time ball which had just dropped to the base of the pole a few minutes before. Walking back, glancing down at my rough sketch, I was tempted to stop and add the ghosts of the tremendous towers that would someday surround Trinity, burying the tower at the bottom of a canyon. But I was passing the church entrance now, and 4 or 5 men hanging around on the sidewalk before it, sizing me up correctly, called, "Visit the steeple, sir.
Highest point in the city, best view in town. There was just time, and I nodded to the one who looked as though he needed the money most. Inside, he led me up a steep, endlessly winding stone staircase, on up past the bell-ringing rooms, then past the bells, clanging so deafeningly here that you couldn't make out the separate notes. Finally, at the top, we reached a wooden-floored ledge running under several narrow open windows. My knees felt the climb, and I was trying to hide my puffing. I reached out and tried one of the stone windowsills, making sure it was solid, and the guide laughed. I was waiting to see whether you'd try that sill. They all do. Not 1 man in 10 will lean up against it till he's sure it'll hold. I've had men up here wouldn't stand within 2 feet of it when the windows was open, and I've had ladies get sick the minute they looked down. He kept up the chatter while I looked out. The steeple was 284 feet high, he said. It was the highest point in the city, 16 feet taller than even the Brooklyn Bridge towers, and the church stood on a higher piece of ground besides. At least 5,000 people visited this steeple every year, and probably more, but very seldom a New Yorker alone. No one had ever tried suicide by jumping, and so on, while I stared out at the entire upper bay. The sky was steel gray, the air very clear, everything sharply etched. Over the low rooftops I could see both rivers, the water of the Hudson especially ruffled, gray as hammered lead. Lining South Street off to my left were hundreds and hundreds of masts. I watched the ferries, great paddle wheels churning. I stared out at the church spires high over the rooftops in every direction. I saw the astonishing number of trees, to the west especially, and thought of Paris again. And I looked down at the walks onto the heads of passers-by in Broadway, the tiny circles which were the tops of silk hats tilting and winking dully in the clear winter light. At an opposite window, I looked uptown, across the roof of the post office towards City Hall Park. Beyond it, off to the east and sharp against the winter sky, stood the great towers of newly cut stone, supporting the immense cables from which the roadway of Brooklyn Bridge would hang. Now I could see workmen moving along temporary planking laid here and there across great open gaps of the unfinished roadway, the river far below clearly visible. It was a great view of the city, from what was, of course, the day's sightseeing equivalent of the Empire State Building far in the future. But there was nothing laughable in the comparison, I thought, staring out at the city. This was the highest view in town just now, however lost among incredibly higher buildings it was going to become. And if someday I'd have to go up 90-odd stories to get a murky, smog-ruined view of New York instead of this brilliantly defined closer look at a lower and far pleasanter city, then who should be doing the laughing? I wanted to sketch the view, but it would have taken hours just to rough it in, and now I had to hurry. Downstairs, I gave my guide a quarter, which made him happy. Then, moving fast, I walked back towards City Hall Park.
At 24 minutes past noon, standing at a first-floor rear window of the post office, I stood looking across the street to the north at the little wintertime park and the people moving along its crisscrossing paths, and the strangeness of what I was doing took hold of me. Staring out that soot-dirty window, I was remembering the note I'd seen in Kate's apartment, the paper yellowing at the edges, its once black ink rusted with time. And the meeting in this park, arranged by that note, became an ancient event, decades old and long since forgotten. Could it really be about to happen? I wasn't able to believe that. People, strangers, continued to walk out of and into the park and along the walks all around it. Just ahead and across the street to my right, Park Row, stood the 5-story New York Times building I'd seen the night Kate and I walked to the L station, and again, it was strange knowing it still stood in 20th century Manhattan. Now in daylight, I read the long, narrow signs, suspended just below windowsill level, of other lower-floor tenants of the building. Forest, Stream, Rod, Gun, Lego Bros. The Times building shared a common wall with another 5-story stone building right behind it, almost directly across the street to my right. It was nondescript, with tall, narrow windows, its front, like the Times building beside it, and like most other such buildings in this area, hung with narrow gilt-on-black or black-on-white signs suspended just below the windows of the tenants. Then my eyes dropped to the street-level entrance, and Jake Pickering was standing in it. I was inside the post office, across the street from the south end of City Hall Park. The doorway in which Jake Pickering stood was recessed, several yards back from the street and up 2 or 3 steps from street level. It was almost directly to my right, so that I could see him. But from the park ahead, I knew he couldn't be seen. And he took care not to be seen, standing on the steps close beside the stone wall of the recessed doorway. He was searching the park across the street from him and ahead. Then, satisfied, he stepped quickly out, moved across the walk, and dodging through the traffic, he crossed Park Row and walked swiftly into the park and directly to the center, where most of the walks converged. There he stood, hat on the back of his head, outer coat unbuttoned, hands jammed into his pants pockets, his jaws clenched on a cigar, angling it upward, and he waited. 5 minutes passed. I could see Pickering's breath. It was cold out there, and he felt it, and began strolling slowly back and forth, a dozen yards each way from the center of the park. But he didn't button his coat, or take his hands from his pockets, or his cigar from his mouth. From time to time he puffed the cigar, its blue smoke mingling with the white vapor of his breath. And I realized that he was posing, offering a picture of a man at ease. And succeeding. His posture and slow walk, everything about him, said that he was relaxed and content, that he didn't even notice the cold. 5 minutes more passed. The city hall clock across the park said 12:35. And when I looked down from the clock, the second man was well inside the park, walking swiftly toward its center from the west. And I knew that the fleck of blue in his gloved hand, the event was no longer ancient, a chill moved along my spine at knowing that here I stood watching it begin, was the envelope I'd seen Pickering mail, held in the other man's hands now as a symbol of recognition. Pickering had seen him, and was walking toward him. My breath was clouding the dirty pain. I was leaning so close, and I stepped back a grudging inch or so. Now Pickering was smiling, and the two men stopped, facing each other. As the second man tucked the blue envelope into an inner coat pocket, Pickering removed the cigar from his mouth. And I saw his beard move as he spoke, then the slight waggle of the other man's beard as he answered. At this distance they might have been black-bearded twins standing there on the path, each in shiny silk hat, dressed virtually alike, each with the portly figure of the day. Their heads turned as they glanced around, searching the park, and I resisted an impulse to duck from sight. Then Pickering pointed, and they angled across the park, toward me and toward a bench protected from the wind by the high stone base of the statue against which it stood. They reached it, and sat down almost hidden from my view by the statue's base, only the left knee and shoulder of one of them in my line of sight. I had to hear them, had to, and I walked swiftly out the rear doors, ran across the street behind the tailgate of a brewery wagon piled with wooden barrels, then walked into City Hall Park to the base of the statue. I turned around, and with my back nearly touching the base, I stood frowning a little, occasionally glancing irritably along the path as though waiting for someone who was late. "Don't understand why," one voice was saying reasonably. "It's below freezing, turning colder momentarily, and there is a wind besides. No one sits in a park on a day like this. If you have no office of your own, there's the Astor House lobby, just across the street. I'll stand treat at the bar." "Oh, I have an office of my own," Jake Pickering's voice said. There was a fat chuckle in it. "Not much of an office, nothing like yours, I'll warrant, but still, you'd like to see it, wouldn't you? You won't, though, not yet. No one sits in a park on a day like this, true, but that's why we're going to sit here. What I have to say is strictly between the two of us. The subject is Carrara marble. It brought you here, on the run, and it'll keep you here, in the cold. Andrew Carmody, the ever so eminent millionaire." "It brought me here," the other man replied levelly, "but not to be played with. So keep your remarks about my eminence to yourself, and say what you want without further ado, or I'll stand up, walk off, and be damned to you." "Good enough. You'll have to forgive me, but I have reached the culmination of several years' work and am enjoying my little triumph." "What do you want?" "Money." "Assuredly, as who does not? Get to the point." "All right. Cigar?" "No, thank you. I'll smoke my own." There was a silence, the strike of a match, the sound of cigars puffed into life. Then Pickering spoke again. "I work in City Hall, where I am a clerk, the lowest of the low. Yet I sought the job, sir, leaving employment much more remunerative. Now why? Why, you ask?" "I didn't," I heard Carmody puff at his cigar. "But continue." Pickering's voice lowered. "Tweed is my reason. Are you surprised?"
He is dead in prison. The tweed ring is smashed and already half forgotten. Yet only a few years ago, remember, that the Times did not speak of the slimy trail of the tweed ring. Well, who stole more than 30 millions from the city? Was it only Tweed? Or Sweeney, Connolly, and A.O.K. Hall? No. Tweed had hundreds of willing helpers still undiscovered, each of whom took his share of the swag, large or small. So why have I spent 2 years at unsuitable employment, a filing clerk at City Hall? Pickering's voice lowered even more, dramatically. Because that's where the slimy trails are. I was alert, intent, breathing shallowly, not missing a word. Yet something nagged at the back of my mind, and when I recognized it, I had to smile. In the way Pickering used his voice, in the words and phrases he chose, there was just a little more than drama. It edged toward melodrama. I think all of us generally act as we think we're supposed to. I had not one but 2 professors at college who would lean back in their chairs, listening and fitting their hands together, fingertip to fingertip, Professor Iley. I had a friend, a compulsive gambler, who often stood casually flipping and catching a coin, his face expressionless.
And now, Pickering and Carmody were acting their roles in a time when the melodramatic conventions of the stage were largely accepted as representing reality. Deadly serious, meaning every word. Each of them, I think, was also appreciating his own performance. The slimy trails, Pickering was saying, wind through aisle after aisle of filing cases. I realized that, he said proudly. I understood that tweed ring corruption was so widespread and with so many ramifications that the evidence could never all be destroyed. It must exist still, I knew, buried among literally tons of old records. If only I were cute enough to recognize it when I came across it, and to fit its pieces together like a Christmas puzzle. So I became City Hall's most industrious clerk. Commendable. If you're looking for work, see my head bookkeeper. I heard a sound I'd come to recognize, the metallic snap of the gold protective cover of a watch lifted to reveal the face. Then the very slightly different sound of its being snapped shut. Pickering said, "Yes, you're a busy man of affairs. But you have nothing more important, Mr. Carmody, nothing than to listen to what I have to say, at whatever length I wish to say it." There was a pause, then Pickering continued quietly. "I've spent endless hours during month after month in the file rooms, hunting those trails through the dust of the years. Discovering and following them as they emerged, losing them, rediscovering them days or weeks later among tens of thousands of false invoices, canceled bank drafts, padded receipts, incriminating messages, memoranda, and letters. The very best of those trails, sir, I have preserved, removed complete from City Hall. A paper or 2 at a time, you understand, slipped into my pocket and taken to my modest office during my half-hour lunchtime, or simply mailed to it, to be added to my files during many and many a long evening I've spent there at my desk studying and assembling those files. Yet most of what I've learned proved useless. The evidence full and complete. Irrefutable proof of the most blatant corruption. And then I'd find the rascal had died a month or so before. Others I didn't find at all, probably moved to the territories or Canada. Others I found still alive, still here in New York, but no longer rich broke. While in still other instances, the evidence I had assembled, although clear enough, remains insufficient. And search though I did, I could never supply final proof. So all those slimy trails, Mr. Carmody, come down to a very few. And to one above all, the obscure contractor who was paid to supply and install nothing less than Carrara marble to adorn the corridors, rooms, and anterooms of our courthouse. Tons of magnificent Carrara, imported from Italy. At least that is what the invoices and properly stamped customs receipts I have found say. Along with paid labor bills for dozens of workmen, listing their very names and addresses, who are said to have spent weeks installing and finishing it. Would you like to see one? Here is an invoice.
I heard the crackle of paper, there was a silence of several seconds, then Carmody said, "So I see." "No, keep it, sir, as a souvenir. I have many, many more." "I have no doubt of that, which is why I offer the return of this." "I don't want it. Are you thinking I might return it to my files while you follow and discover where they are kept? I assure you, sir, I will not return to my office except for a final visit. That will be for the purpose of handing over his entire file to the contractor of whom I speak." There was a pause of a moment or so, then Pickering's voice dropped as he said, "For modest though they were by Tweed Ring standards, his profits made that contractor rich, because he took them into New York real estate, and now, only a few years later, he has millions, millions, and a wife who, I am told, enjoys each dollar of those millions and the assistance they render her pretensions to society. Mr. Carmody, walk over to the courthouse with me, if you care to." Pickering, I'm sure, had nodded toward the courthouse just behind City Hall. "And we'll search it together, room by room, just as I have searched it, sometimes sitting in courtrooms as an apparent spectator at trials, my eyes roving the room for marble, or standing in bureau offices waiting my turn to ask a question, my gaze searching every surface of the room. I've examined it floor by floor, corridor by corridor, even the very janitor's closets and the accommodation rooms. And if you can point out to me one single square inch of that courthouse which you covered with Carrara or any other marble, Contractor Carmody, then I give you my word I'll trouble you no more." The reply was an expressionless monotone. "What do you want?" $1 million, Pickering said softly, his lips enjoying the feel of the words. "No more, no less. It is all I need to take the road you followed to far greater wealth. Not unreasonable, I suppose. When? Now, within 24 hours. Don't shake your head, sir," Pickering cried out angrily. "You have it and more." "Not in cash, you idiot." Carmody's voice was quietly furious. "I have it, yes, and I'll pay it, if you can produce and hand over the evidence you claim. But my money is in property, all of it. I have no idle cash." "Of course you haven't. That is as I should expect. But the solution is simple. Sell some of that property." "It is not simple," he said through his teeth. "To extract $1 million in cash from my holdings cannot be done just now, whether you understand that or not. In every way, this is the wrong time. My money is tied up in a large, unfinished French flat, a bargain, but upon which work is necessarily stopped for the winter. Even the plastering must await warmer weather. And in nearly a dozen sites for commercial buildings, the old houses upon them to be pulled down in the spring. In mortgages good as gold, and some better, but not yet due. In empty lots up north of the Central Park, waiting for the city to reach them. In a word, sir, I am overextended, spread dangerously thin. If I were to attempt to raise $1 million now, I couldn't get 10 cents on the dollar. And now you know more of my affairs than any other living man." There was a silence of several seconds, and when Carmody spoke again, his voice was different, quiet and contained, almost friendly, as though he'd welcomed the other man into his confidence, and now they were very nearly partners. "I will tell you a secret known to no other. My greatest fear has been that somehow I would die during the next few months. For if that melancholy event should occur, I believe my wife would quickly be penniless. They'd be onto my fortune like wolves, ripping it asunder, and off to the four corners with the fragments. She knows nothing of finance, nor can a woman legally act in such circumstances with the speed, ability, and fine judgment required. I shall profit by the risk, and soon. But at this moment my affairs are balanced on the point of a pin. I don't dare take a journey these days. I should be afraid to become ill for as long as a week. Do you understand me, sir? The structure would collapse if demands were forced on it, and then all would be lost. Everything. Wait, he said in an actually friendly tone. Contain your patience, as you have done thus far, for a little longer. And in the spring, don't you shake your head at me, sir. I'll pay it. I've said I would. I'll pay more, $1.25 million in the spring. But you must. Pickering chuckled, a comfortable sound. Nothing. I'll give you nothing. Oh, you are a wonder. You must have talked yourself into that fortune. But I know a bluff when I hear one, and I'll give you till Monday, no more.
I can't wait for months, and you know it. Did you think I would not know that? Or did you suppose the friendship between Inspector Burns and the wealthy men of this city was a secret from the rest of us? I'd end up in Sing Sing. On what charge I don't know, but there I will surely be if I allow you the time to arrange it. Carmody's voice was strained with rage. You may end up there yet. I am acquainted with Inspector Burns. There was a pause while he almost literally swallowed his rage. From time to time, I've been able to render him some small service, and I warn you. No doubt you have. Every wealthy man in the city knows him. He is said to be rich through the market tips of Jay Gould alone. But I know him too. Do you know I was once turned back at the Wall Street deadline? Were you indeed? Carmody burst into harsh, angry laughter. Yes, I was, Pickering said quietly. Several years ago, when I was without employment, and perhaps a little shabby in consequence, I was walking down Broadway toward Wall Street, where I hoped to find work as a clerk. But at the Fulton Street deadline, a copper stopped me. As he should have if you looked like a pickpocket or beggar. Everyone knows Burns won't have them in the Wall Street area, and quite properly. I was no pickpocket or beggar, and said so. It was a young copper, and he listened. Then someone spoke from a carriage at the curb. We looked over, and it was Burns's head out the window. If he argues, jug him, he called, and the young copper's hand went for his billy, and I swung round on my heel and turned back. Don't smile. That moment will cost you $1 million. I turned back, Mr. Carmody, and my face was white. I could feel it. I could hardly see through the mist before my eyes. But it was then I knew that someday I'd come walking back to the deadline and the coppers would touch their helmets to me. Because I belonged on the other side with the Fisks and the Goulds and the Sages and Astors. It was on that day, though I didn't know it then, that I began the search for you. There was a sudden change in the location of Pickering's voice. He'd stood up, I realized, probably turning to face Carmody. I am very far from ignorant of financial matters, whatever you may think. You will need, certainly, several business days to raise the required sum. This is Thursday, and I am giving you through Monday, 2.5 business days. 3, counting Saturday morning. Come back Monday night, here, to this very bench. At midnight, Mr. Carmody, when the park and the streets of this area are deserted, I intend to be certain no one follows us. Be here with the money in a satchel, or I'll expose you. I won't wait even an hour. Within that time, I will be in the offices of the Times. There was a moment's pause, and I imagined he was nodding toward the building across the street. With my documents. There was a silence of 6, 8, 10, 12 seconds. Then I knew they were gone, and I walked out, around the base of the statue, and onto the path before the bench. They were walking swiftly out of the park along the angled paths, one to the east, the other north toward the courthouse, and I stood watching them go, certain that neither would look back. It wasn't certain, I supposed, that Pickering's private office was in the building I'd seen him come out of earlier. But it seemed likely, and I walked across Park Row and stood on the corner of Park Row and Beekman Street, looking up at it. It had no distinction, just a plain, tired-looking, flat-roofed old building with storefronts on the street floor, and above them 4 identical stories of narrow, closely spaced windows. The storefront windows were dirty, and a lot of them had torn and faded summer awnings folded back against the wall. The bottom halves of some were protected by rusting metal grillwork. In Lower Manhattan, many a drab building just like it has survived into the second half of the 20th century. It was depressing to look at. In the windows of the New York Belting and Packing Company lay stacks of gray cardboard boxes and piled-up coils of leather belting. Next to it was a dingy-looking stationer's, Willy Wallach.
Jumbled together in another window stood big glass jugs in protective wooden cases. They were labeled Poland water, whatever that was. Owen Hutchinson, agent, it said on the window. And there was S. Grun, tailor, and Rodriguez Pons, cigar dealers, and I don't know what all. Under many of the upper floor windows hung the usual long, narrow signs, tilted downward so they could be read from the street. They were of varying lengths, as long, I supposed, as the office space rented by the business firms whose names were painted on them. Turf, Field, and Farm, said one under a row of fourth-floor windows. Another said the Scottish American, and another the Retailer. I saw Scientific American under a row of third-floor windows, and down at the far end of the same floor hung a sign I glanced at as casually as at the others, and which, I mean this literally, I later saw in nightmares and still do. The New York Observer, this one said. I walked up a few wooden steps that needed painting, into the recessed entrance, and pushed through a pair of heavy wooden glass doors into a vestibule, lighted only by the daylight from the street behind me. The building was worn out. Inside, there was no hiding it, and no one had tried. The wooden floor stretching on into a gloomy interior was worn, the nail-heads shiny, and it was filthy, covered with tobacco spit, cigar butts, and permanent ground-in dirt. So was the wooden staircase at my left, the treads so worn they were scooped out at the centers. On the dark green plaster wall, patched in soiled white places, was a directory of tenants. The index finger of a large, carefully painted hand, each finger distinct, the sleeve cuff shadowed to seem rounded, pointed ahead into the gloom. Behind the cuff was lettered a list of tenants' names and office numbers. An identical hand was painted on the wall of the staircase, pointing up, another longer listing of names behind it. On both lists, some of the names had been professionally lettered, but they were faded now, sometimes chipped. These were the older tenants, I imagined. Newer names were often crudely lettered, paint dribbles actually running down from the letters of one of them. A good many names were scratched or painted out, others written in above them. Some of these were only scribbled, one was simply penciled longhand, and none of them read Jake Pickering. A man and then a messenger boy had come in after me and gone up the stairs, and I heard sounds back in the first-floor gloom. Now I heard steps coming down the stairs. Then a middle-aged or early elderly white-bearded man appeared, wearing an overcoat and a round cloth cap with earmuff flaps. He glanced at me, and I said, "Is there a building superintendent somewhere?" He said, "Ha!" a short bark of disgusted laughter. "A building superintendent in the Potter Building? No, sir, there is no one here with either the title or office. There is only a janitor." I asked where to find him, and he said, "A question often asked, but seldom answered with any certainty. He has a den, a lair, under the Nassau Street entrance, and is sometimes caught there. There's Ellen Bull." He pointed ahead into the building, and I saw a vague, bulky figure silhouetted down the hallway. "She'll direct you." I thanked him, and he said, "If you find him, which is doubtful, tell him, Frey, that Dr. Prime of the Observer reminds him once again that his offices are much too warm for comfort." He smiled pleasantly